it sounds cool when you say it like that, but when you say it like that, you're actually saying it wrong. And it's not that it's moving or we're moving or anything like that. It's just the space in between us is expanding at a rate that makes the distance between us and that distant galaxy, that's increasing faster than the speed of light. That's true, but
So those
it's not because we're moving. It's because the space is increasing between us.
Space
So I
is
thought it was
moving.
dark energy that caused the expansion, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
isn't dark energy physical?
it would be, yeah.
So it can't go faster than the speed of light.
It's not. Dark energy is not going anywhere. It's the space. The space is increasing at all positions. So just the space, just the amount of space in between us and that galaxy. If it's increasing, it's like growing by some amount.
So how do you know that space is increasing? I'm curious.
I didn't do the experiments, but Hubble did.
They don't know.
I want to do some experiments myself to confirm this. I'm sick of people telling me I have to go to quantum physics and spend thousands and thousands of dollars on a
observatory.
Can't I just go out there and just do it on my own? I mean, if all these observatories and all,
you can. Shouldn't we be able to see more and more space over time? Shouldn't we be able to see more and more space over time? Right? Like if the visible limit of the universe is allegedly 46 billion light years away, like shouldn't we begin to see more and more?
Yeah, you do. You see more and more space, which is the reason why you see less and less objects as you get further away, because the space in between you is increasing. But seeing space
doesn't have anything in it.
Yeah, it's just space. The space is increasing, so just the amount of space is increasing. It's not like providing.
So how are you measuring that space?
So not like the stars are just where they are or whatever, but like there's just empty space expanding out past it.
No, in between, at every point, every position, the space is increasing at about 70 kilometers per megaparsec.
So that means the stars are getting further away.
Yeah, the distance between them is increasing. That's right.
That's what I'm saying. So then the 46 billion light year number should be changing over time.
Yeah, makes sense. That should.
Yeah, the universe is expanding.
Yeah. So how come they keep telling us the speed of light is constant?
Oh, that's
what does that to do with the speed of light?
Nothing. But like, I don't know. I've never heard that that number changes. It should be changing pretty quickly, I guess.
Well, 70 kilometers per megaparsec is a lot on the grand scaling things, but it's actually it's less of a force than gravity is. So yeah, it's increasing, but I don't think the number is going to change in our lifetime.
What?
Like it's 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec. So you'd have to, a megaparsec was 3.6 million light years or something like that. So 70 kilometers per second in that range.
We can see all the stars in the universe.
No.
So there are things beyond our limit of perspective?
Cosmic horizon, they call it, yeah.
Oh. So that is a limit of perspective?
Well, I mean, it's the cosmic horizon, so it's just a place where light it's already moving faster. The space between us and that other place is already faster than the speed of light, so the light's never.
Which is the thing you're looking for? The thing you're looking for right here, I think maybe, is how are we still seeing the light? Because the light would have had to have redshifted. So if it's moving that fast, how would we be able to see the redshifted light if it's if it's moving away from us that far? Like we shouldn't be able to see the light.
No, we would see it. We just would see it redshifted, which we do.
If we could see the light, we would never see it moving at double the speed of light, though.
We don't. Yeah, we don't see that. What we see is we see an object as it existed. Like I think that object was 11 billion years, light years away. So that's what it looked like 11 billion years ago. And the speed that we witness it going is not two times the speed of light. But by doing the redshifted, like doing the math, you can determine how far away that object is now, which you can then determine how fast, how much space is increasing between us and that object now. But yeah, you're not able to witness in real time that it's traveling that fast.
How do they tell how fast these things are moving? Is it by the redshift?
Yeah, and that's in the case of that one, yeah, by the redshift.
So we look at the redshift and we see, oh, it's redshifted this much, it's moving this fast, right?
It's more complicated than that, but yeah, it's not the same as Doppler shift.
So we would never be able to see the light redshifted that's moving that fast. We would never know it was going that fast because we would never even see the light.
Yeah, but when that light 11 billion years ago, it was not moving that fast, and it wasn't that far away from us.
Oh, really?
If we saw the light from 11 billion years ago, we wouldn't think that it wouldn't be redshifted that much to be telling us that it's going that fast.
No, it gets redshifted over time. So that's what I'm saying. This type of redshift is different than Doppler shift. It's not the same redshift as like speed, like when something's moving away from you and it gets redshifted. This is a different type of redshift, cosmological redshift, where it's redshifted strictly because the space is increasing, and the space increasing stretches out the light more or less.
And the space that's getting created, that's totally empty.
I mean, it's got quantum fields, but ignoring that, then yeah.
So it's something from nothing.
Well, we don't. Dark energy is a mystery, so we don't know exactly how it.
No, but the space that's being created, there's something in it.
I mean, like I said, quantum fields are going to be a part of the space, but technically, other than that, no. Yeah.
Well, isn't that what dark energy would be? With a dark energy would have to fall within quantum field theory somewhere, right? I mean, is the expanded space not have dark energy? You know, I mean,
no, that's what I mean. It's expanded space that is dark energy, and quantum fields. That's what I'm saying. Dark energy is a mystery, such that they don't know where it fits in or how it fits in. And there's ideas. There's ideas, guys. The guy, don't do that every time, man. Please don't do it every time.
I'm just saying, you're telling.
But there's ideas. Whole guy. Then say it when I'm done. Dude.
Please don't interrupt, man. Please, just let him finish.
He's got one sentence left. I'm just saying that there's ideas in physics that I mean, I kind of like them. There's one called quintessence, which Geo says that word a lot. But there's actually a theory or a hypothesis in science called quintessence, where the dark energy is understood as a quantum field, and you have to look into it to make more sense of it. But so there's different ideas. There's different ideas, but
if the space that's expanding has dark energy in it, then the dark energy is expanding faster than the speed of light, also.
Well, no, the space expanding, the acceleration of that is what dark energy is. So when you say the space expanding has dark energy, I mean, that's like 100%.
Well, now we're back to what I said at first. If it's dark energy is the acceleration, I mean, what does that mean other than dark energy is moving faster than the speed of light? I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. So it's not moving though. It's like the space, like you take any given volume of space, and that space is increasing. It's not like it's traveling or something. It's just that every amount of space is increasing for some reason. There's some sort of negative pressure, and it's not, like I said, it's not clearly understood, which is why it's a mystery.
Is the perimeter of the space moving?
What?
Is the perimeter of the space moving?
Says dark energy is estimated to.
Go ahead. What's it? Go ahead.
Says dark energy is estimated to account for between 68 and 72% of the universe's total energy and matter. Its matter energy budget, meaning it heavily dominates both dark matter and everyday matter. Well, I had no idea they claim it's that much. That seems insane to me. I've always heard a way lower number than that. But this is from 2022. But if I guess what I'm trying. Okay, so space is expanding. That's movement, okay, and it's supposedly expanding faster than the speed of light. Okay, as the space expands, there has to be dark energy at that place that expands to the new location that it's at. There's dark energy there as well, which means dark energy goes from its first place to the expanded location, right?
Yeah, but so dark energy is the event that you're describing. So it's not. I don't understand what you mean by it's moving, because dark energy is the event of the space expanding at that rate.
See, I've never heard that. I've heard dark energy causes the expansion, not that the expansion is dark energy. Acceleration isn't energy. Acceleration is a product of energy.
Right. Yeah, but when that number, that percentage of the universe, like this much, the percentage of the universe is this much dark energy and dark matter. Those are basically going off the assumption that this thing that is dark energy is an actual energy that's caused by, or the acceleration is caused by some energy they're calling dark energy.
Well,
So
don't they say quintessence is made of like tachyons or something, and that hypothetically goes faster than the speed of light?
that might be a different quintessence. It
Where
was
they
used
say
in
like
ancient
dark energy.
times.
I like dark energy. Like the idea of a quantum field where it's yeah, I'm pretty sure they call it quintessence, and it's like fields of tachyons, which are like just of course hypothetical particles that travel faster than the speed of light. Thus, they travel back in time.
Yeah, it might be. I didn't remember tachyons being a part of it, but it could very much be. But yeah, it's a hypothesis, just like you said. But that's what I'm saying is that there's dark energy is not at all in any sort of way settled. It's basically just an observation, and many people are trying to fit it into many different things, and we'll have answers in the future. But from what we can see, what we're witnessing is that there is a expansion that's happening based on looking further and further away, looking further back in time. You can see that there's an expansion, or there's an acceleration of the uh, objects in space moving away from each other. And just like Hubble said, he's like, the cosmological principle or whatever, which is basically that this principle that space is expanding versus the principle that possibly we're at the center of some some ever expanding universe. It makes more sense to just think that the universe in every position is expanding, which would give us the same observation. But like I said, it's hard. It's hard.
This dark energy, Kosho. This
It's
was just
energy.
introduced because to explain the unexplainable expansion. So this is nothing that was observed.
That's what
It
I
was
just said.
just brought in
Well,
to
the
plug in
expansion.
an
I just said
error
that, dude.
in the prediction. Oh, you did?
I just said that the dark energy is just the name of the observation of the expansion, which is apparent, but they don't know the cause of it. But they now know that it's accelerating, which requires a force or an energy, so they name that dark energy. But
Yeah, but what you're neglecting.
It's not understood at all.
Okay,
It's
but
not
what you
understood at all.
Said it
neglected.
wasn't moving. That's what was weird.
It's not moving, guy.
Maybe
you
there's
neglected
tachyons
to say
in
was
quintessence.
Yeah, quintessence is cool because actually it actually has to do with the ether too. Like I forgot who somebody was describing it, but they were describing it as being like a sort of a new way to think about the ether or something like that. I gotta see exactly how he said it.
Something that expands without moving. I'm curious. I want to know how this works.
Space expanding just means that the space at any given location is increasing. You have one volume.
It increases.
You have one volume,
but it doesn't move.
You have one volume, and the volume just increases.
Okay, cool. Let's say space is expanding. What's it expanding into? You can't have something expanding without it expanding into something.
It ain't expanding. They're just seeing things move.
Right, true.
They're just seeing things move. That's it. They ain't no expansion. The expansion is happening in their brain. That's it.
They don't see things move. They see things getting red, and they claim it's moving just because they look.
Actually, that's not the only way that they determine distance. By the way, you guys just always say it, but they actually use luminosity. That's the primary way, like right there with redshift. Those aren't exactly the same thing. So.
These are two methods to determine distance. But for the case of redshift, it's primarily used in further away objects. And actually, you have to consider the redshift when considering the luminosity because of the fact that it's redshifted and stuff.
How does
this is one of the things that always gets left out.
How does redshift equal expansion? Why are you guys giving that to them on a silver plate? Why is something moving away equals expansion?
Okay. What if something's moving away from you?
They claim
that doesn't mean that
expansion. Go on.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Like, what is it that is expanding, whatever. But the bigger death blow to this is in reality, like with that model, the redshift is not consistently distributed based on the predictions. So, like where they claim that the quote unquote edge that's expanding is the dark energy. I mean, the redshift is not always what it's supposed to be. This
yeah,
is.
they think it's not constant.
It's true.
Why aren't you guys getting this, man? It's simple. They're equating redshift to an acceleration, and they're equating the acceleration to an expansion. How is that? Why? Why are you equating movement and
because
an accelerated pace
what is
to an
redshift?
expansion?
How do you get a redshift, SE? How do you observe
because they
redshift?
can't have
What happens to happen for you to
you.
observe?
Something is
SC,
moving
the
away
reason why
from
they
you.
do that, SC, the reason why they're doing that is because in their paradigm they can't have these things actually moving at that speed.
No,
it would break relativity. So they have to have.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. But you're giving it to them anyways, right?
No,
it doesn't matter why they're doing it.
Essie, let's go off what you just said, because it's something has to be moving away from you. Okay, so how do you observe two different objects with two different redshifts? What would be the reason? Because they're traveling away from you at two different speeds, right?
They're both moving away from you.
Yeah, at two different speeds. That's why they have two different redshifts. Now, what happens if you have a collection of data that shows you that the further away you're looking, the faster an object's moving away from you, and it's a linear graph.
So this is the conclusion then. This would be my conclusion, right? The faster the further away it is, the faster away it's accelerating away from you. How does that make space expand? How does 1 equal 1? How does that happen?
Because that would give you that observation.
No, it's all in your mind, and you've all accepted it, and even the flat earthers are falling for this one, right?
So then your conclusion is the other one, that the universe is expanding away from the Earth, and the Earth's the center. Because that's the only other thing that would explain the same observation.
Don't say what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking him what's your conclusion to that observation. If you think that observation is being made, and it's not that all the space is expanding, then how is that observation being made? What's happening to cause that?
I'll tell you. At the best inference you can make from the observation is that everything is moving away from you at an accelerated pace.
I just asked
the further away it is, the faster away it's moving away from you.
That's what I just asked you. I said, so you agree with that one then? So that's what I'm saying. That you agree that's the conclusion to that. That's the explanation.
Yeah, but how does that equal expansion of the universe?
I mean, technically, that just means that if things are getting further away from you, which could mean many different things, but even in your what you just described, that would still mean that the space that the objects in space, or the volume of space that space is taking up, is getting bigger, whether or not the space itself is increasing.
How so?
Well, yeah.
Are you claiming to know the entirety?
If all those stars are in one volume.
Hold on. Are you claiming to know the entirety of space, of the universe, to claim that?
No, but you just said, and if your conclusion was that as things get further away from you, they're moving away from you at a faster rate, that would seem to be they would seem to follow that, the volume that all the things exist in, whatever volume that is, whatever that value is, the edges of that, the entire universe are moving further away. Because everything's getting faster. Because everything further away from you is moving faster away from you.
So what? It's just moving away faster. So what? How do you know what the end is? How do you know that's the end and it's moving and it's expanding? How can you possibly know that?
I'm just basing it off of what you just concluded, dude.
No, that's your conclusion, bro.
If you have a bag of peanuts, and there's a peanut in the middle, and all the other peanuts are moving away from the middle peanut faster and faster, then the size of that cluster of peanuts is getting bigger.
Yeah, but okay, right, fine, okay. The cluster of peanuts is moving faster away from you. Okay, go on.
That's it. If somebody asks you how big is that cluster of peanuts, if someone asks you how big is that cluster of peanuts, you'd have bigger and bigger sizes as time went on. It means that the cluster is getting bigger and bigger.
I just need to go buy a bag of peanuts and then throw all the other ones way far away, and I'll have this one really huge peanut, big as my house, and I can, right? Oh, that's all I got to do is go buy a bag of peanuts and throw them all out super far away, and then this one in the middle is somehow way bigger in mass and size.
No, but you don't see the magic.
I gotta go try this. Yeah, I gotta go try this.
Bro, listen, this is important, bro. The magic trick here is he's trying to tell you that he knows. Not only does he know the peanuts are moving away, he knows what the size of the bag is This is the magic
No.
trick.
Yeah, and then
Yes.
No, but Essie, that's not.
Yeah.
That's the others. So, man, I'm gonna go try this, man.
Oh my
I just got
god.
one bag of peanuts. 10 peanuts, and then I can throw all the other ones way far away, and that one peanut in the middle is going to be as big as my house, and then I won't have to buy another bag of peanuts. Right?
Right. Go to the store. Go to the store and get some peanuts then. Okay.
Right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Essie, real quick, Essie, just repeat what you said a second ago because I was trying to respond to it and I have no idea what it was anymore. So please just repeat what you said a second ago.
Dude, your galaxies are peanuts. They're moving away from each other. Right?
All right, I remember now.
Further, right?
I remember, Essie. I remember.
Okay, now.
So no, Essie, I remember what you said, but I'm not claiming to know the size of the universe. And I'm not claiming that the space is expanding in your paradigm, in your idea of the conclusion. So in like I said, in the paradigm that, the mainstream paradigm, yes, space is expanding. But in the same observation, your conclusion is just that the objects are moving further away from each other. Okay, that's your conclusion. And I'm saying that in your conclusion, I'm not describing what the actual size of space is. I'm just telling you that if your conclusion is correct, then whatever size it is, that size is increasing bigger and bigger.
No,
because of the fact if everything's moving away.
No, because you're claiming to know the size now. You see, you're claiming to know the size of the peanut bag.
I'm gonna go buy a bag of peanuts based on it, man. That's the best investment you can do based on this shit. I mean, sorry, the presentation. I love it.
Essie, repeat
but do you
what
understand what he's saying here? And he's not letting me get out. Every time I go to talk, you see, he's panicking right now, right?
Repeat your conclusion. Yeah. Repeat what you said your conclusion was. Like I said, what the space expanding, and then you said, or it could just be that, as you look further and further away, the further away.
No. You're not getting out of this one, bro.
I'm asking you to repeat what your conclusion is.
You have your peanuts; they're expanding, right, at an ever increasing rate, right?
They're moving away from the middle one, and what your conclusion is, yes.
Okay, so you're assuming now, because of this observation, that means that the whole universe, in this example, the bag of peanuts, is actually getting bigger. This is what you're saying.
So in my conclusion, the space is expanding. That is correct. But I'm talking about your conclusion, which is not expanding, but the peanuts are getting further and faster as they're further from.
Why are you putting words in my mouth? So
because this is what you said. That's why I'm asking you to repeat yourself, because that's what you said. Essie.
Forget about what I said. So you're saying
no.
So the conclusion here is you're by saying that there's a bag of peanuts. You're
Essie,
saying
the
that
peanuts don't have to do with
the universe,
God
and you know that it's expanding. Yeah, that's what it is.
Essie, the peanuts were in reference to what your conclusion was. Okay, they're not in reference to. That's what I'm saying. So if you want to drop what you said for whatever reason, there's no peanuts involved anymore. Okay,
I'm not dropping
the peanuts were involved in what you said your conclusion was. I remember me asking you what would be your conclusion if you observed this, and you said, "Well, I would think that the further you look, the objects that are further and further away are moving faster and faster away from where you're making the observation from."
No, according to your model, that's the only conclusion you can make. That's not my conclusion. You're saying in your model that the peanuts are moving faster and faster, and the further away they are, the faster and faster they're moving, right? That's
actually
your model.
What we're saying is that the space is expanding in all places. That's what the model says. That's a different conclusion. It's a different conclusion.
So you know the peanut bag. You know the size of the space. So the space is the peanut bag.
No.
Right?
Well, Essie. What we know is the distance to the furthest objects we can see, and the speed that they're moving away from us. And we know the distance that objects in between us are moving, and we know the distance that objects between us and that object are moving, and we know the speed of those. That's all we know. We don't know
expanding?
The space, the amount of space in every location.
So the peanut bag is getting bigger and bigger, the volume.
Like I said,
circumference and everything in that.
Yeah, this is a different peanut bag. Yes, in this peanut bag, yes, everything is the space is increasing. The amount of volume that the peanut bag is taking up is increasing.
Is the bag getting bigger?
The analogy breaks down at this point because the peanut bag. Essie, stop for a second. The peanut bag exists in a greater volume. So it's like the peanut bag is an amount of space in a greater amount of space. Whereas in the idea of the universe expanding, all the amount of space exists in the universe. So it's not that the universe is expanding into a greater amount of space. All the space that is describable exists in the universe.
So I finally brought you to the point of double
motion. It's weird.
No, it's not weird. It's double speak. See, the bag,
Yeah,
the
I know,
volume
I
is
get it.
expanding, getting bigger, but the bag is not getting bigger.
No, that's not what I said, SC.
Right?
I said the volume that the bag is taking up is increasing. So the volume of the bag is increasing. However, that volume is not taking up space somewhere else because there is no space somewhere else. All the space
So the bag
exists
is not
in
getting
that
bigger.
peanut bag. No, it is getting bigger, SE. I don't know how you don't understand this. It's like because the same thing with time. Time is increasing. If time started at some point, let's say the same point that space began, then at one point there were only 10 seconds in all of existence, and right now there's 14 billion years in all of existence, and time will keep increasing, and it's not increasing into some greater time. That all the time that exists in this measure. So it's the same way that space, like the space is increasing in the volume of space, but this volume is the entirety of space. Like there's no other space.
So the volume is increasing into the time?
Oh my god, dude.
No, yeah, it's weird, man. You're telling us that you understand the entire volume of space and it's increasing, but how does that match up if you already know the entire volume of the universe and then it's increasing, and then at the same time you're saying it's increasing without motion? It's just I'm curious about it. I want to learn about this.
You should look it up then, but I'm not going to participate in a conversation like this anymore. You're just saying things I'm not saying, so there's no point to respond to those things. It's called a loaded question, and to respond to it, I'd have to basically admit that I said those things, and I never did. So I'm just going to drop it. I'd look into it.
I dropped a paper breaking down all the redshift anomalies, and this is from 2023, I think, at least 2022. Yeah, there's all kinds of problems. So, I mean, at one point, it says that these anomalies have been known about and persisting for over a decade unexplained. And it's funny because people in here will just talk about, well, we know this and this because of redshift. But in reality, there are a lot of redshift problems. One of the ways I try to get out of it is they say that there's like different like disconnected horizons across the observable universe, which creates like an observational discrepancy. And they tried to build this theory upon local observations, but then subsequent observations showed that to also be wrong. Also cross-referencing to CMB. So there is a huge gap in fully understanding why there's so many anomalies and unexpected discrepancies in the redshift model. That is the
there's definitely issues. Yeah, there's two different values for the Hubble constant, or for the what's it called, for the lambda constant, because
spectroscopy is definitely sketchy. Spectroscopy. Yeah, I mean,
that's right, dude. That's right, dude.
There's something.
Do me a favor and close your lips, man. Close your lips, dude. Just close them,
sure.
Please.
I'll grab a.
I mean, it's not difficult, dude. It's like you kind of wait until someone's done. That's it. But if someone's in the middle, just don't do that. Especially if you talk about something completely different. But it threw me totally off. But yeah, okay. So there's definitely issues. There's definitely issues. No, we're actually not, dude. We're talking about the problems with the redshift. Okay, so just hold up a second, just for 1 second, dude. God damn it. Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah. There's different values for the redshift, and they don't agree with each other based on two different methods, and they're not sure which one's correct. Although I have suspicions, but I mean, there's other problems too, because the model they used, the lambda was lambda CMD model, or CMB model, CMD, whatever, is the best model. Like, because there's different models you can do to measure the redshift. There's like the Einstein something SATE or something model, and it'll give you a pretty good value, like accurate value, but it breaks down at close ranges, I think. And then the Lambda CMD model is also flawed, but it's the best one. It'll give you the most accurate values. But at the same time, if it's not correct, then yeah, you're going to end up with issues. There's a lot.
You mean the one that incorporates dark matter?
There's issues, but it's admitted that it's not understood. Where there's still
but I'm saying it's a very fundamental, it's a foundational aspect of everything that people think they know about the sky. I just seen like a motherload PDF here, like about redshift anomalies. I think there's like a few hundred cited sort. There is 642 references at the bottom. So it's like the freaking motherload. Yeah, it fills me. This is where like I grant intellectual leniency in the sense that I know that oftentimes flat earthers misrepresent some of the complexities in which these people are trying to interpret things, and they are genuinely trying to fix problems. It's not like there's some mass cover up of the problems, but the problems are not highlighted. They're just discussed with like hyper specificity once you find them in the papers, and it's the foundational assumption that isn't discussed, right? Like what we think redshift is fundamentally, right? That would be a huge factor. Obviously, also the medium. So, but anyway, I don't know that like in these discussions, redshift gets like basically what happens is oftentimes Glovers try to just teach the rudimentary understanding of redshift, and they kind of pretend that like it works, but in reality there are some very serious problems in the current model regarding redshift. So I'm just telling you.
Absolutely, but you understand my argument, Witsit, that I made? Irregardless, even if you give them the redshift, right? Even if you give it to them on a platter, it doesn't mean that because there's a redshift that the universe is expanding. There's no mechanism there to equate the two. Absolutely, it dies right there. There's no equation that could be made. Because something is traveling fast at an accelerated rate all around you doesn't mean something is expanding.
Okay.
Make an argument against
agree
it.
With you. Dude, I've already told. If you and 5 of your friends, dude, are fucking standing in a circle and they're moving further away from you, guess what, dude? The size of that group is getting bigger. The area that you guys are taking up is increasing, dude.
On your math of the perimeter distances, you're just basing on your math.
He's saying that's not happening.
No, not at all. He's saying that what you're saying is based on your math, but you can't really prove that the universe per se is expanding based on just looking up in the sky and dots and redshift and yada yada. That's all he's saying.
I'm not going to pretend that you and him agree with each other because that's not what he's saying. Okay? He's simply saying that, yeah, you could say that the redshift, you can give that to them. You're seeing redshift, and so yeah, you can say that you see these things moving away from the point of observation from all sides and further as you faster and faster you look further and further. But that doesn't mean anything's expanding, and that's nonsensical to me because based on everything he just said, the volume that those objects are taking up is obviously increasing. This is by virtue of what you're saying, but it's whatever.
Your view of awareness is expanding. Right? Like you're observing things, you're learning, you're figuring stuff out, and that is expanding, but that doesn't necessarily mean the universe is. That's what I'm getting from this.
Do you smoke a lot of weed, man?
No, why are you insulting the guy? You're the one that's
I said no offense. I said no offense. I'm just curious because I'm trying to make sense of this, but yeah, it's easier just not respond to him.
Kosho, let me steel man you. You're saying that the circle that the objects make, right, when they expand is increasing, right? Is that what you're saying? And if that's what you're saying, yeah, you're correct.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's
okay,
what I'm saying because I was
the argument, Kosho.
Yeah, I know it's not SE, but what you don't remember is I start out asking you how you interpret that data, and I continue to talk about it in reference to how you viewed it, and then you eventually said, "No, forget about what I said," and so it kind of made the whole thing not make sense. But I was talking about it the way you view it. So
Kosho, you're demeaning yourself here. Like seriously, is this your argument?
I'm just reminding you how the conversation went, SE. So
Okay,
I don't think the objects are moving away from each other in the sense that that you described when you said you interpreted that way. I interpret it as the space is increasing, which gives you the observation that the objects are moving further and further away from you, and it's going to look like this from every position. This is how I interpret it. Okay, but you can ridicule that if you'd like, but I'm just telling you that's the way my position. I was only describing what I thought you were saying your position was.
So you agree with me then? What your argument says, what your argument states, not necessarily your cosmological model, and you were saying before that, as things move further and further away, they speed up, right? And your model says, and you were saying, Kosho, whether you want to admit it or not, that the universe is expanding. That's why everybody was asking you, what is it expanding to? And I came in and said, wait a minute, don't give him that. First, let's establish how this redshift equals expansion. And I say it doesn't. So go on. You tell me, how does that equal?
That's where we started out. That's right. And I then asked you, okay, what would redshift mean to you? And you told me what it would mean to you. And we were then on the same page that redshift means that it's moving. There's a velocity moving away from you. And if there's two different objects with two different redshifts, that means that one of them is moving faster away from you than the other one. And then I told you about the graph that you get when you look at many objects, all of the objects. You get a linear graph that show you that the further you look, the objects move faster and faster. So given that observation, that leads you to conclude either one of the two ideas, the one that that the space is expanding in all places, or that everything's expanding from this position. But either one of those two things would have to be the conclusion to that result.
So both of your conclusions equal expansion.
More or less, point this out though,
SE, respectfully, I disagree with you. This is the best way. Like basically what you're saying is, well, it doesn't necessarily mean expansion. So that's the conclusion. But the anisotropy, I hate that word, anisotropy, whatever, of the acceleration, that is the death blow to their model, dude. The fact that the universe is quote unquote accelerating in its expansion differently in different directions is just an absolute death blow.
I hear that, but how can you say I'm wrong in that? Because you're giving that to them, so you're agreeing with them that the redshift means that it's expanding. So
no,
you're giving
I'm
them a present.
refuting it. I'm saying if that was true and the redshift was because the universe was expanding, then it would be evenly distributed. It could not be going differently in different directions. Therefore, it cannot be an accelerating expansion.
You see, you said it again.
How are you not understanding what I just said?
It sounds like you're disagreeing with
yes, it is. If it's expanding, and I'm saying it's not.
Yes, but you're just saying it doesn't necessarily mean it's expanding because of redshift. I'm saying it cannot be redshift objectively because it cannot be what you think the redshift means objectively. It cannot be expansion. So mine is a direct refutation. I am claiming yours is impossible. It cannot be that. You're saying it doesn't necessarily mean it's expanding.
Well,
okay,
you can phrase it any way you want. Right?
Well, that's what you're saying. But it's right? two different statements, man.
You're saying it doesn't necessarily mean that it's expanding just because there's redshift.
Exactly.
That's what you're saying. Okay, I'm saying it literally cannot be accelerative expansion that we're seeing based on the redshift, because the redshift is moving different in different directions. It couldn't do that. Like there's not even a proposed dark energy model that
I agree
even
with that.
Actually, I think you guys are agreeing. Actually,
I think
we're making two different points. Yeah. All I'm saying is I think that this is there is no rebuttal to this because there's not even a theoretical explanation proposed yet. There isn't even a dark energy matter model that's been proposed. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is the idea that dark energy was like the rate hasn't been like there's been different accelerations throughout
You're the one that brought
the history of the universe. But dude, listen, man. Just listen. I'm gonna do this, and I might get in trouble, but I'm just gonna turn you down, okay? Because you have a problem, all right? And it's the problem is you fucking talk it every time I start talking to you.
Well, dude, just ask him nicely to not interrupt you.
I have.
Okay, I'll
I've done it many times.
I'll do so as well. Flack, if you could please be aware of not interrupting, that would be very appreciated. Thank you.
I don't mind hearing you, but just wait. I mean, anyways, the point is because I have bad memory, dude. So I forget what I'm saying, and
You're saying that the idea is that the acceleration hasn't always been the same.
Well, I said no. So that's not a solution to what you said, but I just throwing that in there that's included in the idea of the expansion, and it might be a remedy for what you're saying. I'd have to look more into it. I'm looking at the paper you posted, but it is true that there certainly is different acceleration rates, expansion rates at different times. I can think of 5 different times specifically, but I don't know how. I know that there's also quarrels about that as well. That's not settled or anything.
Yeah, like the major problems I know about is like you mentioned one of them, like the Hubble tension problem, like the discrepancy based on the predicted value of the Hubble constant based on like CMB, and then what we saw in supernovas or something like that. But then we have, like, of course, we also have the quasar redshifts are like a whole freaking problem, right? Like, but in theory, there you could say like there's something else in existence we don't know about that's causing it. Right. It more so specifically, it's like they should be like randomly distributed, but they're like clustered up.
Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah,
but that's
I hate the word, but anisotropy.
Yeah,
that's
not to do with.
Good one.
Is that you? But the only time I've ever heard that word is when they're talking about the axis of evil. Well, the CMB, but in reference to
like cosmic acceleration, right? Which is based on redshift. It's not properly distributed. So like when you have Bacon jump in, for example, not trying to pick a fight with you, Bacon, but he says like, no, it's just based on looking at the redshift. He says it as if it's like this definitive thing. We look out, we see the redshift, and then it shows us that it's expanding. But what actually happens is we look out, and assuming that redshift means it's accelerative expansion, it doesn't work. It's like all over the place. It's going in different directions and at different amounts. And so it's like, well, why is it doing this? Right? Like, why is it moving differently in different directions if it's actually expanding out, accelerating? If that's what redshift is showing us.
That's what unless Bacon, if you want to speak up, just say something. But I just that's why I brought up the anisotropy is because the only time I've ever heard that is, or the only time I ever hear that is in reference to the axis of evil issue, or what's called the axis of evil issue. But I think that must be different than what you're saying. With the anisotropy, as you're describing, is more one that has to do with the expansion, and I think the axis of evil has to do with like heat or temperature. So some kind of energy readings. So I'm not sure if that's the same thing, or if you know if what you're saying is related to axis of evil or not. I'm not sure.
No, not specifically. I don't think.
Okay.
It does. Oh boy, does it ever!
It's not that it's yeah. Of course, it's related to axis of evil, but like, of course, that word is, anisotropy is relevant to the axis of evil, but when it comes to like looking out and seeing that the universe is allegedly expanding. Right, just this happens everywhere. Like all over the place, randomly, they're moving different. Like the redshifts, observed to be different in different directions, and that shouldn't be the case.
I brought up the CMB earlier. If the data is right in the CMB, their whole Copernican model's fucking toast.
Yeah, let me tell you how it directly relates to this, right? With the anisotropy, right? It relates like this. The model states that the matter is distributed evenly everywhere. But what the axis of evil shows is that it seems to be, get this now, get ready for this, a flat plane Everything is aligned in a flat plane. How'd you like that?
Weird.
Don't trust me.
How do you like them apples, Kosho?
Don't trust me. Don't trust me. Don't believe what I say. But I'll say this: SC doesn't know what he's talking about. But
go look it
when
up.
I say that,
Go look it up, bro.
when I say that,
challenge
when I say that, I only say that because SC brought up 3 different things in one statement and made them seem like they were the same thing. But I think Witsit was right that this is not really like the axis of evil is a very specific issue based on a very specific observation, which is actually most likely a flawed observation. Whereas this anisotropy is actually it is talking about something different.
I think it's above your pay grade, Kosho. I think you just.
I mean, I'm only reading about it right now, so I'm just reading it. But
I'm sure
what I'm
you
reading,
just
it's
are,
saying it's what it's saying is not what you're saying, and what you're saying is also not to do with the flatness of the universe. So it's like those are two.
What
Those
is
are
the
two
axis
different.
of evil, Kosho? What is the axis of evil?
That's the best observation. Looking at the CMB, like I was saying a second ago about the, it's either like the, it might have to do with the energies or the.
He has no clue. He has no freaking clue.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. It has to do with the energies or the heat or whatever, but it's in reference to the direction that the poles are. So it's like the anisotropy is basically a description of. Like I know a good analogy.
He's reading it right now as we
when they talk about wood, when they talk about wood, I'm fucking thinking. I'm trying to think and talk at the same time without forgetting what I'm saying because you just hold on a second, dude. I'm not reading anything. But one analogy that I always think of when I'm trying to like put a picture in my head is like wood, like grains of wood in a piece of wood. The anisotropy is a description of where the flakes are aligned. Like there's in wood they're all going to be aligned so that you want to cut there or not cut there, whatever. But that's what the anisotropy is referencing. But in this case,
it's totally relative.
In the case of the axis of evil, what I've heard when I asked professionals and I asked people in the field, specifically, and I know Jace had asked people, his colleagues or whatever, and he said that to the best of his knowledge, to the best of their knowledge, it was just a measurement fluke where they didn't calibrate the devices they were using, and so they forgot to negate like the rotation around the sun or something like that, and so that kind of adds into the measurement, which gave them that error.
Hold on. The problem with what you're saying is they've done this CMB measurement several times, several different methods, several different devices. Okay, so that would make sense if they only just did it once, but they didn't.
Yeah. Well, they did it once. And they got this, and then they did it again, and they didn't get it, and they did it again, and then this other dude got it, and he's the one who came up with the conclusion that why the other people got the wrong one.
No, you're wrong. That guy Max said exactly what you said the first time they did it. Then when they did it again, he had to go back to that team and apologize to them. That's what happened, Kosho. The guy's name is Max something or other. He's a young astrophysicist.
Yeah, I will also explain
he's not very young.
that. Okay, if you want to understand, there's like this. So CMB specifically, the problem was like that the acceleration was stronger in like the direction of one constellation than the other, right? And then like all like Hydra and Perseus or whatever. So those may be wrong. I have no idea. But like most dark energy models like say that dark energy is homogeneous and isotropic. So like it would be the same everywhere in the universe and uniform, right? But so there shouldn't be like stronger and weaker accelerations based on like what direction you're looking or different constellations, the direction of certain constellations. So that's the CMB part. But I know that they've also just done like on large scale surveys in general. My understanding is that they see this anomalous redshift distribution as well, anisotropic distribution of redshift in different directions, like on just large scale universal surveys or galaxy surveys or whatever. So.
Yeah, so that's what I'm reading.
It has to do with the alignment of the matter.
But that's what I'm saying. These are two different problems, though. Because what it's talking about is, I think, what I was reading about in the paper he had posted. It was talking about that. About the.
He's talking about energy distribution and the CMB. That's what he was talking about.
That's part of it. Like
Or
what I'm saying is that this anisotropy problem of redshift is not limited to CMB. Okay, it was observed in CMB specifically, from my understanding, like acceleration based on in the direction of two different constellations were the primary, most glaring problem. Because all dark energy models claim dark energy is just a homogeneous property of the background, so it should be the same everywhere. So there shouldn't be certain directions having different acceleration rates. But this is also observed on like an even bigger survey of the universe. It's not just CMB.
You see what Gleam posted? You see what Gleam posted? The last picture Gleam posted?
That's a picture of the CMB. Yeah.
That's the difference in the heat distribution.
That's a map of the that's a map of the CMB. That's right.
Yeah, that's what the calculations were based on. Yeah. And that's what Max, the guy Max,
every time
used to calculate.
Yeah. CMB measurement every time.
You're roboting, bro.
Yeah, you're going robot, bro. You got to reconnect.
No, he came back there. Yeah, isn't there something called? Yeah.
Every time they do a CMB measurement, it keeps getting worse and worse for you guys, not better and better.
Wait, so like also like, wasn't there like the dark energy survey released something about how the expansion rate of the universe appeared to be faster in the southern hemisphere than the north?
That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird.
Yeah. Which is also, dark energy is just evenly distributed in pretty much every model. And it kind of has to be, because if
I know, right? That's what they say.
We're going to invoke quantum phenomena to say it's dark energy. It's going to be evenly distributed and isotropic and homogeneous.
That's what they say anyway.
So Kosho, don't repeat that again, that it was a mistake and they made a mistake. It wasn't. First time they did it.
You got to understand that you're talking about two different things, SC. I don't give a fuck if you fucking but what's talking is different than what you're saying, dude. You just got to know that. And what Gleam posted is with what you're talking about. This is different than what Witch is talking about. These are two different things, dude.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's an overlap though, because CMB also shows like anisotropy problem, but yeah, and like, so to a normal person, they would maybe hear this, not know much, they'd be like, "Wow, this is so stupid." Like, of course, we don't ever understand everything about the universe. You know, these flat earthers think that like somehow the Earth is flat because we don't understand everything about the universe. But no, it's significantly more important than that. Actually, it's directly challenging the current redshift interpretation. And if the redshift interpretation is wrong, it's very similar to the speed of light being constant. It's like a huge foundational assumption that the framework is built upon. If they're wrong about redshift interpretation, the whole model is in jeopardy, right? So that's why it is a very important discussion.
How could you prove it wrong? See, that's what they base their arguments on. Like, oh, are you going to measure the speed of light? Are you going to come up with this relativity mathematical equations? And are we going to vet you and trust your whatever? When we're just claiming what they claim, and then we go outside and we're like, wait, this is kind of weird. It doesn't match up.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is old news, right? This is old news. The latest stuff.
It's like the oldest news in existence, really.
Yeah. Now the latest one, the James Webb Telescope. This completely destroys their Big Bang, the baby universe paradox. I named it, where they found the super aged galaxies. This is like a killer, like nail, and that's only one of the things,
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's no way around it.
A lot with Big Bang Theory. You got to do a lot of time traveling with calculations and math.
Look back in time with your powerful telescope. Yep, correct. Yep. All fantasies, but in their own fantasy, this is the main killer right now. Because how are they going to explain this? They're looking for a baby, and they find a teenager. They find a teenager where a baby should be. I mean, there's, yeah. So this is the latest killer, and not only that, they found certain gases and certain stars way back then that shouldn't have formed, and a couple other things that I can't remember right now. But this is the most recent stuff. Is this redshift? This is old news. Yeah, but it's still relevant, of course.
Yeah, it's just all pretty bad. Like, there's a few things I can't remember everything. There's a lot of redshift stuff, and like when you start to read into the redshift stuff, you kind of will fall down the rabbit hole. There's like, so I get a lot of the stuff mixed up. Like, there's type. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Like something supernova LA or something La. I don't know if it's LA or La, but and that showed a lot of discrepancies with the redshift. And then you have like it's called like peculiar velocities of the galaxies or something like that. Basically, the velocities of the galaxies compared to the background are anomalous and show that there are different acceleration rates if the universe is actually expanding. There's a lot of evidence stacking up that the assumption that there's just this like isotropic accelerative expansion of the universe is incorrect.
Right, it's absolutely incorrect. Just going with the cosmic background radiation
based on their own math, it's incorrect. That's what's kind of interesting about it.
Well,
absolutely.
There's one thing important to remember though, because it definitely contradicts a homogeneous isotropic expansion, but that's also like that'd be just one assumption. Because I always imagine dark energy as being somewhat related to gravity, and maybe when they figure out exactly what it is, maybe they'll find out that these two energies are somewhat related. And if that's the case, gravity only comes about when matter and energy, the more of it that's concentrated in a certain volume, you get more of this gravitational effect or this warping of space-time. And it's also true that same effect outdoes the expansion, at least observably. So it's like if you see objects there, the space may be expanding, but it's not going to appear that way because the gravity is going to keep it together. And so, it could be the case that it's not expanding or not appearing to expand isotropically or homogeneously, but that doesn't necessarily rule out the fact that it's still expanding. It just rules out that assumption.
Well, yeah, but that has drastic implications.
Maybe it's already there. Maybe it's already there, and your view and your acknowledgement and comprehension of it is expanding. Right?
If you don't have evenly distributed expansion, that's pretty damning. If you don't have evenly distributed expansion, that would have a lot of cosmological implications. And then, of course, dark energy is like the antithesis of gravity in the sense that it's repulsive. It's like it counters gravity, right? Like it's repulsive versus the idea of attractive. So
if you have energy,
I see. Good.
On that note, if you have energy, it's supposed to have mass and it's supposed to be attracting, because that's what your energy and mass does. But this is doing the opposite.
Yeah, it's got what do you call that? Negative pressure. But that's what I mean with what you just said. That's what I was implying, that because I was really high. This is years ago, but I was really high and I was watching the science show, and I just had that idea that like all the forces, they seem to work at greater and greater scales, and then this force of gravity, which works at a greater scale than electromagnetism, it may not be a force in the same way as those other forces, but it's actually it's got some sort of complementary relationship with whatever dark energy is. But yeah, you're right. That one's repulsive. Well, one seems to be like it's got a negative pressure, and the other one has like a positive pressure. But yeah, that's what I meant when you were saying that they're opposites, sort of.
Do you know what it is? Is it IA supernova or something? I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, type 1A, yeah.
Okay, type 1A. Yeah, so that is that's another problem with the redshift, right? So like all I know is like, bro, a lot of the evidence, if I was a glober and I looked at it, I'd be like, okay, a lot of the evidence does suggest that our current understanding of redshift may just be wrong. Like what we attribute redshift to, There may be all kinds of variables that cause the effect that we call redshift. And it may not be as black and white as we seem to think. And that would change a lot. I would quickly acknowledge that the universe could be electric and potentially geocentric. If I was a baller, I don't know why we have to pretend that this model's actually out here knocking out of the park. It's legit striking out, So.
Well, Chronic is supposed to. I'm supposed to work on him with something tonight, but he'd be a better person, and that other guy, Professor Parks, a good person to talk to about this stuff. Because I agree with you. And when I was looking into redshift, cosmological redshift, it is interesting to note that there's several different types of redshift that you see when you look into space, and there's the Doppler kind, and then there's another kind, but then there's several different cosmological kinds, and most of them are wrong. They're based on different models and assumptions of what's happening in space, which is what I was saying before. But the lambda CMD model, that's just one specific model. But you're right. I mean, it's sort of assumed that it's wrong, and it's also right. If it is wrong, it would change some of the implications. But I mean, that's all part of the journey, though. It's just coming to the truth.
You're talking about unicorns, bro. This model, does it include dark matter and dark energy?
Yeah, this lambda CMD model, I'm pretty sure cold dark matter is the CM.
That's
CM,
right.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yes, so
cold dark matter CDM. That's what it is. That's what I was saying. Lambda CDM.
Yeah, the unicorn model.
Yeah, I made a flag for you guys a while ago because you guys bring up unicorns like 8 times a day, and you guys should consider making it your mascot.
That was the first time I heard it during this discussion. I've been in here for like 3 or 4 hours. That was the first time I heard unicorns. So you said all the time. So that kind of doesn't match up.
Yeah.
I like Superman.
No, but
Superman
check this out.
cool.
We got a model based on 74% dark energy.
Love you.
Or somebody's robotic. It's got to be Jeremy.
He got brought up 5 times yesterday. He gets brought up by Jeremy at least 3 times.
Hold on,
a day.
we talked over somebody, bro. We talked over.
No, yeah, it was Jeremy. It's Jeremy, but he realizes he's roboting. So.
Okay. So let me repeat this lambda whatever model, right? It's based on 96% dark stuff, meaning energy and matter, and 4% real stuff. Correct?
I'm not going to agree with that.
You're still roboting, Jeremy, like big time. It's like you're a ghost in the background.
He's definitely unmuted too, man. You guys had a good idea when you had to mute the hot micing room. Just send him to the hot micing room because it's mean to definitely mute somebody.
So Kosha,
he deafened and muted himself. So.
Oh yeah, well, he is a little slow.
I think he does that because
a statement.
Sometimes he says that it's roboting, and it's like he can't stop it. The only thing he can do is server mute himself to make it stop. Keeps going through. Or whatever.
He needs to invest in Starlink.
Well, he might have got DC'd.
Dude, I just talked to someone on Starlink. It's in another country, and it was on Skype, and wow, it was a good connection. It was as good as wired internet. It was incredible, no delay.
Yeah, you get like 100 plus or several hundred megabits per second up and down, supposedly.
They're getting like 80, but that's still really good. From the other internet service there is like 3 megs, so 80 is like awesome.
Yeah, it's more than I'm getting at the place I'm at right now. So my friends.
Dude, Bob has 2,000 upload and download.
Does he have Google Fiber or something?
AT&T Fiber.
Yeah, fiber
for sure.
Very good shit, yeah.
That's crazy, bro. 2,000 uploads. It was like 2,200 upload. I'm like, dude, that's just ridiculous. I'm so jealous.
Why would you need that, for crying out loud? Maybe
uploading videos and stuff like that.
The download, yeah.
On
the
Discord.
download, I'll take it, yeah.
No, even uploading, man. Like when you upload videos on YouTube or BitChute, especially BitChute and Odysee and Rockfin, It takes a while.
Yeah, that upload is badass, dude. I mean, there's only like 250 cities around in the states that offer that shit. But if you can get connected to that, man, hell yeah.
So he has 2,000 both streams?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's insane. Yeah.
Google Fiber and AT&T Fiber. I think there's probably more fibers though. I'm not sure. The internet at my friend's place though, they literally have a antenna on the roof. It's like, I don't know, 20 feet tall, and it goes to. I went to the website that the internet connection comes from. It's like literally a picture of a dude, and it's like I think the name of the company is just that dude's name. So I'm not sure how this internet works, but
have you really honestly thought about if you've been tricked with your globe model though? Like, let's be honest. Like, you spend all this time thinking about all this other stuff.
I
But
think
have
he's
you
been
really?
honest
Have you
the whole
really?
night. Honestly, I think he's been honest the whole night.
Kosho knows.
I lied a few times.
Very good discussions.
I lied every now and then, but I did. That's the first thing I did actually. That's the first thing that interests me because I've seen Math Powerlands thing years before, and then I've also saw some stuff on YouTube. I forget what BOB on the Nightly Show or some stuff that had came up on YouTube first, but it was when I was watching the Nightly Show in the kitchen, and BOB and Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about it, and I just had the idea. I was like, I did have the urge to challenge myself, like, could the government, like, let me assume that the government is lying even about this. Is this something that they could get away with that I couldn't figure out for myself? And that's when I started to look into
it. Cheers. Whatever you
But-
can figure out yourself, that's what you should go with.
I mean, that's a fair question. Yeah, it's just it seems like whether or not you believe it's true or not true, just assume maybe it could be true, and is it possible that is it possible that you can be fooled in that way? There's an interesting
for sure.
thing to answer.
That's why I don't assume shit.
There's no way you don't know, Kosho. You're too intelligent, and I don't say that lightly. You're one of the few that I can say that in this arena. You're too intelligent not to know what's going on. So with you, I'm sure this is just a game for you, like like role
Could
play.
be Mossad. Could be Mossad agent.
Nah, I don't even.
Kosho definitely thinks the Earth's a ball. I see. Come on, man.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does. But like,
No
I think
offense,
he knows.
no.
He does know that there is more to it, than it's represented as in the public. But he believes that it's a ball for sure.
Yeah, clearly.
I appreciate the challenges you guys bring up and put forth, and especially the more the more thought you put into the challenge. Because sometimes people just say nonsensical things, but oftentimes there are real challenges that get brought up. Yeah, pretty sure it's definitely it makes this fun to look into from all sides. Probably.
Can you name one of those challenges? Actually,
Yeah, Witsit had brought a couple of them. He gave me a PDF. I was going to say I appreciate it, Witsit, because it's definitely more interesting and exciting than the last PDF with the surveying. I'd much rather do this thing. Yeah,
so
but there's a lot of challenges in here.
What's the
It's either
There's a
this
list of
for
them.
Kosho or the local gay bar. Did I say that out loud?
There's nothing wrong with gay bars, man. There's actually one of the best places if you're single.
I didn't say there's
to
anything
meet
wrong.
chicks.
Usually the challenge is me. Usually.
I know a guy who swears by going to the gay bar. He said all the girls,
Yeah,
they're so comfortable there that they're
exactly.
just like, "Hey, look at my tits."
Exactly, dude. You have no idea. That's exactly the reason, dude. It's the same reason I tell people, like, if you want to meet women, you don't go to bars or clubs because there's like an artificial like the ranking or the they have a status that's higher than it actually is at the nightclub.
Yeah, but how do you handle the guys hitting on you? How do you handle the guys hitting on you?
Brush it off. Get confidence boost or whatever. Don't think twice about it. But
Kosher just gives them his number. Kosher just gives them his number. It's that easy.
I give them a fake number is what I do. But you have to be surprised on how comfortable like ladies are with you, and it's definitely an even queue rather than some.
Yeah, you also have no
artificial-
competition really, so like, yeah, the girls are like, oh, a straight guy, you're not really, like you go to a regular club, there's gonna be tons of super thirsty dudes. It's just like, yo, let me just trick on this girl. Let me buy everything you need for the night. They just they have their guard up.
I don't even bother to clubs or bars. I mean, depending on where I am, maybe, but just because it's like I said, I don't mean to put girls in a rating status or whatever, but definitely they go above their status, or they perceive themselves as being above their status because of what you say, the thirsty dudes, and they may get attention from all sorts of people, whereas if they were at the grocery store, they wouldn't. And so, to me, it's easier to approach women in normal places. Target is the best place.
Yeah, Target is the best place. I was there today. I'm married though. So.
Right, yes, of course. We can speak hypothetically.
Going there, man. You got to be colorblind to go into Target and not get lost.
I can
you
imagine
mean there's
you get
a
lost
gay
in
Target in your neighborhood, Osho?
No, dude, I'm colorblind, so like red and white is weird for me. So when I go to Target, it's kind of hard for me.
It's funny. It's colorblind. It's like you really can't. I thought like maybe you can't differentiate certain colors.
I'm just going off what they've told me. I took tests when I was a kid and shit, and I just see red and white differently than everybody else does. So when I go into Target, it's crazy, dude. I'm just like, fuck, I can't even find the freaking aisle I'm looking for.
Yeah, like you can't distinguish certain colors, but you can still see. You still see colors though, but you just
I gotta focus on shapes at that point, and my trajectory and my motion and all that. But Target's crazy for me, dude.
Target is crazy. I'm focusing on shapes and Target too because there's a lot of hot chicks up in there.
I got color, whatever that's what they told me. But
all I see is 2 round really buns, and I just walk forward.
You're cutting off people's jokes now, dude. But it wasn't funny anyways. There's a joke Jeremy was trying to make. But regardless, you think being colorblind is bad. Jeremy's only got one eye, and it doesn't improve his other senses.
As long as it sees the same freaking color. Because when I go to Target, it's really hard just to get a candy bar.
It's hard at Target.
What the hell's going on here, dude? It's like a kaleidoscope.
Jeremy was thinking what I was thinking. There's low-hanging fruit, though, so I'll let you take it, Jeremy.
Dude, what? Where? I don't know where we were. I roboted out. I have a terrible internet. Where were we?
Earlier, just now.
Gay bar, and we went to Target.
Yeah. Well, Kosho could see that the whole model was bunk. He really appreciated us bringing it to his attention. And so we moved on to his second hobby, which were gay bars.
Yeah, okay. So some of us have selective seeing and selective colors and selective hearing as well. But regardless, you missed a little bit, Jeremy, but it's not important. The important part is that you were wrong from what you said earlier. And it was about the rotation, Jeremy. What you said about the rotation.
No, Jeremy. While you were gone, he admitted going to gay bars. That's what happened.
I did do that, but that's out of context, man.
The nut shown by Witsit was surprisingly accurate. That is pretty much what happened.
Yeah, I've accidentally walked in a gay bar once, but I have a friend that swears by it, dude. He's like, it's so funny to hear him tell the stories too, because he like really makes you a believer. It's like this dude doesn't have much game, but it's like he's got game there.
Yeah, but this axis of evil thing, your whole shit is that if the data is right and everything's on a plane of the ecliptic of our solar system, you're done. It's over.
Listen to me, doofus. It's important to understand, and I don't mean any offense to doofus, by the way, but it's important to understand that SE's anisotropy problem, Witsit's anisotropy problem, I understand them to be two totally different problems using the same word. However, so this is from what I heard two different things, because I heard from Jace, from some other people, astrophysics, Professor Parks, and recent research, I've seen that it's been known that that is possibly a measuring error in the way that the measurement was taken and the problem was overlooked. However,
yeah, the problem.
However, I also heard in the past and also recently also that the one time that this was measured, it was measured and wasn't known if it was repeatable. It was then repeated by somebody, and the person who repeated it, he had a conclusion that was actually made a lot of sense. And the conclusion he had come up with was about the only thing I can do is give you an analogy of like how the solar system started, and the solar system had a accretion disk and the rotation of the gas, and then the sun started rotating, and that caused the objects that are still existing around the sun to be going in about the same direction, so about the same orbital plane in the same direction, almost all of them, but obviously there's anomalies. And so, but this general principle, this idea that one thing causes the other thing and the entire system to be doing something similar. That was the explanation he was giving, was that like there was some initial energy in the beginning of the universe which causes most of the galaxies, and including our solar system, to be like oriented the same way. That was his conclusion.
Real fast, I was just pointing out. So I was talking to. So I guess I will say this is pretty funny. A lot of the Glovers that have credentials, they seem to like kind of be fans of flat earthers. It's pretty funny, but anyway. So I guess Professor Parks was like working in the VC one time. I didn't know who he was, and he was like jumped in and talking about how he knew all about me or something, and he's been watching me. And so we started talking. I didn't really even know who it was, but he told me that he ran an observatory. So I'm like, okay, so what's up with this redshift problem? And he said that we don't have a redshift problem. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we do. We have redshift anomalies and many different types of them. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I run an observatory. And I'm like, okay. So I named different types, sent him some papers. He's like, oh, yeah, I haven't heard of these. I've only heard of one of them. So, yeah, I'll have to look into it and get back to you. So, which never happened. But just to clarify, like, why I'm saying that, like, it is a misnomer. I don't know if that's properly used right now, but that, like, all of these people with credentials know all about the mistakes, and they're not that big of a mistake. See, a lot of these mistakes go under the radar, right? Because
yeah,
I mean,
it's
this
not like
guy
they're
is
holding up a flag. It's not like they're holding up flags like, yo, look at this fucking problem right here with a big billboard and shit. Like, they just keeping that shit on the low.
That's right, yeah. Like, even Professor Parks didn't know about them. So, and same thing with Nate. He was telling me that they didn't exist, basically. And I'm like, okay, here's 8 PDFs that say you're wrong. So.
Nate's my boy, and he'd probably say the same thing about me. But I said the same thing to Jeremy earlier.
That's your boy.
There's no need to bring up something Nate said, okay?
No, that's your boy.
I'll say it like that.
Making a point. I was making a point that people have have overly inflated confidence in particulars of the model. That's all.
Nate would say the same thing about me probably, and it'd be true to say that. But regardless, I was surprised as well because I came across the same thing. Probably some of the times that it was brought. I think I was there when you were talking to Dr. Parks, possibly, but also I was asking Jace to ask people he works with, and then I asked other people in the field and stuff. And it is true that a lot of people aren't even like it doesn't like they may have heard about it once or something, but it's nothing that they are concerned with. And then maybe they're writing it off as a measurement error, but it could be that they're just assuming that because they don't know much about it. But I would think that it's not something that's being brushed under the rug more so than it might just be something that's unknown on what's happening. Like it's unclear if it's a measurement error versus a persistent actual error.
No, for sure we have like redshift anomalies that are consistent and done like replicated many times. I think this is the truth. Okay, this is the truth. There's not most people that like look into this field a lot or whatever. It's not even in their mind that there's some type of possible discovery that would show the entire model to be wrong. They look at it like the model is so compartmentalized. There's so many different aspects of it, and so many different people working on it for so long, making so many observations, that it's so bulletproof as an overall model, like just like a foundation, that they don't even think, it's never crossed their mind, like, oh, like if you
It
ask
has
them
to be.
can you point out a discovery that we could make, an observation that would debunk the whole model, they probably couldn't even say something, because to them that's not really a possibility. So that being said, they're not looking at it like we are. We're looking at it like, well, let's pull the bottom Jenga block out if it doesn't belong. And they're kind of looking at it like the bottom layer of Jenga blocks is cemented, you know? So there's a fundamental different view here. I understand where they're coming from, especially when you get into the weeds of it. It's a lot of information. And to think that some flat earther is just going to like waltz over here and be like, your game is stupid, and knock the pieces off the board without knowing anything about it. I get why they ignore it. But unfortunately for them, there are some foundational problems that are pretty glaring to me. So,
it's if I switch your analogy from Jenga to a crossword puzzle, I think it might be, because I know what you're saying, because it is true that they have this foundation there, and it's true that because I have that feeling in some circumstances, depending on the subject, that certain things are cemented, but it's because I view it more like a crossword puzzle than like Jenga, because it's like the answers rely on the other answers, and so it's like if you have almost a full board, and then to later think that some of those words might be fundamentally different or something, it would change all the other words, which also seem to be true. And so it's like that's the reason why it's true that it could be wrong. It's not impossible that it's all wrong, but it just, the confidence comes from the interconnected nature of it.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good way to put it. Like, it's unfathomable, the idea to scrap the whole thing. Like, too much has been put into it, and a lot of it does work in theory. So it's like it's it's perceived as stupid to think that would somehow be like the most logical thing to do, right?
What's the thing called? What's the thing called when you have so much invested in something, you just keep dumping more time, effort, money into it, even though it's a loser? Does anyone know the name of what that's called?
I think they call it interest.
No,
that's what they call it.
No, it's sunk,
they call it a sunk.
It's called sunk cost fallacy.
There you go. Yeah,
that's what you got, Kojo.
Yeah, that is a good point. That is kind of what it is. That is kind of what it is, Coach. That's kind of what you're describing.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not what I was describing, but that is what he's defining. But because so it would be like a sunk cost sunk cost fallacy or whatever. It would be like that if I guess you're right. Like, you're right, because it's like in the case of the crossword puzzle, you're confident about some of the words, and so it's like it's like hard to think of it as being something else, but that matches the same letters, or it would match the same letters, and they fit together. So I guess maybe it is like a sunk was it sunk lost, whatever,
sunk cost. Yeah, and like also like the amount of time to rearrange the letters, it would take a lot of time. Like, it took a long time and lots of people, lots of money, lots of observations, lots of resources to build the current crossword puzzle. Like, the idea that you're just gonna like jumble them all back up it's seemingly unfathomable. You would get set back so much. But that is the point that I do often make, that like if unfortunately some of the foundational assumptions are wrong, then you're kind of still shooting yourself in the foot if your aim is to not waste time, right? Because in theory, if your foundations are wrong, you are still wasting time.
Yeah.
Like if your answer to the first crossword puzzle in the foundation, you're looking for a 7-letter word, and you write a 6-letter word in there, like, you got to keep the possibility open that you're wrong, and they didn't do that. That's the only thing I disagree about.
Well, you don't only have to keep the possibility there, you have to know that you're wrong. Otherwise, you have to know that you're wrong. Otherwise, you're not going to have any possibility of completing the crossword puzzle, because you don't know how crossword puzzles are done.
Well, another big problem is, like, let's say it's not going to fit the analogy perfectly. It's like in the scenario where it's like, oh, you can't quite make a word, because that's pretty much what the universal model is you can't quite make a word. Well, then you should have, had a bunch of like concurrent puzzles going on, right? Like you should have been like, okay, well, we can do this as well, we can do this as well. But that's not really what happened. Like they kind of like across the board made like huge decisions that cosmology would be built upon, and not just like a Copernican principle, but just like the expansion, the idea that every place in the universe would appear to be the center. All these like huge decisions that have alternatives, they've just made the decision across the board. That's what's really the problem, because people do think differently. They challenge each other. You can look at like quantum or cosmology. There's all kinds of theories about all kinds of stuff, but it's all under the same umbrella, and it's like that umbrella may be the problem. So,
well, more. Let me this. I wouldn't agree with that entirely, but regardless, you have to put it in the analogy. I was just thinking that if it'd be like if you had a few words left, you thought you were almost at the end, but like one of the words you have left, it like on the board, it looks like there's like 4 X's in a row and a Q, and it's like impossible to make a word with like what it looks like is there, but everything else makes sense. So yeah, something definitely has to give in that case.
right, like would you say maybe there's a word we don't know about? Maybe XXZY is a word. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of what they do.
I wouldn't rule that out.
It's actually 2 words. May, which is open to anything that may happen at any given time and space, a point of reference. And then B is what will materialize based on that reference. May be.
Well, there is actually a different there is a different dimension where XYZTV is a word, right? Because it has to be for the rest of these words to fix the puzzle. So we'll just wait till we discover this dimension with this new word. It's the only.
I'm not going to pretend.
They should have
I'm not
put
going
a
to pretend to know
star
all the
next
words.
to the
Man.
first
No,
foundational
I know,
answer.
but dark matter, dark energy is basically the XYTZYBH.
And that's
like
other.
500 letters.
They said there's names that can be in cross proposed. I mean, honestly, that can't be ruled out too. That weird looking word is also just something that is outside of what is understood by you or me or whoever. Most people, it could still be a real thing.
Yeah,
you're right though. You're right though.
You
That
can't say, you can't see, you can't measure, but it's got to be there for the puzzle to be complete.
Yeah, there's actually an undiscovered offshoot of the Sumerian language where that was a word.
Or Swahili or something, but but regardless, but you mean the point you're making is valid as well. That it should in both cases. I mean, all things should be looked at, and they actually are. I mean, all things are looked at in this case, where they're looking at like let's say dark matter, dark energy. It's true that there's certainly people invested in withholding Einstein's relativity and looking for a new particle, and there's people who are looking for a new model of gravity. That would explain dark matter. Like you wouldn't need dark matter wouldn't be a problem in that idea of gravity. So there's different solutions. Some that withhold the model, some that are introducing a new model, and I feel like that's how it's supposed to work, and that's how you guys are expecting it to work too. So at the end of the day, I mean, I guess the problem is that people don't express it like that. They say it's like settled or whatever, but.
Where's the guy who didn't believe in the balloon and the raisin bread? The guy who sat there and tried to think of another possibility instead of an ever-expanding universe, Like, just with dark matter, same thing. It's just like this weird Band-Aid where they didn't even consider the possibility that they could be wrong.
We know why in both those scenarios. Is like really the alternative is it requires redoing the whole paradigm. So like it's considered not an option. That's considered not an option, and they don't interpret that as a philosophical decision. They're just like, oh, well, that doesn't solve the problem, so that can't be the answer. Like that's kind of how they view it. The only problem is that like the model that's currently most worked upon has a position of preference, basically, right? So it's like, well, relativity's been used to explain all these different things. So until you can come explain everything relativity does and more, relativity remains. But that's stupid. Say that there's one thing that we don't fully understand and maybe relativity was wrong about, but we think it explains it on the local scale, but it explains 99% more of the cosmological scale. That's the better model, but it would not be accepted. It has to be able to replace relativity in full on the local scale and then extend out. And when it comes to the big determinations, like alternatives are not accepted. Like Robertson Ginis knows a guy with a PhD. He published or he submitted a geocentric paper, and he doesn't say that he was a geocentrist. He just explains the math, and he shows all the phenomena, the dynamic relationships, and he shows that the math works perfect. And so they published it because it's like an irrefutable paper, like it all works perfect. And so then they did publish it, and then he submitted a second one, and they're like, oh, they put together that he was actually a geocentrist, and they denied the paper, not upon like any intellectual ground, right? They just denied the paper, like that you're not allowed to even talk about that idea. And so that's dumb, bro. Like that's what Fred Hoyle wrote about so much. He's like, we're going down a dangerous road in astronomy where we're not allowed to even consider alternatives. So,
Tesla said the same thing about math. You know?
They've done this in every.
They start coming up with math, and they get to declare whatever exists based on their math. They have no idea of physicality, reality. They're not actually doing hands-on observations. That's what Tesla was saying.
They don't even accept the possibility in science that their whole, if they have a huge paradigm, like remember I was telling you guys about Clovis first yesterday? There was a guy 80 years ago or some shit who found the evidence for it. They blackballed him. He never got another fucking grant for the rest of his life, and they just squashed it. And now here we are, decades later, finding out that my man was right, but they just blackballed him because they just weren't willing to accept that something that went against their paradigm so hard.
Was right about what?
Yeah.
The Clovis first theory, the populating of the Americas.
Oh.
Yeah. Like that's just one part. I mean, they do this all throughout science, though. Like you can't go against the mainstream. People need to die before they'll take on your idea.
True. We actually have to wait on people to die. Where now people in university are growing up, and they're going to know a lot about these anomalies, as opposed to the 30-year veteran professional who's figuring them out. He's like, no, but I've wrote 4 books on this. So it definitely does require some time. Science always drags its feet because of like consensus, but it's just kind of retarded to me. I think it's very obvious to anyone that's looking honestly that you have to go back to an etheric model for starters, and like I can drop all kinds of papers of people that agree, but dude, you'll never find a mainstream paper. You'll never find a mainstream paper though.
Well, why wait though? Why not take matter into our own hands and finish these guys off ourselves? But honestly,
you're gonna finish. You're gonna finish some dudes off.
I knew the fucking second I said that, dude.
We're gay
you're
bar
gonna do that
talk?
bullshit.
I
knew the second I said that, dude.
Dudes off ourselves,
I knew the second I said that he's gonna do that shit, dude. But I saw this dumbass movie last night. My friend had on. It was fucking depressing. It was called like Rampage. It was like this guy was doing that shit, dude. He was like just going around just shooting people. And I don't know why that movie was allowed to be made, but anyway, I just got reminded about that when I talked about killing all the scientists. But regardless,
I have more guns than he does, so I'm cool. I don't care if he gets close to me. I got him at like 200 yards. Yeah,
well, he killed like everyone in the town almost. But I don't want to get into that movie
because whatever.
I don't.
Psyop. It's just a psyop, brother.
It might have been. It might have been. But regardless,
3,000 rounds with something 100 yards or more. That guy's toast. Done.
Yeah, probably. But regardless.
Go ahead.
Jeremy.
Regardless what?
Okay.
Regardless what?
Regardless.
You don't want to finish dudes off now? What's going on?
just shut the hell up, dude. Regardless, what you guys were all said just now, because I did say, because you guys were all describing, like, especially you, Jeremy, said the paradigm is going to be dropped. But I'm telling you that in the example I gave of the dark matter, that's just one example. But basically, in almost all examples, you're going to have groups of people. If something's unknown, there's going to be people exploring the possibility there's something new to learn that we don't know about yet, like a new particle. Or there's people who are exploring the fact that the old model is wrong and we need to come up with a new model. And in the dark matter example, that all those and more examples exist and are accepted if just based on the veracity of what they come up with. But yeah, that guy Eric Verlinde, he's the dude that who had that idea of what's it called, the Mond, the what's it called, Say what?
Come on, wrap it up, B. I want to.
All right, that's all. That's it. You got the gist of it. Okay, go ahead. Then.
Okay. You guys are playing a crossword puzzle, right? And you're almost at the end, and you came to this spot, and you're like, "Yo, dark matter is the only thing that fits here," but that's not a thing. And you guys were like, "Fuck it, we'll make it a thing."
You're a dope dude. So dark matter is the clue. So on the list of things, it's like all the things, and then it says dark matter, and you got to fill in the answer. That's the part that we're doing. We're trying to fill in the answer. Dark matter is not the answer. Dark matter is just the name of the problem, and the solution could be a new particle.
Why doesn't Einstein's gravity work?
Problem is the solution.
Why doesn't Einstein's gravity work? The answer is
dark matter isn't a question, Gosha.
It's the answer. It's the answer to why your gravity didn't work.
Error to a previous question.
No,
it's wrong. It means a previous question was wrong.
No, it doesn't mean that. That's my point, though. Is that listen, this is what I said. When the crossword puzzle example, there's at least two options. One option is that there's a word that we don't know, and it fits this thing that doesn't look like a word. That's one option. Another option is the clues that we use to make up this word were wrong. Right? These are two different. And there's yes, those are two possibilities. But to rule out one and in favor of the other would be wrong at this stage because you were still exploring what the actual solution is.
All right, so where are the people who are questioning the model? You said that there's.
I said his name. I said Eric.
He's questioning the entire model, and he's accepted.
Yes, and he had a paper that it agreed with some experiments, but not others, or some observations, but not others. But his what's called like I forget what it's called exactly, but it's like the Mond theory. So it's like basically another theory of gravity outside of relativity, and it actually explains in his model. Dark matter is basically a consequence of his model, and so it satisfies it in that regards. But there were some things, some observations actually agreed with his model, but there was other observations that didn't. So
sounds like they're saying that dark matter is the problem and the solution. It sounds like he's saying dark matter is the problem and the solution at the same time. So my question is like, why are we arguing?
I'm saying that dark matter is the observation, so it's the problem, and the solution is not known.
Yeah. It's not the observation. Wow. The observations
it is the observation
by 97%.
No, that's not accurate. That's a soundbite.
Galaxies didn't have enough mass. Absolutely.
Keeps tripping us up.
Guys, the observation is about the galaxy rotation and the fact that it rotates at the same rate, and it rotates faster than would be accepted. Don't do that, dude. Please. It rotates faster than would be expected of something with that mass because centrifugal force should make it fling out more in a different shape. So there's an assumption that there's some other matter there that we can't detect. There's some other matter there that we can't detect. That's one possible solution to the problem. Another possible solution to the problem is that the way we understand gravity, which is through the theory of relativity, is fundamentally wrong and needs to be updated or replaced. So these are two different solutions to that problem, but we don't know what the solution is at this point.
So you admit that it could be wrong?
I admitted that the entire time. That's what.
Okay, so why are you giving me?
You got to listen to what I'm saying. Because you just said that that's what it's showing is that it's wrong. It's not showing that it's wrong. It's showing that it could possibly be wrong. It's one possible solution. Another solution is that it's correct, and there's some matter that we're not
off.
I thought we already settled.
There's invisible, non-measurable, non-touchable, non-tangible matter out there that is helping with your gravity. But we're not supposed to think that the most likely outcome is that it's wrong?
First of all, it's to claim that one is more likely than the other without any evidence, it would be fundamentally wrong. The 97% that you keep, the 97% that you're claiming is a conflation of two different errors of observations, one being dark matter and dark energy, which combine them together in that way is either dishonest or it's just
they're both just about the same number.
Your claim that it being wrong is based on relativity, right? Your claim that what is presented is wrong this is what I'm seeing here. It's based on relativity and calculations and math. Your claims of these presentations of all these gentlemen that have come in here.
No.
They're wrong. You said it. You already said.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. Not paying attention. I shouldn't respond to you.
Many times, my friend.
No. What I said just now, I know, it's because you interrupt before you fully understand what is being said, and that's fine, kind of. But I don't like it. But regardless, what I said, he said was wrong. It was a 97%. 97% is conflation.
You said he was
it's
wrong.
It's a conflation of two different errors. One of the errors being dark matter, the other one being dark energy.
I love you, man, but you did say that.
Well, that's fine. That's fine, dude. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. But the dark matter is dark energy, and in this case, dark energy or dark matter, the one we're talking about, that 86, or I think it ends up being 86%, maybe. I forget how much of the matter is dark matter, but it ends up being that much dark matter if it's a new particle. So if there's some particle that we don't know about, then it makes up a large majority of all the particles of matter that exist. However, if it's not a particle that exists, and it's really just a consequence of us understanding the general theory of relativity wrong or gravity wrong, then there's not some extra matter that we don't know about. It's just that we have the wrong model for gravity.
The theory of relativity is based on mathematical equations to prove that gravity exists. So to say that one is the proof of the other is kind of like
Sometimes I get so caught up in here, I forget that I have things I actually have to do. But I'll be listening. Possibly.
Okay, good talk. We'll just be tearing down your paradigm day by day here. We'll see you.
Of course you will be.
We got
it's like
chisel. It's like a chisel, and we're just chiseling away at it.
Yeah, you're like Pinky in the Brain, and every night you're taking over the world in your head.
And people get mad at me for being the Spike. Whatever, dude. I just call it as I see it.
Hey,
Spike.
Osho.
What's up, sir?
And ask a question. I mean, 2 questions. I already wasted 1.
I'm not a homosexual, dude. If that's what you picked up from.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bacon.
Oh, that was it.
That was it. Okay, man.
Just
go ahead, man. Yeah, you kid. What's up, man?
Yeah, I mean, let me see just how you answer this question. It's the hula hoop thing. I don't think you were here when we talked about it, right?
I don't think so. Maybe I've heard hula hoops before in these kind of circles. But
you know why you're like a hula hoop, Kosho?
Let's hear from Bacon, man. What? Why?
Do you know why you're like a hula hoop, Kosho?
Why? Why is that?
Because having you around's a waste.
Jim is a very creative person.
Yeah, I know, right? Did you just make that up, dude?
I thoroughly
that's from
the conversations of the topics this guy's brought up. I mean, I'm trying to learn.
No doubt, we the best. DJ Khaled.
That's funny. As cheap as that joke was, as inexpensive as it is, and as a child could produce it, I still would have assumed that you got it from someone else. So, glad to have that confirmed.
But yeah, hula hoop thing. So, can you have a hula hoop where all of its parts are accelerating inwards without the hula hoop changing size?
Yes.
How?
Spinning it.
Yeah, okay, now explain that to Jeremy.
I mean, you just need to. Well, it's kind of confusing though, because. Go ahead.
No,
Jeremy, go ahead.
It's not confusing. It's not fucking confusing.
Because I was gonna explain it using the centrifugal force, but that goes the opposite direction. But regardless, the centripetal. Yeah, the centripetal force acts inward. So.
Dude, Acceleration is a change in velocity, right?
Or direction.
That's
and or
changing
direction. Okay, whatever, Bacon. Yes, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Jeremy, you're right. Sorry.
Velocity is a vector. Yeah.
I know, dude. I fucked up, dude. Just go ahead. Yeah, Jeremy, that's right.
I mean, honestly, we might as well just have the conversation again, Bacon.
All right.
Coach shows no help for you.
That would be
fucked up, man.
Like, I mean, if you said that it's changing speed, then what he said would be speed or direction. But velocity is already like a vector, so it covers both.
I'm fried. I get it, dude. I'm fried a little bit, dude.
I was explaining to Jeremy.
Okay.
I know you get it.
I was gonna say, dude. He fucked me up yesterday, and I'm still not recovered from it. So.
Who?
Well, he didn't. I corrected him. Go ahead, dude.
And you were wrong. You corrected me and you were wrong.
I know, dude. Just shut up. Just go ahead.
So did you really correct me though? If you were wrong?
Just take it as a win, dude. Just go on.
Okay. Anyways, so it's a change in acceleration, and velocity is the speed of something in a given direction. We have the direction; it's inward. All right, that's the direction that this thing is accelerating in.
Mm-hmm.
So inward, and it's changing its speed inward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have the edge of the hula hoop. You have the whole hula hoop. If it's changing its speed inward, it needs to be getting closer to the center, right?
No. Okay, I think I have to
have something. What's up?
I think it might help if I draw it.
Dude, okay, go ahead. There's nothing you can draw to make me think that something can accelerate inward and not get smaller.
Well, you should. Like, this is... Like,
if you could, I'd go buy a bag of peanuts.
I mean, have you ever heard of centripetal acceleration?
Yeah, centrifugal. Yeah, centripetal. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, when you take a curve, like when you make a turn with your car, so you're first going, let's say you're driving north, right? And you took a right curve, took a right turn. Now you're going east, right? Your velocity changed, and it only changed while you were making the curve. Before you were making the curve, the velocity wasn't changing, so the acceleration was 0. So while you're taking your turn around that, I don't know, that corner, the velocity starts changing and starts changing eastwards until you're pointing eastwards, and it no longer changes eastward. It's no longer changing eastwards, right? So when you just started to turn, the acceleration was pointing eastwards. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if you followed it. I made it a little bit complicated, I guess.
You know what, dude? Jeremy used to have an argument.
Sense at all, so
no, but Jeremy, no. It reminded me of his argument. Jeremy had an argument in the past about what was it? About traveling in a straight line at some latitude and always getting closer and closer to the equator or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What was that argument you said?
If you walk like due east, you end up at the equator. Or due west, or wherever you are.
Yes,
if you're not at the equator, and you go either east or west, you end up at the equator.
It's something along those lines, but it reminds me of that because, like, if you take the vector at any given like singular moment and point that points it in that direction, you'd see that they're eventually going to point inward. They're going to tend inward.
Yeah, like this should be a simple, not necessarily simple, but this. I would expect we all know that at this point. Like when you're making a circular path, the acceleration is inwards. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, like that, whatever's causing it. Like even let's say gravity is not real, but orbits are still happening. You know, the thing that Isaac Newton derived gravity from was by observing that orbits and trying to determine what the centripetal force was that was or what the force was that was allowing for that centripetal acceleration, because he did realize that was a centripetal acceleration. So, and that's an object going around something, but there's a force directed towards the center of that orbit. So,
but it continues to accelerate.
Yeah, all circular motion has
How does it work out if it continues to accelerate its entire existence?
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
You said it continues to accelerate.
Yeah, forces do that.
I'm not arguing that. I'm curious as to how that can be observed through these time metrics that are being presented.
Acceleration is a derivative.
It accelerates, and it's based on velocity, mass, and space and time. So how can that be observed that it increases its acceleration, and then what is the timeline on that? I'm curious.
I'm not sure what you were at. I wasn't listening for a second, but time is acceleration is a derivative of velocity with respect to time. So
Exactly. And then if time is based on our perspective of where the clock was invented, and then you calculate these numbers outside of where that clock, even these guys will admit, out here in Jupiter or the moons of Jupiter, whatever, how far you go away, whatever, time is warped. Well, that is the acknowledgement that your basis and your point of reference is here, based on the sun, the calendar, and all that stuff. So if you're going to tell me that time somehow changes based on the same metrics that is used to measure time, I'm very interested.
Yeah, I'll consider that. That's a good point. What you got, Bacon?
To answer Flag?
Oh, yeah, what you got? I mean, I can't. I'm thinking about it.
I didn't parse that at all.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, Flag. I got nothing. Bacon has got nothing. But it's a good point, though.
Usually, what comes up is relativity after I say something like that. Quantum mechanics, relativity, a bunch of complicated math and expensive equipment.
Yeah, you got to let them fire up their Googles first, all right?
I don't use Google anymore. I told you, I'm Bing all the way now. At least for now. Yeah. I think we'll all be there soon too, but you got no idea. It's like if you like ChatGPT or GPT-4, then I mean it's just over, dude. It's over.
Yeah, it'll tell you exactly what's going on, no doubt. It's 100%.
Well, now
just type
you
it in.
You don't want to ask questions like that.
Boom.
No, but what you can do is that you decide to look up one of the words that you use. I can't remember what they were, but if you looked up one of them and say it was like relativity, and you're looking up a thing about relativity, you can highlight a sentence that's in there, and then you can press the Bing button, and it will pull up an AI chatbot that you can ask for references on this statement, ask it about the statement, ask it to pull up videos or papers based on that statement or whatever. You can ask it anything, but it's going to know what you're referencing because it's there on the page with you. So it's they've embedded it into their browser. I wouldn't have advocated for Edge before a couple of days ago. I thought I hate Microsoft Edge, but now it's the only thing I use outside of the browsers that I use for other reasons. Anyways, I recommend that you guys all look into what Bing is doing, Microsoft Edge and Bing, because pretty soon you'll all be using it. Like you can watch a YouTube video and press the Bing button, and you can talk to the AI about the video without bringing anything specific up. You can be like, "Hey, who is that dude?" or like what was that he was holding? Show me where I can get that, and it will know what we're talking about.
What's really cool about the AI is it knows you better than you do. But that's why it's so cool.
Is that right? The other cool thing is I've said this before, but like last week was a big week, but Stanford has this method where you can very easily. So basically, OpenAI in those models, they're basically antiquated at this point because you're no longer subjected to the restrictions because you can create a model at home that is on par with them based on this method that Stanford just came up with.
The math knows you better than you do. All you gotta do is type in some digits, and then you can figure out how to live your life because this computer or this AI knows you better than you do. It's so cool.
Yeah, we're basically saying the same thing. Yeah.
I know, dude. I'm just.
Anyhow, yeah, but yeah, it's stuff to look into. It's cool stuff. I just like that. I like that idea that you can make it on your home computer because it being open source like that, you can train it. You can much easier fine tune it to whatever you want to fine tune it to. Plus, you don't have any of the restrictions. Like it's so much easier to use those models without this fucking bullshit restrictions that are obviously not going to answer what you want, what you're actually asking it.
Yeah, but I can train myself way easier. I can train myself without a computer, like way easier.
Yeah. When do you decide you're going to start doing that?
Every single day, every breath I take.
Okay. I can't do that myself, so I'm gonna give myself over to the AI. And
I look at it like learning. You know, every day I'll take a breath. Hell yeah.
Just once a day.
No, I don't know. Whatever you want to come up with your mathematical whatever, but every time I take a breath, I'm open to learning and
That's
comprehending my position in this realm.
Yeah, I've noticed that, but I don't know. I've known you for very long, Flack. But that's one thing I do admire about you. You do seem open to, open to learning
Cheers, brother.
things.
Cheers. Yeah. Cheers.
It's something that just it's depending on what community you're in or what the nature of the conversation you're in. Sometimes it's easier or more difficult to do that, to accept, to basically succumb to the fact that you might be learning in this exchange rather than sharing information.
Yeah, that's my objective, man. I want to learn. That's the only reason I'm here. Everybody has a great perspective and that they want to express themselves and what's going on and everything. And I'm gonna, I just sit here and I look at it and I'm like, all right, well.
If you go around, you ask everybody, like, what do you think? What is the purpose of life? What's the purpose of life? People always have different answers, but some of them are, they're around the same thing. Like, have a family, happiness, do good things. Nothing. There's no purpose. So people always say that. But I always say, like, I think it's like like legacy is important. So somehow creating a legacy, whether it's through kids or your works. But then also, I think one of the main purposes of life is actually learning as much truth as possible about as many things. It's a personal thing. So I think it's very important to learn, to continue to learn. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Like if I found out the Earth was flat right now, basically at this stage, there's no telling how far back. I would just need to start over. Like I'd have to completely start over and basically assume that everything, that the entire method I used my whole life of learning.
Nah, not at all. You just throw away the ball pillow. That's all. You just go outside and you look at it and you're like,
But but
got
the analogy
everything
of the
tied
crossword
to that,
puzzle,
all the math, everything, all his observations that he's done is off at that point.
right? Like the crossword puzzle analogy, if you know, in that analogy, it would be that all the words that I had written down, even though I was almost done, and they fit together, almost all the words were wrong in order for for that to be the case. And so it's like it's just I made some fundamental flaw I can't even recognize. It's hard for me to put myself in y'all's shoes because I'm sure that maybe
the voyage.
Some of you guys had that similar, like you had that similar,
That's the voyage, my friend. That's the voyage. You already comprehend and realize that there's a fundamental flaw that you made, and your voyage is to discover what that is and make directional adjustments. You correct your course.
Does that make you when that happened, like when that first happened in some of y'all's cases? I guess was there like a feeling of I don't know, like did you feel smaller for a little bit? Like it felt like I don't know how to say it. Like you felt like lesser than you thought you were, because obviously at that point you feel like you know less than you thought you did, sort of. I don't know if that's something that you would feel.
You
You
are
feel
what
like
you are.
basically,
Yeah, you are what you are, and you experience what you can. But I guess humbling, maybe that's a good one.
humbling. Yeah. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, humbling. Yeah.
You realize and comprehend that there is much more than you know, and that's the curiosity, and that's the fun part about it. Exploration and discovery, right?
Mm. When I was used to be big into conspiracies, like it was like I was like just learning about a bunch of stuff all at once almost, and at that time I wasn't in a community like this, so it was like it's like at that time those are almost like lonely. It's almost like a lonely experience because you're not you don't have people to talk to about it. Like you try to share it with
So you
people,
were
but
into conspiracies? Like which ones?
It's a good
I
thing we're
still
here to set you straight, Kosho.
I still am, and so I was set straight on some of them in this community, but I got set straight over time too. But like conspiracies like 9/11, for example, that I happen to just based on what I know that I can't unknow, I have a different view of it than the mainstream view, and it's more in line with what with what you would say conspiracy theorists say about it. Although conspiracy theorists also say very wrong things about it, so I try not to tie myself with just anybody. But I will say that I do think that it's very different than the mainstream had presented it, and there was certain people that we consider allies and possibly even parts of our government who were complicit in that attack. So things like that, okay. But and then there's other things that I used to believe that I no longer believe. So yeah.
What are you talking about? 9/11?
Yeah, he was talking.
I was talking about
asked
9/11.
him. He said that he believed in some conspiracies, and I was asking which ones. Is 9/11 probably the one that's farthest from mainstream?
Well, it's the easiest one to try. It might be, yeah.
Conspiracies are real. Conspiracy theories are by definition fake. Like, when you
they're
add
by
theory
definition
onto
theories.
that, but conspiracy, the definition of that is just more than one person collaborating with the same objective. That's a conspiracy. If you got
to commit a
2 or
crime.
3 guys and you want to mow a lawn and you want to get it done in 90 minutes or less and it's 3 acres, you got 3 of them with you and you're going to figure out how to do it. Literally, that is the definition of conspiracy.
It's
okay,
not.
because you're conspiring amongst your buddies to get the lawn mowed in a certain amount of time. So a
to do a
conspiracy
crime, though.
theory is counterintuitive by definition because you're talking about a theory that isn't actually defined, but a conspiracy is actually true because you're just working together. You're conspiring with your buddies to mow a lawn in a certain amount of time, right? So when you say conspiracy theory, that's when it's like, okay, we'll just throw it out the door. Because the
I know, but
Nah,
theory
dude,
is
it's
just
to commit a
proven
crime.
by
It's
definition.
conspiring to do something
right?
unlawful or harmful or malevolent, specifically crimes, typically. And the theory would just be someone theorizing about a conspiracy they don't have full access to verify. So that doesn't mean it's automatically wrong. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Kosha, where do you differ from the mainstream with 9/11? Where's your
quite a bit. I mean, I'm saying it lightly, but if I was saying it in a way that might be quicker and make more sense to you, I think that it was like when people say, "Oh, it's an inside job," but it's just when you say that, that's a very loaded response, and some people make that implies certain things to certain people. So, but yeah, like I said, I think that there's people in our government who possibly had helped in, like I said, at the very least, be complicit in the attack, and there's certainly allies that were at the very least extremely knowledgeable about the attack up to at least a year before, and extremely aware of the people who were going to do the attacks up to the point to where they were living with and around them for a year. So,
Yeah, Israel. It's just Israel. Just say.
Kosha,
well, those people were from
triangle?
Israel. Yeah.
Have you seen
Say what?
the triangle that I posted? Have you seen that before?
Oh yeah, let me see. I've seen this before, but let me look at it again. Hold on.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, so what do you think about the whole the lack of footage of a plane hitting Pentagon part? Like what's your take on did a plane hit the Pentagon?
Like I said, in the past I've been more, I'd speak on things like that more so, but at this point, it's easier for me to not speculate anything, and so with something like that, it's another thing that it could be very much the truth that a plane hit the Pentagon. I can't rule it out. So, just because I do
frame by frame footage showing
It's like a
whatever
politician answer right there.
and there's no wreckage.
No, but
None. Zero.
the thing is, I have actual evidence that is not sort of speculative, and so it's like I'd rather
Frame
focus
by
on
frame
that.
video.
That was a very long-winded.
That was like a politician answering or somebody like.
No, but I mean,
that was a very long-winded non-answer.
I'm being honest with you though, is that in all the planes, all
so
the
you had
examples
to
of planes,
choose. You'd probably say then yes, a plane hit it.
Yeah, it'd be a safe assumption to say that because
well, where's the
I have
wreckage?
evidence. I have no evidence. I've seen wreckage from it.
Based on the
In the
evidence that you
building.
have seen, you believe that a plane hit it, basically.
Let's not get all excited.
No. Exactly. Like like I said, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not necessarily.
Years ago, we shouldn't even.
Please don't interrupt him, man. My God.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that a plane definitely hit it either. I'm just saying that for me, those parts of the argument, it really just leads to a perpetual argument, especially like planes hitting the buildings, because there's people like to me the physics allow for it to happen the way they claim it did, and so it's possible that that wasn't the case and they had bombs and blah blah blah. But if the evidence shows that it could have happened that way, then and I have evidence.
Yeah. So what do you think? What do you think about
part,
the whole? What do you think about the whole those employees not being in the building, and the Pentagon employees not being where they normally are, right where it hit, and that a lot of accounting information regarding missing money being there?
I think that so there's a lot of things with that. So the people in the Pentagon not being where they were supposed to be or whatever, I don't know about that. But with the World Trade Center, it is true that there are certain people like the owner of the building, and then there was Michael Jackson, I think, was supposed to be there, and then also this dude who, and this is the one that I read about recently. But there was a dude who owned a trading firm that was actually above where the buildings hit, where the plane hit. He owned it. He was a CEO, and he was, I think, dropping his kid off at school that day because it was the first day of kindergarten or preschool. But here's the thing: his brother. So his company actually lost more people than anybody else because, like I said, they were on top of where the plane hit. So almost everyone who worked there had passed away, including his brother who was there. So, in some senses, you could say, oh well, some people weren't at work that day, but at the same time, there still were people working, and some of those people you would imagine, probably he probably would wanted his brother to still be alive. I'm sure so. That's tough for me to say if that's evidence of anything.
Did you see the Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld's speech the day before, admitting that there was over $2 trillion missing, and then it just happened to be at that position in that space where they lost all the documents to actually.
That's not true.
It's misleading. That's misleading.
That's an absolute lie.
That's misleading what you're saying.
2000. It was the
It's
day
an absolute
before.
lie. Yeah, it was the day before.
I watched it.
But where the plane hit had nothing to do with about the missing money. It isn't like
that's true. Maybe not, but we know that we haven't been able to recover the documents that might have proven where that money went because
wasn't missing.
That's not true.
That those files were destroyed during the event. We don't know if it was on the other side of the building and never got touched. All we know is those files are not recoverable.
It wasn't missing money.
They were recovered. They were recovered.
They were recovered. I just find it very interesting that this guy gets up here and announces that we've lost $2.5 trillion, and the next day, all this stuff happened.
You're not listening.
That's all I'm saying.
Let's still see. Finish what his response.
The part of the Pentagon that was hit was not involved in the investigation of those funds. And basically, those funds weren't missing. What was going on is every individual department, every service had a different accounting system. And those accounting systems didn't interact. And because of that, they couldn't track any transactions from the Marine Corps to the Navy to the Air Force. And whenever that stuff happened, they had to do manual adjustments.
Right.
And that's why they had unaccounted for funds. It was
that just sounds like quantum physics and relativity.
That's such an apologist response. Okay, for one, who said that the area was
wrong?
Area. I was trying to explain it. Who said that the area of the Pentagon was the area investigating the money? No one ever said that. So, like, this is illusory reputation.
That's what he said.
No one said that's the area that was investigating anything.
That's exactly what he said. That's what I was answering.
That was the area of the Pentagon. Well, then that was the area of the Pentagon that had accounting documentation. That is objective. Secondly, the idea that the different sections of the government didn't coordinate with each other have nothing to do with the fact that when the money was added up, they couldn't account for $2 trillion. Period. And there was accounting information in that section, and the employees that are normally in that very part of the Pentagon were not there. Those are facts.
All verifiable. Completely.
I don't know where you got that last point from, because there are certainly employees in that part of the building. Those employees died.
They were given a red alert. Hey, you gotta go get lunch.
The vast majority of the employees that were normally there were not there. So you respond again with, there was somebody there. Like, there was basically no one there, and there's normally way more people there. That's a fact. I can't remember the official explanation is that they had some type of meeting somewhere else. Okay, so yes, that's right. People don't do the full research, so they say stuff about 9/11, like about the money and stuff, and then someone comes in with this apologist way to like dismiss the whole thing by saying, "Oh, it's not just that the money was missing; it's actually blah 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 money missing." The point is that the money was missing.
Quantum physics. It's quantum physics and relativity.
The point is that investigation continued for years afterwards. And the investigation didn't start the day before 11.
No one ever said it started before. How could it have started?
The investigation was not hampered by the Pentagon.
Does this make your cognitive feel better? Yes, the government loves you. They didn't lie to you. They didn't have anything to do with 9/11.
What the fuck does that have to do what I'm saying?
You're giving like weird apologist responses. Like,
oh no, I'm giving answers. I'm giving answers that are correct.
Okay, do you want to bet money that there were employees that were normally there that weren't there that day? That a ton of the employees had to go somewhere outside the office and weren't in that very portion of the Pentagon on that very day at that very time?
I'm sure that there were people who were normally there that weren't there.
No, that the vast majority of the employees that are normally there in that section weren't there that day.
That's entirely possible.
Not to
I don't know
mention there's multiple exercises of the Air Force that put them out of position to respond all at
Okay,
the
yeah,
same
but
time.
there's more to that as well. So it's not like that was the first time they've ever done that. They had been running these drills quite a bit, but yes, they did run one. They had one scheduled for that day. That they had scheduled them. They did them like roughly every 6 months for a couple days, for quite a few years. Okay, so it wasn't like they just scheduled one different thing that day. It still was very coincidental that that one landed right around the time, but it was scheduled for that day, and the story is that it didn't go through that day. So there's nuance to that as well. See, what I think is that a lot of the 9/11 conspiracies were put out there, and they were intentionally misrepresented without the crucial details so that people could come in and provide some of the missing details, and it can sound like they refuted the conspiracy theorists, right? And that's what I just heard. That's the only reason I'm joking. I can't stand it. It's like, yes, there are truther traps. People fall for it. They don't look into all the details. But like, you didn't, by saying, like, just repeating like the Snopes fact check take that, like, oh, the money wasn't technically missing, and then end up saying that it was missing, just not in the way that some people say. It's like Snopes, right? Or Reuters. Like there was a ton of money missing, and there was accounting information in that portion of the Pentagon. Majority of the employees that were at that area in the Pentagon were not there at that time. Okay, that's just a fact.
And it just happened to be that the Secretary of Defense announced that the money was missing the day before.
This is why
That
I do lean towards
but that
you guys a little
wasn't
bit
his
here, though,
first
because you
announcement.
guys.
That wasn't his first announcement. There were other announcements way before 9/11 that investigation was ongoing.
When did they announce how much
I'm just
that
saying
was
the day before is kind of interesting.
When was the first time they announced how much was missing?
I think it was in July that year.
Can you cite it? Can you cite that they said 2.1 trillion before September 10th?
Exactly.
I've cited it before.
We'll have to do some quantum physics, some relativity math. We'll figure it out here. Just hold tight. We'll figure it out.
Like I'm saying, there is some truth to this part of the conspiracy. Okay, like there was important accounting documents in that portion of the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Like it's just objective.
They know it.
It's just like there was tons of CIA, FBI, and NSA information in Building 6. That's objective.
Everything they wanted to get rid of. They're like, let's get it all over here in this sector. Come on, guys. We got to get it over here and pile it in this sector and yada yada. Oh, whoops. It's all gone. Huh.
Dude, at the least, like the most normie take I can give you is honestly kind of what Kosho's saying. It's because Kosho's making a good point in the sense that he's boiled it down to what really is just like pretty indisputable, which is that our government had prior knowledge that an attack like that could take place, and specifically that they thought it was going to take place and that they had reliable intel that it was going to take place, right?
Yep,
like that's like the least you would have to acknowledge is that our government had inside information. And then you can be an apologist for anything. I can be an apologist for why your wife cheated on you 50 times. I can be an apologist for why someone murdered their family. You can literally be an apologist for anything. So it's like, oh, well, yeah, but they didn't actually know. They get all kinds of intel all the time. They didn't really know that it was a serious threat. How could they? They started to kind of look into it, but they get all kinds of intel about stuff that could happen all the time. So we couldn't really expect them to have known. So that way we dismiss the whole prior knowledge of the government. It's not hard to do it. It's not hard to play the apologist role, but like a truth seeker is going to obviously leave their investigation knowing that we were lied to on the mainstream scale, that the opposition was shut down and misrepresented, that the investigation into it wasn't thorough and legitimate, right? Like, I mean, I don't really know how people don't know that in 2023.
There's absolutely no doubt that people were covering their asses. No doubt.
The Nile ain't just the river in Egypt, my friend.
They were doing.
Let me make a point.
No, it'll get you.
I know, but let Steel City.
They were. It's like when Pearl Harbor happened. There were heads that rolled. There were people that got blamed for poor workmanship and not having their troops trained, and were court-martialed. Nobody on 9/11 anywhere in any agency got a rip. None of them got blamed for everything. Everyone covered their asses. That alone is a conspiracy. There should have been heads.
Pearl Harbor is
heads on
also
pike.
super sketchy. Pearl Harbor is also sketchy. Like, why would Japan come attack us on domestically after stating they would never invade America? Because there's a gun behind every blade of grass.
Especially when we got like 10 battleships over there. It's ridiculous.
So then
They
they go
attacked
to
us
the one
because
area
they built
of
them in a corner.
they go to the graveyard of ships. None of those ships are in use. It doesn't even hurt our military at all. It makes no sense at all to attack us on domestic soil by attacking ships that the military doesn't even use, and then bring the world
What do you
superpower
mean?
military against you. It was a
Dude, you
big
gotta
graveyard
relax for the
ships.
interruption.
No, they weren't.
Well, if you look into the radar technology and when it was produced and when people started using it, if you really look into that, you'll see that some craziness happened with the radar guys that were watching the West Coast and the Pacific and Hawaii and everything. Oh, they just happened to take a break at just this specific time where this massive fleet was able to slip in there. I mean, really?
At Pearl Harbor, we were extremely fortunate because if it had happened a day and a half earlier, they would have caught our aircraft carriers. Because they missed the carriers, they missed the most important part of the fleet.
We would have already known where they were based on the technology that we were all taxed to pay for, your grandparents, whatever. But they just happened to turn it off at the same time that it's like, and then they talk about we need a new Pearl Harbor, and then we have 9/11. It's like, give me a break, man. If we just
This is one thing about conspiracy theories, okay? Like, the government is very competent. If you think that you're going to be able to define like the freaking silver bullet, or what would be the word, but like the damning, conclusive evidence against the government, you would have to assume massive incompetence, and that's why they always keep a safe gray area, right? Like, but what truth seekers do is they put together the pieces. And they're like, this doesn't add up. This is too many coincidences. I'm not going to bend over backwards to defend a government I know lies all the time. But some people just need an answer, kind of like glow proponents. If you can give me an answer, I'll believe it. Like all of World War II is also sketchy. Pearl Harbor is sketchy. If you look into the details, like we supposedly went over there and we dropped a nuke on Japan and made them surrender. Okay. But in reality, what actually occurred was that we were firebombing them the entire summer. Many countries were firebombing them. Japan originally reported that it was just firebombing. And then what really made them surrender is there were 1 million troops from Russia invading on the ground from the north. And they had backed out of their peace deal right before this, to tell them they're going to invade on that exact date. Then they started to invade. Then Japan surrendered. And America made it illegal for any journalist to cover the nukes under threat of capital punishment for treason. There was only one approved journalist that supposedly went over there to get the story, and every other journalist had to just reprint what he said or weren't allowed to talk about it under threat of treason. And all of that's verifiable. So, like, as a truther, you're like, that's super suspect, bro. I don't know that it's adding up, you know?
It's also on record that Japan surrendered before the so-called A-bombs were dropped.
They surrendered because Russia was invading on the ground with 1 million troops, and nothing to do with us dropping bombs.
Yeah, that was just a big fear porno propaganda.
Yeah, but like my point right there is that like I didn't just now offer conclusive proof of anything, right? All we have are puzzle pieces that we can start to put together, and we're still just limited to like not really knowing exactly what happened, right? And that's kind of that's the thing about being a quote unquote conspiracy theorist, is like some of us are willing to like be able to put the pieces together and use our pattern recognition. We don't need the government to come out and tell us that the government lied. You know, like most people will say, "Oh, Gulf of Tonkin," because the government admitted it. Like even when you bring up the Israel thing, it's like the government admitted that. The government, under FOIA requests, sent out the documents about the dancing Israelis. They admitted it. They showed certain transcripts, right?
Yes,
So you agree that like that there's things that the government has done, obviously, that we're not, that they're not going to tell us.
I agree that the government covered shit up big time. They covered up their mistakes. They didn't talk to each other. You know, I don't believe the government planted bombs in the building, but I believe that they covered their ass. And whether it was just them being
why
stupid.
would they have to cover their ass, friend? Why would they have to cover their ass if they weren't involved?
Well, let him explain his point.
Well, you can be guilty of negligence. Maybe you got a report that there were Arabs in the States learning how to fly, and you said, those cattle jockeys can't fly, fuck them. And didn't pay attention, didn't take action, didn't warn, didn't alert anybody. And then all of a sudden, planes start crashing. That's where you have to cover your ass.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steel City. But just very quickly, dude, just because I agree with that assessment, that method or whatever. But I think what gets me is in this case, where that assessment brings me is not so much that they were negligent, but that they continue to be negligent after they apprehended people who obviously knew about it for a year.
Yeah, who's got the
and
iPhone
also did nothing
alarm
about
going
it.
off?
Correct.
It's my friend, dude. I can't do it. I got to get up and go turn it off myself. So hold on.
I just dropped it. I dropped in the chat a report from in 2000, so a year before 9/11, about that missing $2.3 trillion.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
I got one for you guys. Surely we can meet here. What about the Malaysia flight? You know that all the people that were on, all the names that were on certain technologies patent were on that plane, and once that plane disappeared, they were all reported dead. And right after that, the patent got granted, and then it was just owned by like whatever major company it was. I don't remember. Maybe Blackstone. That all at like once that plane disappeared, all the names on the patent were on that plane, and so then it was just left over to the company, and the patent got granted right after it.
I forgot what was that patent for? Didn't they just make a documentary about that? But yeah, I remember hearing. I think I heard
a lot of shady shit happened over that flight.
I can't remember the business or the technology.
Freescale Semiconductor.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say because my buddy, I don't because I lost all my Freescale chips. My buddy used to work for them for a while, and I had a bunch of their chips. But that's right, it was Freescale.
Well, I guarantee you,
what was the company?
Freescale, they make like microcomputers and microchips.
What was like the really big? What was the really big? Was that it? Was that the big company that owned it? Or maybe that was it.
Yeah, it was IBM with the subcontractor is.
Okay, there you go. IBM.
And then there was the one executive from IBM on the plane.
That's pretty
crazy. Guarantee
right?
you.
And then all the technology had to, it was all satellite technology for the Iridium class satellites that had just come out and were put up by SpaceX.
I thought there were multiple people on the plane.
We had spy satellites.
Talking about balloons? Those balloons you're talking about?
Yeah.
Wait, time out. I thought there were multiple people on the plane though that were involved with the patent.
Yeah,
so they had patents to like rockets or some shit.
The whole plane, and no, it was for the tracking for the weather balloons, whatever.
Okay, well, wow.
But SpaceX put all those up because they have like, yeah.
Sorry.
So SpaceX has an up now, basically.
Go ahead, but all the modern ones that are running now are in that class of satellite, I think, and that they all have a certain type of Basel III internet security protocol that is probably able to hack the planes that are in the air. But so that's why it's like really guarded information, I think.
Yeah, balloons. That's what balloons do.
I mean, I'm sure there's competitors, right, developing something similar. We're trying to.
Well, how about this? You guys heard of the James Webb Telescope, right? Is the new one up now, higher than ever before, taking all these photos.
Never heard of it.
I thought it was called the James Bond Telescope.
James Webb. Well, there's one more going up, and this one's going up in 2027. It's the Norman Roman telescope or whatever. But
oh yeah,
the background's interesting because apparently when NASA built the Hubble telescope, like the hardest part of Hubble was the mirror, getting the mirror right and everything else. When they made Hubble, the DoD, Department of Defense, made 2 other Hubbles or 5 other Hubbles, and sent them into orbit, and they had spare mirrors.
Looking in your bedroom,
dude. Look, this is dude. Snopes.
Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So they had spare mirrors, okay, that had been sitting in a warehouse, and the mirrors were the most important, and most expensive part of Hubble. They had mirrors sitting in a warehouse for 30 years, and they now have gifted the mirrors to NASA. So NASA is going to send up a new Hubble called the Norman Roman Deep Space Telescope or something.
Do you think they're suppressing technology?
Roman, yep.
Perhaps they're suppressing technology.
It's going to be. It's going to
Just
be
for
100
profit.
times
They're like
stronger.
delaying. We could be way further, right? Technologically advanced.
Let it finish. Whatever.
It's going to be 100 times stronger, 100 times better than Hubble. They're going to put it up to the same altitude that the Webb telescope is at, and it'll be able to scan at one time an area that's 100 times bigger than what Hubble can do. It'll be able to scan it in better detail. So it's Hubble on steroids, and it's
with the
supposed to be
same
launched.
mirror.
Dude, this is so funny, right? So you have like immediately you got Matthew dropped the Wikipedia thing saying that this conspiracy is not true. You got Snopes covering it, right? But then you can find articles from 2014 that are talking about how indeed that those employees were on the plane. So like, this is a perfect example, right? Where Snopes will tell you anything is false, dude. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. That's my point about this whole thing, right? It's like you can't rely on like fact checkers or the government has to come admit it to me. You're not going to get to the bottom of it.
Wait, so wouldn't it be easy to just look up the passenger list and look at the patent application and see if any of the names match?
Or maybe just go outside. You could just go outside.
Or
Wait, have you done that,
Or you
Matthew?
could go outside and then you'd be outside.
Matthew, have you done that?
Yes, I was outside earlier today.
But really?
See, it just literally, dude. This is so funny, bro. Like literally in the article, it says it's all false at the top, right? And then you go down and it says that that the men listed are not actually the patent holders; they're the inventors / applicants. Are you what the? How do you guys still fall for fact checkers, man?
They're all from there too.
Intellectual property. That's what they call it. Intellectual.
It literally says they're the inventors / applicants.
I know, that's weird.
With the patent itself being assigned to Freescale Semiconductor. It's like, oh wow, what a great fact check. Oh, they're not the ones that are on the patent.
Like, it's so weird because it was like the entire team that did that project, and then they all are gone.
And then the patent was granted like within like days. Yeah,
I know, and they all disappear. It's like, well, where does all the money go? What?
Well, now the program's unhackable because all the creators are just gone. So nobody's going to get ransomed in that part of the world, right? It just makes sense. Well, that's really funny, man.
That's like the spinning ball, you know. That's what it is. The revolving door, the spinning ball, rebranding, repatenting, reclaiming intellectual properties or whatever they call it.
dude, this is so funny. It's so funny. It says it's not clear that they were on the flight manifest, but it's possible that the seeming absence of some matching names from the manifest could be due to slight differences in the transliterations of those persons' names from English or Chinese to English, however. Yo, I'm sorry. I just never ceases to amaze me.
I just gotta learn the math.
I brought up one that I'm like, yeah, everyone knows this, right? like knows that something sketchy with the patent happened. That right after the flight disappeared, the patent got granted. It had been in holding for a super long time. Oh no, totally normal. Just coincidence.
Yeah, and Albert Einstein worked at the patent office. You know, that was supposedly his first job. Amazing coincidence, eh?
Yeah, no, it's part of this big grand conspiracy that decades and decades later, these people were killed in a plane accident.
Oh no, it's all relative.
Even though Einstein worked at a patent office like 100 years
It's all
ago.
relative.
Dude, what? Dude, Matthew, I just took your article and debunked it. Why? What are you talking about right now?
You did
Dude,
not
your
debunk
article,
it,
the
but
article says so you said I could just compare it. So do you have the patent? Will you drop the patent for us?
yeah, I did.
You dropped the patent?
I did.
Okay, let me find it. Because what do you think about your own fact check article saying?
12
but the transliterations of Chinese and English may be wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's complicated to get the spellings right. If you know their spelling in Chinese doesn't necessarily have a canonical way to transliterate it into English.
I mean, come on. Yeah.
So, and besides, even if I grant that and say, okay, fine, all this patent stuff is true, what is how do you know it's not a coincidence? I mean, there's no evidence that anybody.
You're telling me it's a
on purpose.
language difference. So you gotta come up with something better.
It's a funny name for the plane for a coincidence. They just add that onto the coincidence string. And do you know the name of the plane there? You know that, Matthew?
MH370? What are you talking about?
It roughly spells out Elohim. If you're a conspiracy theorist, in conspiracy theoristies, it says Elohim.
MH370 spells out Elohim,
and it's from One World Airport with the One World.
The One World Alliance is a group of airlines.
It's from One World Kuala Lumpur, One World Square, which is a One World like center. You know, like in the whole. Like if you like look in Kuala Lumpur, there's like a whole. It's like a city, just called like One World. It's sweet. The levels of coincidence are incredible with this story. That's why I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like you guys are coincidence theorists, man. You know, like I would never like err on the side of repetitive coincidence just for interest of conformality.
It's weird. Repetitive coincidence. It's weird.
I don't know. Like, what do you gain from it? Like, this is some company that I don't get it. Like, how about this, Matthew? Have you ever seen where Snopes fact check was actually wrong and claimed that something was untrue, but in fact it was true?
Whenever they talk about anything remotely religious, they almost universally get it wrong.
Oh, but every other time they're legit?
No.
So then that proves that Snopes will actually say something's false due to a bias.
Right. And so you need to take what they say, as with everything, with a grain of salt, and come to your own conclusions based on what you think is most reasonable. I mean, it's just another source. It's not like a definitive answer to anything.
Well, to the other guy that's open-minded about this, have you heard the theory that they took the plane up to a height that went so high that all the passengers on the plane would have suffocated, but the pilots would not have, because they normally have like half an hour's worth at least of oxygen?
I heard that.
That's a pretty crazy idea, huh? Like that they would have just taken the plane really, really high and used the oxygen, and everyone on the plane would have suffocated.
What?
That's like some dark stuff, but I actually just heard that a couple days ago.
My theory, I think the most likely thing is that the captain committed suicide.
Oh, good.
But in a very strange way. If he just wanted to kill himself, he could have just dove into the ocean.
Right, but there are other people.
He was
Other
driving
people
around
have
for
done
4
something
hours.
similar.
Wait, where did it work? So he committed suicide. Then what happened to the plane?
He intentionally created this mystery. He intentionally flew it somewhere where it couldn't be found. And who knows his motives? I don't know.
Interesting. Do you think that the company benefited at all by getting
company?
sole ownership of the patent, or no? I think that's all.
Oh yeah.
So then we should still be able to find these people then if they were on the plane. We should have been able to find the inventors of it if they weren't on the plane. It was filed in 2012. So just sitting in limbo for like over 2 years, and then the plane disappears with that company and all kinds of inventors on it, and then the very team working on that, and then within days the patent gets granted.
Yeah, I would think that's a possible explanation. I don't know. I mean, I think so. If you have a plane full of 100 and something people, there's going to be all kinds of like different things happening in all their different lives, and so you could kind of come up with motives for all kinds of those people being killed. But
dude,
in the end,
it's
I
that
think
the patent was in limbo for 2.5 years or so, and then once those people were like the team that worked on that specific patent and invention, once that plane went down or disappeared, then all of a sudden it got it granted as soon as they were announced dead.
But how big is this patent?
That's the
I
point.
mean, was it $1 billion patent?
Well, of course, Snopes says it's not even seemingly that valuable, so it must not be.
Okay, it says system for optimizing number of dyes on a wafer. I don't know how valuable.
Yeah, it's a semiconductor technology. The present invention is directed to fabricating integrated circuits on a semiconductor wafer, and more particularly to methods and systems for optimizing the number of dyes that can be produced on a particular wafer. And in semiconductor design and manufacturing, it is desirable to optimize the number of dyes that can fit in a wafer of a particular size or diameter. The number of dyes in a wafer is often referred to in the art as dyes per wafer for any particular wafer diameter, blah, 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 blah. The present invention will hereinafter be described in conjunction with the following drawing figures, blah, blah, blah. So it's about the efficacy of the semiconductor as a whole. It's a very crucial component of the semiconductor technology. So
it might be. I mean, my suspicion is that happened long ago enough that in 10 years of inventions and things, it's probably been superseded by other stuff, because the semiconductor industry moves pretty quick, and it's 2023, and this is from 2012, more than 10 years ago.
Particularly for aerospace, I think.
Well, and how much money can you make in 10 years of revolutionizing a field of technology?
Quite a bit if you do it right, but it probably depends on the patent and how useful it is. And I'm not, smart.
And the life cycle of planes, only last about 18 years. They got to redo them for the next wave of technology. There was an interesting amount of
long patent. Oh my God.
Coincidental air disasters which followed this one as well.
Like what?
Ones I
there was a couple Malaysians, right? There was a couple Malaysian air flights.
Oh yeah,
and then there was one that was shut down. I think.
And one was shot down in Ukraine.
Yeah. And then they couldn't even claim the bodies, and the people had to go fly there and then like walk to somewhere to where they would claim the bodies, and then they couldn't see the bodies, and it was a real problem. I watched all of these fucking telecasts on CNN, like probably the entire thing. And
damn, CNN, I'm convinced.
Well, I'm convinced that they get money to tell stories, so like I'm convinced that whoever's paying them is getting them to say the things. But
now, whether it was like who they say it was who shut it down, we'll never know. That's probably
the whole thing. The commonality between
it was the Russians.
These two.
No, I mean, dude, it could be Ukrainians too. It could be anybody. It could be.
There's pretty conclusive evidence it was the Russians.
Pretty conclusive evidence that the militaries of the world are run by a select group of grapplers behind the scenes. So.
The commonality between both these events is that we didn't have radar, or that they didn't have radar coverage enough. That was the problem. That's why both of these disasters occurred. So, like, then pressures the governments of those countries to like have radar coverage, if they want to have like air travel. With, you know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? The second one was over the Ukraine. They had radar coverage. They knew exactly where the plane was.
Well, on CNN, the people that get paid to push the stories, that's what they were saying. So, like, that's all I'm repeating.
And Matthew, the equipment is so similar, especially back then.
Well, it's so similar, meaning like one was shot down and the wreckage was immediately found, and the other was never found. In what sense are they similar?
I'm saying the Russian and Ukrainian equipment is pretty similar.
Oh yeah, of course. I think there's some radio transmissions of Russians talking back and forth to each other, saying, "Oh, that was a civilian plane" or something like that. But I don't speak Russian, so I can't judge if that's true.
Do you know that most Ukrainians also speak Russian?
Right,
and vice versa.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys really believe that like ground wave propagation of radio transmissions just bend around the globe?
I think that they go in straight lines, but they can bounce off the ionosphere sometimes.
No, that's sky wave propagation. Ground wave propagation specifically cannot bounce off the ionosphere.
Ground wave propagation of radio waves? I've never heard of that.
Yeah. Different frequencies. Yeah, man, they claim they bend around the globe, I guess, because they would have to, because they go so far. I got a little depiction for you. That's weird, though, huh? Like, that doesn't make sense. So. Here is a diagram. And then here's a diagram of a skywave propagation. I'm not trying to change the subject. Just heard someone bring up radar. Like, I don't know. I just find it so interesting. Like, we just go out and use the world like it's flat, and everything works.
So it's actually bending?
No. In real life, you shoot horizontal propagation like hundreds of miles, and it works. So they have to just claim.
So they say it's bouncing off the ionosphere.
They say the sky waves bounce off the ionosphere.
Oh, okay.
That was discovered a long time ago. Marconi. I mean, you can shoot sky waves as far as like 10,000 miles or more, but they claim that the ground waves just bend around the globe.
And what's the why? How does it bend? What's causing it to bend?
There's like a whole variance of explanations. The water on the ground causing surface conductivity, and it's just so goofy, bro. Because they can't say refraction, right? So.
Matthew, what causes it to bend then?
I'd say refraction probably. I don't know much about radio wave propagation.
Oh
no, that doesn't work. No, refraction can't bend radio waves that far. Radio waves don't bend like visible light.
Yeah, they would bend less because they're at a different frequency.
Significantly less, yeah.
But there's still no bending.
No, in reality, we shoot line of sight horizontal propagation. And they say, well, you can do that, just treat it like it's flat, and it'll work. Found a military document that claims they can use a 10-foot tall tower and shoot them 500 miles.
Yeah, that doesn't work out with the current metrics of the ball. It's just weird.
So what's up next?
That's 32 miles.
What's up next on our NASA audits? Anything exciting?
This week I'm trying to get just the freaking newsletter out and then get through the resumes. I still haven't been able to do that, but so no, not really. We haven't really got the ball going yet. I just have like a ton going on. It sucks. I guess can't do it all. I'm basically doing it all for free, so I'm trying. We have to get the teams put together and stuff before it really gets exciting.
So you're going to have teams like working on certain topics, type of thing. Like you guys take this city or this facility, and me and Joe go do the other facility over here.
Well, yeah, more so like people that live close to or whatever. But like, I'm gonna go here. What should we do? Then like, okay, well, this astronaut's talking here. Blah blah blah. Here, and we'll have like a team of people that does the research on what they have claimed to have done, questions to ask, best ways to record, the laws in and out. Like teams that just help the people do their auditing, basically. That's the idea. Just like a group effort of people like, okay, I'm going to email this person, you email this person, blah, blah. You know, like if you're going to go talk to an astronaut, it would be best that you know what all that astronaut has done, or at least allegedly done, you know. And,
sure.
Yeah, if you have like a team of people that'll help you like look into it, then it'll just help out.
Well, yeah, if you're going to sit down and interview an astronaut, you want to know his background, what his experience is. Has he ever gone up before? Is this going to be his first time?
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. Like I asked an astronaut questions recently, face to face, and she was allegedly the astronaut that engineered the first spacesuit for women. So I asked a question relevant to that. She claims to have been to space but never gone out into space or on a spacewalk. So I asked a question relevant to that. Can't really say what I asked because it's going to be in the level movie. So.
I'll keep waiting for the newsletter.
Yeah, my bad. I'll go ahead. Like, I could have already sent it out. It would have just been like 2 pages, like basics. You know, I wanted to like kind of make it more.
That just might be a good start, though. You know, I mean, to just get something out. You know,
yeah, maybe so.
Hey guys,
I think when you go, it still says it's going to come in the February. Yeah, but a lot of people are telling me they have a problem, like when they try to get their verification email, they don't get it. So it's like GoDaddy's like not working, and I don't know. I have to figure it out.
How many people signed up for the newsletter? Do you know?
I don't know. I mean, I got 150 resumes, so assuming a decent amount. Yeah.
Any Globers sign up?
Glober spammed me hate comments and I had to delete like probably 50 of them.
Yeah, you're going to get those for the rest of your life. That's just. That's
I don't think any seriously. I mean, they may have slipped in there. Yeah, sure, they may have.
No. I mean,
they may pretend. They may pretend to be interested. You know, there's no way I would really know. If they were smart, they would just act like normal people for once, and so there may be some in there for all I know. I don't know.
I mean, people that you know who are Globers, like Kosho or Zanuck or anything.
No, like I had. There's the astronaut son dude, Veach, but he just messaged like, "Oh yeah, this isn't a waste of time." Most of them remained anonymous and just like made threats to me or my family and stuff.
That's not cool.
Yeah, I don't think that I got like.
There are fucked up people everywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah. A lot of Glover just like like jumped on there and turned in the application to like ask me flat Earth questions. You know, like how did the Southern Stars work? I'm like, dude, that's not what this is for, man. Like, can you just like, what is wrong with you?
Well, how does it?
There's a way.
Azimuthal grid of vision, bud.
There's a way to make sure you won't get any Glober hate.
Your pole star's weak, Bacon.
Astronauts.
I just feel like I've kept it pretty neutral, where like Glober should in actuality, Glober should just kind of be on my team with this, you know, like. But I do have some pretty. So I'll say some of my plans. Like I'm going to try to. We'll just say it like this: directly request the cameras from the Artemis mission that supposedly use the stars to navigate. You know, because they didn't show us any stars. They never show us any stars. I want to see the stars. I just want I want the footage from the cameras.
Right?
Yeah, I may have to FOIA them, but like FOIA sucks. It sucks, dude. Like they charged Jaren $1,200, and then he had to wait 6 months, and then when they sent it to him, it was a bunch of just blank cameras. Like the footage was all just blank. Literally, it was just blink. So they
What was he
charged
asking
$1,200.
for?
Something with an ISS spacewalk. He asked for camera angles from the ISS spacewalk, and they just sent him literally blank cameras, like blank footage, for $1,200 in 6 months.
I'll tell you, there's a on a different there's a trial going on right now, with the Proud Boys for the January Capitol riot.
Yeah.
And an FBI agent made this mistake. Like, this is the kind of mistake, if someone in my legal department did this, they would be fired and stoned and dragged over the coals. So this FBI agent was supposed to gather and produce like internal chat messages that were that the defense was entitled to. And what she did, she downloaded like all the FBI chat messages for a given period of time. And instead of deleting the chat messages, she just filtered out the ones that weren't responsive and turned over the entire Excel spreadsheet of chat messages. And when the defense got this, said, "Oh, this is filtered. Let's unfilter and see what else is here." They had like every FBI chat message from a specific area for like over a 4-month period. And this isn't email; it's like internal messaging that and because a lot of time with internal messaging, you get like a lot more data. People aren't as guarded as they are with like an email. And they got all kind of like on the surface really horrible shit, like comments like, my boss told me I had to destroy 233 pieces of evidence for.
Wow.
And it's just, it was such a clumsy effort from what's supposed to be an experienced FBI agent. I just can't. That would be like my worst nightmare if I allowed that to happen. I'd just like pack up my desk right now. I'd like, okay, I'm done. I'll never work again. But that's what you got to hope for if you want to find anything good with NASA audits. That somebody, you ask for A and B, and somebody gathers shit and mistakenly and hit send and sends you A, B, C, D, and E, and 1, 2, 3 as well.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out some ways to get it. It's just crazy to me. Like why would they have to send Jerem blank footage of an ISS spacewalk? Right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. It took them 6 months to give him nothing, but still, it cost him $1,200. It's like, that doesn't make any sense.
They should have contacted them and said, "Hey, we have these tapes, but they're blank. You want them, and if you want them, they'll be X." They shouldn't have just produced X number of tapes without looking at them and not realizing that they're blank.
So guess what their excuse is?
I can only imagine.
Their excuse is that they don't have the ability to store the footage. What a joke,
they might keep
dude.
their tape on a rotation. Yeah, that's kind of questionable, for sure.
I could probably like store almost all of. I don't know what all they put in there, but like, like I could store all of it at my house.
Yeah.
So weird.
Especially digital images. I mean, not like they take up a whole lot of room. You could get a portable drive and just put them on there. You can store thousands of hours of video. But I'll tell you, you have to watch what you ask for and who you're asking, because if you ask a certain custodian for documents, he just has all they got to do is answer the question that's asked, not the question you should have asked. And that's not, and that's where the hard part is.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, we had a case that went to trial once, and my company got into a joint venture with a guy who his parents had built the company, and then after his parents died, he sold off his shares, and then he went to my company and started a joint venture. And there were allegations that he stole technology, and that we were using, the other company's technology, and we got sued, and he was violating his non-compete, blah blah blah. And so his deposition was like a big deposition. So they asked all these questions. There's a guy that designed the plant. That guy had moved to Germany, so they couldn't depose him. He was outside the subpoena reach. So they deposed the guy that had come over and supposedly stole the tech. And he said, well, did you give Bob any drawings? No. Did you give him any blueprints? No. You give him any photographs? No. You give him any notes? Nope. I just told him what I wanted built, and he built it. They asked all these questions, and he kept saying no. And then at trial, they did it again, and he kept saying no. And then the case settled because they had no case. And that night at our dinner, we had a dinner to celebrate that we won. And he goes, I'm sure glad they didn't ask me about the videotape. He walked around the plant and videotaped the entire plant. And he gave that video to the guy that was designing the plant. He said, "Here, build me this." But they never asked him the question, "Did you take any video?" He never lied. He didn't lie on the stand. He didn't lie at all. He didn't even tell us about it. The trial attorney almost fell off his fucking chair. But that's an example of if you ask the wrong questions, you're not gonna find what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a trip, bro. And then they get you this because Randy Kelton talks about this, like with Discovery, even like he'll be like hyper specific of all the stuff he wants in excruciating detail, and but then they'll kind of come back at you and say like you can only ask for stuff material to the case, But that's a pretty easy thing to respond to. It's like, yeah, all this would be material to the case based on blah blah blah. But they do that very thing. That's what he said as well, right? Like if you give them any outs based on what you ask for, they'll take it. Which of course they will. Yeah, it's like playing a sport. You're like playing a game. You're boxing basically.
And it's the same thing. Like even attorneys make that mistake. We had a case where there was an allegation that contamination from our plant had blown into a neighborhood, and the stuff that got blown in was just it was a nuisance. It wasn't harmful. It truly wasn't. But these people were claiming emotional distress. We didn't know what it was. We were all worried. Some people claim pink eye, which you don't get pink eye from dust. But whatever. So the biggest part of their claim was emotional distress, and we had this inexperienced attorney because we had to take like 40 depositions in 50 days. So we had an inexperienced attorney who was taking one of the depositions, and he's asking, Mrs. Jones about her emotional distress, and she goes, "What were the two worst emotional events in your life?" And she goes, "Well, it was the death of my mother, and the death of my father, and nothing else ever came close." Now that's the perfect answer for us, because she didn't say anything about getting exposed to that dust, which is her biggest claim. But then our stupid lawyer says, "Okay, so where would you rate on a scale of 1 to 10 the emotional distress from being exposed to the dust?" She said, "Oh, that was a 9 out of 10." That was a stupid question to ask. She had the perfect answer. She gave the witness a chance to come back and still make it a major thing, because her answer, oh, the worst things in my life were the death of my parents and nothing else came close. Stop there. Don't ask another question on that. You got your answer. But
yeah, that's the truth. Yeah,
it goes both ways.
yeah, for sure. Like I will say, there was a part of me that I really appreciate the game now. Like I admire what all goes into it, and I see that it's like a very it's a higher level, like tactical, intellectual game, and so like that really appeals to me in a way. And frankly, I think that the merits of my argument, and the one time that I think I won the debate, the judge just disagreed. But like technically, I'm not supposed to be going against the judge, right? I'm going against the the prosecutors in this case. Yeah, and like I think I won. I mean, they didn't have an actual rebuttal. They tried to say I couldn't make my argument, and I had already preemptively explained how I could. They didn't actually rebut the argument, though. Really, I mean, there may have been like a glimpse of that, but not really. The judge made the argument, right? The judge argued back, and of course she has the right to do that. And then the other place just was like, yeah, we're gonna what's the word, but defer to her ruling. But I will say it's pretty fun. You know, it's pretty fun in the sense that you're tactically setting up your opponent, and it's like debate on steroids. You know, so
Yeah.
I think it's cool in that sense. I definitely have a lot more respect for what all goes into it than I previously did. I do know there's a lot of shiesty stuff that goes on, though. Certainly in the personal sector, you know.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched the show Suits?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
It's okay. I like it. I think it's funny, you know, because the premise is some guy who did nothing, right? Just really smart, poses as a Harvard player, you know, and shit.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but like I used to love that show. Like Harvey is a badass in that show, you know. But I'm just I'm asking because I'm like, is that even like somewhat realistic depiction of what goes on?
Not really. I mean, the ego part of it, you know, Harry's ego, that kind of, yeah, that's very much the ego. But, you know, very little time is actually spent in the courtroom. Like, you know, I've been to trials quite a few times. In fact, just in January, this was actually a kind of a pleasure. I worked with an attorney who is Elon Musk's trial attorney. He's the guy that Elon Musk has used in like his last $3 billion suits. And this guy was our trial attorney for 2 weeks, and I got to be there for four of the 10 days of testimony. And he's good. He's arrogant. He's a bit of an ass, you know. He's full of himself, but he is really brilliant. He's really good.
It's jurisdiction. You know, it really comes down to jurisdiction. If you understand the boundaries and lines of jurisdiction, legalese and all that stuff, it's really very simple.
Dude, if you're in that court, you're in their jurisdiction, bro.
That's exactly it. What's it?
Yep.
That's exactly it.
They don't just pull you. They you know, if you're gonna make a jurisdiction argument, it's got very specific parameters. The truther community goes wild with that, in my opinion.
And the second you step into their court, you're already in their jurisdiction. So it doesn't matter what you present; they can just decide whatever, you know, based on how much money they want from you.
Well, I will say one of the parts I do agree with the truther talking points about this is if they're asking for money, it's basically commercial. And like with my free speech thing, you know, they sent me a letter saying I hadn't paid my fine yet, and honestly, I'm just like a stubborn person, so I'm gonna pay it now. But I should have already paid for it. I didn't because I was just pissed off about it. But out of principle, long story short, they sent me a letter like, oh, you know, you need to pay your fines, and at the bottom it's like, if you don't, it gets sent to collections. You know, it's not like, oh, if you don't, we're gonna arrest you or something. It's like, no, you basically, it's like a commercial game in a way. A lot of times, it's just about money.
It's like blackmail. Yeah, they're blackmailing you basically. They're like, hey, if you don't pay us this much, we're going to wreck your credit rating.
Well, I had the epiphany this year, though, that like, or actually, I mean, not this year, like a couple days ago, that like what I did is still pretty epic in a way. Like I got talked out of taking it to the circuit, to the circuit court, and I regret that. But I did have a judge like stake an argument on the court record as like the federal, as like the current federal position to my argument, right? So I did actually make the government like make the claim that national parks are not public forums. Like I had a like just blanket statement basically that they can be treated as non-public forums, and that could not win in Supreme Court, in my opinion. The Supreme Court would never say like national parks as a whole are non-public forums because they've specifically already said that's not the case.
Yeah. Are you saying you won't be winning a bunch of money now? Is that
I
not
can
going to happen?
I can still civilly take it to court. But
you're not going to win money now.
The remedies would be nothing to do with my charge. Like the reason that I could potentially, in my opinion, get money is because I have them on record talking about the reason that they censored me was the content in which I was speaking about. Like that's illegal. That's grossly illegal. So yeah, technically speaking, I could get money. I have them on record saying that they were literally the reason he was talking. He's talking to superior.
Lawyers
he said that he
jumping for your case, man.
I actually do. I have a constitutional lawyer that just won a $3 million First Amendment case that's taking my case pro bono. But does that count?
Really?
You think
Is
that guy
your
counts?
lawyer now?
What?
Is that your lawyer now?
He is my lawyer. Yeah.
Wow, man. Good luck.
What's his name? What's it?
I don't want to say his name with people
Be
like that.
sure to film it, man. Be sure to film it. I'd love to see it.
I can.
It'll be public when it'll be public when he files.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Gosh,
if you understand jurisdiction, you don't need to hire a lawyer. But
Jonathan Gross,
it makes
Jonathan Gross.
They'll actually give
Never heard him.
precedent.
Yeah, even better.
I'm sure you've never heard of him.
Okay.
Where's he from? What's it?
Baltimore. Yeah. Yeah. His law firm just won like a $3 million First Amendment case in civil. So he does civil. He doesn't do criminal, really. You know.
I assume he practiced.
You like to wager that you don't get
There's
anything
different
out of it?
jurisdictions. You know, the civil and criminal. There's law is 3 different jurisdictions. You got land, air, water. There's 3 different jurisdictions, guys.
Well, this is the thing. You're never gonna like. There's some truth to a lot of that stuff, right? But like, attorneys are not gonna hear you out. It's like a astrophysicist is not gonna hear you out about
your money.
Yeah. But it's like there's still benefit to understanding it better than people do because that game, the system isn't like your mortal enemy per se. Like you can use it to make change. And I think that part is left out. That's why, like Randy Kelton, he's like the rule of law is the best thing that we have in America. He's like the fact that we have it is incredible, and the trick is not just sovereign citizen, which is kind of a straw man term, but he's like it's learning the law.
Sovereign citizen is bullshit.
I know. I'm saying it's learning the law and understanding that most of these people that are in the court system, they don't follow the law. It's become the norm that the law is not followed. And then people are just trained under the norm, you know, they're like trained, like they shadow someone. They're like, this is how we do this. And they all just break the law. And he's like, you can use the law against them to make change. That's how he got the mask mandate repealed for the state of Texas. And I think that that's a way more like proactive, fruitful mentality, in my opinion. So I hope that makes sense. But it's a lot, though. It's a lot, bro. Like it took me a long time to read all those Supreme Court cases and to write my one freaking order. Now I could have written freaking 50 pages.
You're basically talking about presenting their own presentations of what the law is, right? So if you walk into there and you present what their parameters that they have agreed on what the law is, then how can they really argue? If you know
Okay,
what
my
you're
point is that they don't even follow their own rules. Okay.
yeah, that's
They
the
don't
problem.
follow their own rules.
That's the relativity issue.
You can use their own rules against them to make real change. And I like that. I like that approach. Like I don't know, like I did something out of principle. I wanted to change a free speech law that and for everyone else. Okay. And like I didn't even care if it was if we won under Chris's name or my name. I don't care. Like I just wanted that law gone. I don't like it. It's egregious. It's just the First Amendment. It's literally just reads like the First Amendment. It's complete BS. But like I think that's how you change things in real life. You can change things on a personal level by knowing how to basically bow out of their system, sure, but like that wouldn't have repealed the mask mandate for Texas and saved like, you know, hundreds of thousands of children from being suffocated. But holding them accountable for not following their own rules, that guy was able to, you know, basically stack criminal complaints up the ladder, get all the way to the DA, set him up by he's not supposed to be looking at a criminal complaint about him and deciding if it goes through. Obviously, and he did, and then next thing he knows, he has this like all the way up the ladder. He has people like up against the ropes, and then he sends in federal complaints about the governor. And you know the way they do it is like, well, they're not going to investigate their own buddies. That's illegal. If there's legitimate information in the law specifically written out as to what the evidence is and what law is being broken, and they don't investigate because that's their buddy, that's the governor. You don't investigate the governor. That's illegal. Okay, so then they have a federal complaint brought against them because they don't follow their own rules. And when you really hold them to it, dude, it works. Almost no one does it. I mean, you know, he's in the middle of like a $450 million case. So I don't know. I'm more interested in that. Like, it's just very time consuming. To learn all about law is no joke.
Why they make so much money?
Yeah. I mean, they earn it, right? It's a lot to it.
Yeah.
But there's good, like I of course, just because they do it doesn't mean they're good at it, right? Like I know people that had their medical degree and they're not really that bright. You know, like I had to teach them how to do their algebra test in 10th grade. You know, but
no, there are stupid people in every profession, but you know, I've worked with some brilliant freaking attorneys.
I believe you. I
mean, and not just in the law, that they would step into like our industry and learn the industry. And they're at the point, you know, when the trial's going on when the case is going on for several months, these guys are talking to our engineers and they're talking same language. They understand, you know, all the basics. And that's really good whenever you can step outside your legal field and learn your client's business very well. That's a special skill. Of course, this guy that I mentioned that works for Elon Musk, he went to Harvard with Barack Obama. They were on law review together. He was a year ahead of Barack. So in the Harvard picture of the law review team, he's in the front row and Barack's in the back. Kind of funny. He was very proud of that picture. Arrogant bastard.
You know, I think that this I think this realm is very interesting. You know, it's like you guys don't have to go against a flat earther just because they're a flat earther, man. You know, like I want to like make more wholesome children's books. Like for sure, anti-flat earthers will flock to the Amazon and leave crazy, hateful reviews. You know, it's like why? I'm trying to just help children not be hypersexualized and have like wholesome children books. Like, why would that, like, just like, come on, bro. Like, oh, I'm trying to, like, get more forthcoming information from NASA. Like, oh, no, the world's going to end. Oh, I'm trying to send it for our free speech. Like, how dare you try to send it for our free speech?
Yeah, how dare you?
Like, we get it. We have a cosmological disagreement. It's okay.
Well, it's going to be a lot of work. They're going to have, I mean, you have to like really understand what you're looking at too. So it could be interesting.
I think it'd be pretty easy to make some kids' books that are wholesome and like.
I think he's talking about NASA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the whole like getting information directly from them via request is a huge challenge for sure. I think the more fruitful, like just talking to them, will be pretty telling in and of itself. Like, cause if there's real footage of space, I want to know, bro. Trust me. So I'm not convinced, obviously. So say I can talk to a guy, be buddy with him, talk to him a few times, and ask him the best way to go about getting certain footage, and then he puts a word in for me, helps me get the footage. I think that stuff like that may also be the best route instead of like this forceful kick the door down, bring in the troops approach. But we're going to do both.
Well, if NASA is what you think they are, you're just going to get a bunch of stuff to look at that's not going to do anything.
Yeah, but this is what's crazy about that too. Like, so, like, say if NASA is what I think they are, then like what they did to Jaren makes perfect sense. Like they don't have legitimate footage that they can send Jaren. So like that makes perfect sense. But of course, it's not like a bunch of Globers were like appalled and were like, oh my gosh, maybe NASA is lying. So they're in a really safe position. If they just like come up with whatever excuse to not give the evidence, then it'll kind of won't do anything, unfortunately. Like for me, it'll just make me more and more sure that they're lying. But yeah, you get it. Dude, 2023, I should be able to just go to NASA website and there should be an archive section. And it should have like every freaking mission on there. Just download it yourself. It should be globe or flat,
There are places that have like 90 million images shot by Hubble, James Webb, and all the other telescopes.
That's true, yeah, but I don't dispute. Like they say themselves, like Sophia can take better shots than Hubble. So like I don't dispute they could get super high in the air and take pictures. So what I need is I want when they claim that they're sending people out to space and stuff, I want verification of that, right? And it doesn't exist, man. Like we should be able to go watch like 10 different angles of an ISS spacewalk live and click through them ourselves.
Right, exactly. Anytime, like click
live. Yeah, live. You should be able to do it. Like, why would you not be able to? Like, it doesn't make any sense, bro. It really doesn't. Like, I don't know. That's whatever. Like, you can go to an Antarctic station and you can click through cameras that are always running. So why?
They usually say it's latency. They'll usually talk about latency and then the math about distance and the metrics and yada yada yada. But still, it should be available.
Well, then it should definitely be uploaded after the fact, But that's whatever.
All right, well, I got to jump off. Have a good one, guys.
All right, later, bro.
Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Why is it dead in here? What's happening?
Austin just laid waste to the VC with so much truth, it fucking just crippled us.
Oh.
I was just about to die of laughter about the conspiracy chart Matthew Learns posted at 48 minutes after the hour.
Oh, I think you're gonna say you're gonna die from laughter from
Only
fart
so
sounds.
much truth can go through at one time, and it causes a clogged whole internet.
Oh, I see.
It's like one of them grease balls that they get in the plumbing.
Yeah.
You know, like in the winter.
Yeah, who's farting earlier? Someone was farting. You guys heard that, right? Someone was fucking farting. It's kind of gross.
Yeah, that was pretty retarded. Whoever did this, man.
Yeah, like
you're a retard.
Who does that, right? Actual retard. Actually, seriously.
Someone farted. Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying? And they're retarded because they farted.
No, but in the call though, they kept on doing it. You know, it was fucking weird.
They kept farting.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go to the YouTube live stream and check who did it, right? But I won't bother. I won't bother. Don't worry.
It's the gas pressure and
you couldn't smell it, could you?
That's a good point. I didn't even think
you can
about
identify it by smell.
that. Yep. That's smart. Yep.
Man, Arma, I gotta turn you up now, so you're like you're not yelling.
Oh,
wait, vocal range and decibels.
Oh, that's pretty hard for him, I guess.
It's a large range that he covers.
Yeah, is this good? Am I like, or my mic just kind of low for no reason?
Could you be a little more aggressive and possibly agitated? I'm just joking. Yeah, you're good. You're fine.
Okay.
I can adjust it from my. I just had you turned down from the previous.
I see.
Okay.
Well, I would say they're rare. I don't usually get too noisy, although I do get pretty hyped. You know, like sometimes I get hyped up. You know, but I don't usually yell too much.
No, I'm not saying you're yelling. I'm just saying like your ability to project your voice is greater at certain times. I'm not, you know what I mean? And then your mic is responsive. Some people just have voices and microphone combinations that like when the time is right, it's like bam. I don't know, man. fucks my ears up sometimes if I'm like listening to it like on the phone, so I just turn it down.
Fair enough, yeah.
Sometimes Rocky gets a little loud too. He doesn't know it either. It's just like he's just talking to his phone. It's like,
yeah. So sometimes we get a little passionate. You know, that's what it is. We get
Happens to me
passionate.
all the time. Happens to me all the time, dude. People bitch at me all the time about that shit. But cheers for bringing it up.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can confidently say now that I got the best voice quality overall.
Maybe.
You do. Of course you do.
I mean, do you know anyone with so much detail in his voice when he's speaking?
Well, my mic gets buried in my beard, so I get people that tell me they can't hear me, and then I grab it, and then I'm too loud, and I'm just like, whatever.
Right on.
yeah, you're at like beard resolution audio. That's cool.
I'm not gonna shave my beard. I just try to grab the mic, make it better, and then bury it.
Yes. Don't shave it off. Just grab a knife, just trim it down.
We're on a journey for truth, boys. Strap in. Some uncomfortable things are going to come to pass. We're going to learn some things. It's going to be uncomfortable. We're going to be here. We'll be here together for each other.
Just shake it out. Listen to some Taylor Swift.
The truth will set us free. And no matter what, we'll know the truth. Damn it.
So you say.
I get a little moved, but we're on the road to truth.
The spirit is rising. You're a higher frequency now, M Stone.
Indeed.
I feel
know that we've been lied to.
Feel it matured.
I mean, wouldn't
totally
a road
trying to start a fire here? Like totally just trying to start a fire.
Just getting that in. Wouldn't a road to truth imply that, like, coming to truth follows a linear path then?
You think so, man? We all have our own road to truth.
Yeah, you letting it get too profound, man. You gotta take it down. I don't have the bandwidth for all this truth, bro, that you're dropping.
I'm listening to Depeche Mode. Enjoy the silence. It's a great track. It's awesome.
Yeah, I can get into a Depeche Mode kind of mode sometimes. I get Depeche with it sometimes.
Yeah, and there's nothing I enjoy more than silence.
How'd you like that? That's all for saying. You listening to a lot of John Cage lately, huh?
I mean, we gotta share our opinions and everything, but once we share
My
those opinions,
cinnamon girl.
free choice.
My cinnamon girl. Bring on straight. Get off them streets. Mm-hmm. My cinnamon girl.
What are you saying? Words? What?
My cinnamon girl.
Oh, well, what are you listening? Little typo negative or something?
Oh, you can hear me, man? That's fucked up. Let's
It's a
see.
good tune.
Why is it that you can hear me? Can you hear me right now?
Summer Breeze is a better typo negative track.
Summer Breeze.
Summer Breeze.
You can hear me. I wonder why you can hear me.
Oh, the internet.
No, but I'm on push to talk, but
Oh yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. A song called "Policy of Truth." Is that Duran Duran? No, who the fuck is that? Some shitty '80s band.
No, that's the same deal, really. Enjoy the silence, follows the truth. It's kind of the same deal.
Oh, it is Depeche Mode. Okay, I was right. Okay, that's what I can get into that kind of groove. It's just weird. I don't know. It's got like a weird kind of it's a weird song structure, man. I don't know. Arma, what do you listen to? Much like K-pop and stuff?
People are people, you know.
It's a K-pop.
People are.
You're funny. No, I don't listen to that shit.
So you're like, I don't really like the songs, but the dances are cool. What?
I don't know. I just like listen to like whatever, you know. A lot of like 2000 stuff because that was like my childhood, you know. So you know, like what's that one song called? I don't listen to it often, but I don't know. But I listen to like 2000 stuff though, a bunch of 2000 stuff and shit because it's yeah.
I didn't even know it was 2000s and think that.
Hold on, I got BRB. I'm in the middle of a match.
I feel like Britney Spears is in this mix somewhere. Was that like Sublime?
Hey, Knack. What's up, man?
Dude.
Dude.
What's up, Kenneth?
What's up?
How you doing, brother?
Man, I got good timing. I'll say that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And like, wait, that's Snack. Shit.
How's it going, bro?
Good, man. How crazy is this world, bro?
Oh,
What the fuck is going on, bro? I need your help, man. Fuck. Help me figure this shit out, bro. Come on.
Oh no.
Hey, we got to figure this shit out, man. We've been working at it too long, bro.
What you tripping on lately, man?
We got this, man. We got this. Who knows, man? I mean, a lot of guys wrote songs about these kinds of times that we're going through. You know, a lot of guys.
Yellow submarine, you know, the Beatles. We all live in a yellow submarine.
That could be one of them for sure,
Yeah,
man.
what do you think he's talking about?
There's a
The
lot.
yellow sky and the
I'm still not sure.
whatever and all that. The medium, you know, the water vapor.
And I can't even listen to you cards anymore, man.
Yeah, the world is a little bit upside down and backwards, and maybe inside out as well. I'm not sure, man. Somewhere around there.
There's pretty much water all around us, though. I mean, that could be confirmed if everybody could actually get along.
Water all around us. That I was put my in that
density. It's density and ether. It's the same thing. It's energy.
Well,
and the forms of it are what we're talking about.
Hey, I heard Utah got like 600 inches of snow or some crazy number, right? I'm like, what? Fuck off. That's crazy.
Freaking awesome if you're a snowboarder.
Hey, well, that's even too much if you're a snowboarder, man. Gonna take a while to groom those slopes, man.
You gotta be cool. You gotta be cool. You gotta be chill. You gotta know where you're going.
Snack and I go back, I don't know, at least 6 years, I'm gonna guess, somewhere around there.
Is it that long? Oh my gosh.
Right. I mean, it's been a minute, bro. Right?
Oh man.
It's dude, I don't know. You changed your phone number, man. You gotta text me, bro. Or something.
Yeah, I didn't change my phone number.
You didn't change your phone number?
Nah.
Yeah. Just text me. I'll text you.
Yeah, I'll hit you up, man. Yeah, for sure.
I'll be like, what's I'll send you a picture or something. Something cool. How you doing, man? You all right?
Yeah, man, hanging in there.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, weather's about to get a little nicer, so.
A little nicer, yeah. Yeah, spring's gonna hit here soon, and it's gonna be interesting. Good vibes, good times. Hey, dude, we got like, I don't know, 30 inches of rain out here where I live.
Yeah, right.
Fucking crazy, right?
You're gonna have some crazy bug seasons, no?
Yeah, we're gonna have like crazy bugs and crazy super blooms, man. Busting, bro.
Should be a heck of a summer.
The blooms are already busting. So yeah, it's gonna be crazy spring. Green.
Almost 600 inches is when it melts. And you're just like, all right, look out.
Yeah, watch out, man. Here comes the flood. Yeah. So we got a ton of flooding here in California. Yeah, we got crazy weather, man. This winter, man. It's been great. I love it. Although I think they're drowning out all the crops, but yeah, I could be wrong. Anyway. But I've seen 5 or 6 winters like this over the years where we get like 30 inches of rain. It's not unheard of, man. So anyway, SoCal's, man, it's gonna be soaking green, man. It looks like Ireland out here, man. Everything is like super green, man. Like I swear we live in Ireland right now. I'm like, cool, man. Thanks. All right, well, I just dropped in. I saw Snack and
yeah, I'm just I'm just looking at it. Like 2018 was Denver Flat Earth Convention.
Was that 2018? Like in what was it? Early spring, right? Spring or late spring?
That was already a couple of years. Yeah.
Was it late spring 2018 or early?
Whoever booked it at the time when the sun and the moon were in the sky at the same time, like during the day.
Cool.
I don't know if they booked it on purpose for that, but
probably not.
It was pretty interesting. Yeah.
That was called FEMA camp, right?
No, FEMA camp was 2017. Then, like a week after that,
was 2017.
That was 2017, and then Raleigh was
Denver.
Raleigh was their first one.
Flat Earth Conference, yeah.
And then
that was
the next year they did. Yeah.
The first conference for Flat Earth was in Raleigh, North Carolina, right?
For their FEC group, yeah.
But you guys did FEMA camp before that.
Yeah, we jumped them.
Yeah, you guys. You guys rocked it, man. And I heard the story, man, where you guys had a venue and then you got switched, and it was a bit of a quagmire trying to put it together, right?
Quagmire.
It was, and then after that, it was in Denver. That's what was kind of weird.
No.
Well, the following year that they did it in Denver.
Yeah, it was like later. They did Denver, but
Bob had already had like a meetup group out there, so that was helpful.
But Snack was like the first. Snack was involved in the first ever like flat Earth conference, man. Literally, FEMA camp was the first, right? I mean,
a bunch of people from YouTube meeting up, you know what I mean? But it was really a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it was really like.
I say
it was
FEMA
really
camp.
real.
You guys are like, oh, FEMA camp. What's that mean? It's flat Earth music and arts, man. FEMA.
Yeah.
And I thought that was just like the coolest name for a flat Earth. I mean, it doesn't get any cooler than that, man. I'm sorry.
Well, they were like all artists. So I think we showed like
music,
maybe 15 or more artists. There was like 3 gallery spaces with a film and video, live stage with music and stuff like that. We wanted to have speakers and shit like that. But you'd think like we could organize ourselves to make this happen. A bunch of flat earthers together did not organize shit. They did not organize shit. That's not how it goes.
Well,
let's do it, man.
You told me the story, man. It was there was a lot of prominent flat earthers involved in it. Some prominent anyway.
We're supposed to have ODD drop in and drop some bars with our band and stuff like that.
You had the Isa, and you had.
Yeah.
Now wasn't.
And then the brothers came. I forget their names, man. They chill with Karen B and stuff.
But
the 2 brothers that rapped, man.
I guess didn't he help start it or no?
That was a big moment for me. They're like they were. It was but East Coast, West Coast people all mean that. And then Chris Pontius came with all his flat Earth sculpture pieces and stuff like that. He came up from Texas. That was cool, man. I don't know. Felt like we were doing something for a minute. Maybe we did. Maybe we didn't. But it was an adventure.
Hey, we're still talking about it, bro.
It's like it would be fun if I did it like tomorrow. You know what I mean? It would just be fun. It was just like a fun get together and good.
Yeah, anytime you're gonna add flat Earth music and arts together, yeah, it's gonna be a good time, man. So Democ got server muted. Is that what happened?
Democ.
I gotta,
Wait, which server? The server's muted or somebody?
Yeah, he's server muted in here.
Oh.
All right. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Democ keeping it down on Discord, man.
Democ goes back a minute.
Democ. Yeah, Democ used to be like he used to only exclusively bother me and our crew. No, I'm just joking. He was a friend of ours, but like
I was wondering why we haven't heard from him.
Yeah, sure. That fucking.
That's hilarious, man. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Democ.
Democ.
That guy's been muted more times than anybody in all of human history, man. I'm sure of it. I don't know why. It's not fair.
I don't know why.
It's not fair, man. He does bring up crazy valid points.
He's like so much better now.
Yeah, he's better, right?
Usually I have that title, but apparently this guy is the. All right, cheers, brother.
Democ is like evolved like
why.
He's like 3 Pokemon levels higher than when we began this.
Oh shit. Flat Earth Music and Arts, man. That is the coolest name for a fucking meetup ever, man. FEMA camp. Fuck off, man. That was everything that we talk about, Jade Helm, that we've been down every damn rabbit hole there is. But FEMA camp was like, we heard all about the FEMA camps, and obviously when the New Orleans levee broke and it flooded the entire, there was FEMA camps everywhere.
It was a little bit of a joke too, because like I don't know if you remember LSC or the concave Earth crew that used to roll around.
Kind of, man.
But but LSC also he always used to, like, if we would just like start getting them pretty bad.
Lord
Chad,
Stephen
I'm
Fry?
reporting all of you. Yeah, he'd be like, I'm reporting you, all of you, and you're all reported to the CIA and stuff like that.
Right.
He'd be like, you're all going to FEMA camps. I'm reporting all of you. And I think it was just kind of out of that meme of it that
right.
It was fun to just embrace it. Go for it.
Absolutely, man. Sometimes you got to embrace this stuff and just own it, step up into it, and say, you know what, you guys, you're gonna pull your cucky shit, we'll pull our cucky shit. How's that? How's that, Mongos? How's that feel? What's that?
What's that like?
What's it like? How's that feel? Yeah, we got to give it back to them. So I love giving it back to them. I know you guys do too. So I'm not alone. So yeah, man. October, Las Vegas, man. Flat Earth Conference. Karen B. Putting it together. We'll see, man. It's like a 5-hour drive for me, man. So
that's pretty close.
How do you miss that one, though, right?
I might have to make that one.
I got some people that, dude, I lived in Vegas for 4 years. I know people there, man. I can catch a couch or whatever, man, for sure.
Yeah, graphic artists need to be cranking T-shirt designs. This is too good of a time, because you could throw up like any old damn like Flat Earth Casino like fucking T-shirts and just walk around, bitch with them. Yeah.
Well,
people just give you. They would have to like read it twice, and then it'd be cool.
Yeah, they're gonna have to look at it twice at least.
Yeah, where are they doing it? Like right in Vegas,
downtown, man.
Yeah,
near Fremont.
None of us show up. Wouldn't that be killer?
If it's near the White Castle in there. All right.
Have you guys been to Fremont Street? Any of you? It's called Fremont Street.
I just want the White Castle, dude. Remember the White Castle.
Dude, this promenade is wicked, man. It's crazy, man. When I lived there was no promenade, but yeah, they put this giant dome over this, all these casinos, and they shoot like, video pictures across the screen on the top of this dome. It's like, it's wicked, man. It's like, oh shit, you stepped into fucking Satan's fucking den or something, man. It is the most wildest thing I've ever seen, man. It's crazy, bro. I can't believe they pulled this off, man. It's fascinating. Anyway, it's gonna be right there, man. Fremont Street, downtown Las Vegas. Crazy, man. Flat Earthers on Fremont Street. Yeah, that makes sense. Fremont and Flat Earth. There you go. Anyway,
this sounds like a perfect place for Mr. Waterman to bring his equipment.
Yeah, we get Waterman out there with this on Fremont Street. Be like, on Hollywood Boulevard. Same thing. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Get him out there, man. Talk him into it, Snack. I'm kidding, man. Hey, we lived it, man. We did it, man. It's not like we didn't do it, bro. We did it. You, me. We did Hollywood, man. We fucking crushed that shit, Snack. It was so fun, bro. Nothing like it's ever going to happen again, man. But it was good while it lasted. It was good. Hey, nothing lasts forever, man. Remember that. Got this thing figured out. Just when you think you got it figured out, no, man. But it was good.
Jeez.
It was. I still laugh about it, but You know,
wild ride.
It was a wild ride. It was Mr. Toad's wild ride, man. Woo, yeah. Mr. Globe's wild ride. Yeah, we down Globe's wild ride, man. Holy shit. They got us spinning like shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, Snack. How about Mr. Globe's wild ride, man? What do you think of that? That's pretty good, man. That. I think that's the best I can do today, man. I'll try it again tomorrow, but
I think
Mr. Globe's wild ride is pretty wild, man. Hey, anybody looking into like flat Earth, you got to check out the globe first, man. You got to. And you got to know the globe before you can even talk flat Earth, man. You got to know everything about the globe, man. That's where I'm at with this shit, man. I'm like, dude, how much do you know about the globe? I don't know. How far is the moon? I don't know. It's far. I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, this is going nowhere quick. But you got to know the globe, man. Koso knows the globe. I know that. Fuck. That guy knows the globe. Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of globe knowers in here right now.
There is some globe knowers in here, man. Damn it. But, Koso, are you passed out, man? What happened? Crack a beer, man.
Typo negative now.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it was just like we need Bob Dylan throw him in the time machine, turn him back to 25 years old, say, hey man, tell us what's going on right now.
Yeah.
If he wasn't like controlled by the CIA or anything like that. But I'm just saying, yeah, we need someone to kind of voice this experience of now. Yeah, man. Show.
Well, just when you got it figured out, man. They hit you. They hit you with something kooky shit, man. They're like, dude, thanks, assholes. Hey, it's not what it seems, but it is what it exactly experienced. No doubt. So there's that.
Amen.
There's that.
Where's New Perspective?
I don't know, man. There he is.
Ponder.
It's right there.
Outer ponders is humble, and then he's up, and then he appears. Something like that.
Yeah, I was waiting for Outer Ponders or New Perspective, something. I didn't hear it either one unless I'm coming in late, and you already said it.
Snack called you out, man.
He did. Okay, so he did say Outer Ponders. I just happened to join at the right time anyway.
He did say New Perspective. I don't think he said Outer Ponders. But...
No, I did. I said, why is New Perspective not here? What the hell?
Where the
Outer Ponders or something.
That's so funny. I must have known you were saying it, even though I was behind in the stream a little bit.
I started saying that, just looking at the floor, and then I looked over to my phone and I saw your icon, so I just completed the sentence.
Ah, it was perfect timing.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Whoever is listening besides us would want to know why that's the thing, because they used to just say Outer Ponder just to get me in the call on our old hangout when we used to hang out, because I talked about the Outer Ponder so much. And I'm still doing it, and I think I might be right, guys, more than ever. You know, I haven't. It seems like I think I've only become more confident they're going to use the Outer Ponder psyop on us. It's a perfect plan. Plus, it just seems like more and more that way, doesn't it? Or no, not you yet. Not according to you guys, maybe.
I just want to go out with them to verify it. You know, if you're going to show me an outer pond, let me go with you. I want to be with you. I want to see it. And I can never do that. It's just
They won't do that. They'll tell you there's Outer Ponders. Even if there are Outer Ponders, they'll probably fake the Outer Ponders. That's what I'm saying.
New
So
Perspective.
I need a rocket ship or a space capsule.
Hey,
No, they're not going to give you that.
Did you guys hear, man? They discovered a bunch of new islands off Japan or something.
Yeah.
Did you
What
guys?
about that?
What the fuck
Yeah.
was that, man? Holy shit, man! I was like, Talk about outer ponders. What? You
Right.
just discovered some islands off of
That's some inner ponders.
That's what.
Man, I'm not like 2 or 3, man. They found like hundreds of these fucking things. I'm like,
Right. Were they occupied, or did they say anything about that?
fuck off. No way. You just found a bunch of islands off of fucking Japan. Really?
Well,
Fuck.
I think they're leading up to. Oh yeah, there's this huge continent over here where all that water is. That we were showing you on the bottom. They got to start small, Kenny. Then they're going to be like, oh, and there's these ponds of other continents too, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a shopping mall there, and it's great. You should go there.
You wouldn't believe in aliens coming in here to tell us, oh, look, there's
shopping mall.
America in the South Pacific. Oh, well, we got to start somewhere.
Like, in a way, though, a lot of different fiction and stuff like that is kind of leading this way. So, like, even if it's not, there are other worlds that are here. You know what I mean? It's just like this, the uncharted, off the map stuff. Man, there's like probably a dozen or so things that have come out since you started Outer Pondering.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they're just starting small. They're going to lead up to it, and eventually, oh yeah, that's where the UFOs come from.
But it's been a lot of it. It's been in video games. I've noticed, and and then the spinny cam also, and True Earth. Or
True Earth,
True View.
True View, a new perspective. Right, that was crazy, man.
Perspective. All replays.
There was this commercial that came on when Snack was at my house. Not this
the
last time.
spinny cam? No.
Yeah.
That's not the spinny cam. That's True View. That's what football really looks like.
True View, a new perspective. It was just like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Yeah, and I think
They're
the next was
listening
like,
to
hey,
us.
I need some snacks. And it was like, oh, why don't you do a snack? It's funny. It's funny. Hey, I guess we're just.
And then someone's like, have you heard of Flat Earth, dude?
Oh yeah, and then it would be like the empty, like some kind of like man. And then there's the commercials that mention Flat Earth, or not. They don't mention Flat Earth, but
there's been a few that have just been totally like, okay, we're going to tell you the Earth is flat. Basically, it seems like to me, especially the one with
the Google Pixel campaign.
Ewan McGregor, and he's got the Ewan McGregor's walking through the TV screens, and they show the astronauts on the wires, and then he walks behind the TV, and the astronauts are in space, and so they're showing that in a major commercial during the Super Bowl, as well as another one with what's his name, Michael McConaughey, and he's in a hot air balloon, but he's got the space suit on, and he's like, space, the final frontier, and he's like, nah. And takes off his helmet. He's in a balloon, and he's like, "We got to worry about what's going on down on here, Earth, like just all these teasers."
Lincoln, all right,
right, all right. The Earth is flat, all right. You can hear it, can't you? They're gonna tell us, guys. It's already too late. They don't like a lot of people knowing stuff that's true without them controlling it. So they're gonna jump in front of it and say, "Yeah, the Earth is flat, and outer ponders are here, and we have to do what they say." I'm telling you. It's their best move.
I'm waiting for it, man. That'd be good. That'd be fun.
I mean, at some point, right? Everybody's been kind of hit by this idea. If you're kind of like up there, if you're a rock star or a super actor or something like that, somebody's mentioned this now,
right?
So yeah, I think there's like a woke set, and I would say like probably McConaughey might know about a lot of shit.
What's it was talking about some bigger names coming out that might be coming out here pretty soon. Sam Tripoli. There's a gay guy that's got a lot of, I don't know who it is, but he's got like a lot of subs, and he came out very eloquently. I haven't found that. I was going to ask Witsit about it if he's still here. Who that was?
Well, I don't really.
He's like a popular gay guy, a social media guy.
I see.
There's too many people coming out. Even the gay guys are coming out.
Milo, right? Yeah.
Was it Milo? Okay.
He just recently did. So
that's got to be it.
That shit is crazy.
Find the link. I want to see this. What he says.
The reason being because he's like a kind of a conservative. He started sort of like not conservative. I don't know.
He's conservative gay.
It's
rare.
Conservative for rebel people.
Neo-conservative gay, man. Right?
Okay.
Now he's neo-conservative flat earther gay.
That's what I'm saying.
whatever that is, man. Yeah. What the hell is that, man?
Might as well throw that in there.
Make up your pronoun language. Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's just that he had so if other people like in that, because he was kind of high, not high up, but like there's like if other people in that sort of of his stature also get into that conversation, like I saw Tucker Carlson do a whole thing on flat Earth with an interviewer, so it's like,
oh yeah, with what's his name? Well, no, did he do flat Earth? It was a flat earther, but he didn't talk about flat Earth. It was what's his name?
I mean, not like no, but he just brings it up to say like, oh, that's a shitty idea. Yeah, let me fix my bow tie, whatever, But that's as much as somebody like in that chair in that commercial spot to do anything anyway.
Yeah. It's like, hey, Earth is flat. Isn't that funny?
Which is not to say that I don't like necessarily think Tucker Carlson's a flatty or cool, but it's just that it gets it's this is really soaking in more now, Like it was just beating off before, like the raindrops on a leather jacket, but the raindrops have been beating down enough to where it's like fucking soak this leather jacket.
Well, it's gonna be a generational thing at least before anything else. Maybe we're almost there. Yeah,
almost 10 years. So it's like I think at the 10-year mark is almost anything like a marketing campaign, a sports franchise, the TV franchise, whatever. 10 years is like you're established now. You can go somewhere.
Right. It's going to be like the grandpa who can't figure out how the VCR works. Is going to be the guy that believes in space travel. Be like, you still believe in space travel? You're so fucking out of it, dude.
All your clocks are flashing 12. Come on.
That's really almost where it's at anyway. The kids are going to pick up on this. They already have, more so than we probably
grew up in
know.
Minecraft. Like we grew up being babysat by TVs, but these kids grew up like an interactive 3D flat environment.
Right? Yeah. That's a good point. Yep. Minecraft on the fucking ball just doesn't work.
And then after the wave of Minecraft happened, and what is that other one? The Fortnite, right?
Fortnite.
That began right when the Fortnite of quarantine happened, right? So these things were concurrent, right?
Yeah.
Remember Poncho P was like his kid was like totally up in a Fortnite, and then that kicked into high gear, because everybody's in lockdown. All they can do is play video games with their friends.
Kids pick up on what's going on.
Go look at that. That's like all a bunch of flat islands floating in the sky.
Hey, could somebody mute Democ? That'd be great.
I can.
Okay. He's asking to be muted. All right.
Yeah. I think Democ, he makes it a game. He's like, I'm just gonna talk until they mute me. That's his game.
Dude, let him talk, man. Who's
I got him unmuted. I unmuted him.
There we go.
I'm a mod here. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Nice.
There we go, Democ. Are you there, brother?
Yeah, I don't talk until they mute me.
I'm just kidding. I thought you might be playing a game sometimes, like just to try to get them to mute you.
Democ, we're getting the crew back together, man. How's it feel, bro? How's it feel?
Yeah,
What's up?
we got 4 of the main old crew right here.
Right here, man. Yeah. You there, Democ? Oh shit, you dropped out. Damn, lost you, bro.
We had it for a second. I was feeling like we were riding high.
Yeah. Thanks, Democ, man. Way to bring it down, bro. Crush it. Way to crush the spirit, man. Damn.
Now we're begging for him. He's getting muted or he's getting begged for, one or the other.
Worse now. I don't want to be begging for Democ. That's terrible. Please, come on.
Why do you guys unmute him?
Well, he's a part of our old crew. He'll be cool with all of us here, I think. He's not going to just go off and start rambling on about the
you sure?
Paper toilet roll telescope or any of that. No.
You sure?
I think that he'll be cool. I trust him.
You trust him?
Yeah. No paper towel, fucking telescope under the ocean.
You need 2 chopsticks. That's all you need. Cupcake on your forehead. Can you see what I'm saying?
Forehead.
Oh yeah.
Come on, what's up? Tamak, he can't talk, I think, is probably he's got issues.
It sounds
Anyway.
like he's still at work or something, man.
Yeah,
So,
he actually said you should mute him. He just said it in text chat.
He did say that, yeah. But he was already server muted for a minute. Yeah.
I think he wants to be server muted.
I don't think so, man.
He said mute me.
No, but then he said, like, I don't want to be muted.
Oh, did he say that?
Well, it's not like he's hot micing. Maybe that's what he thinks because he can't get his mic to work or something.
Okay.
I don't know. Man.
Anyway.
Someone says mute me. But
He
yeah.
said mutiny.
Mutiny on a bounty.
So yeah, we got a baller here talking to us. He's going to be, trying to figure out the VCR still when we're talking about Outer Ponds, and everybody else is too. You might be the last person left on Earth that doesn't know that Earth is not a spinning ball. What do you think?
Really?
Could you? I mean, wouldn't you hate to be the last one? That's pretty much what I'm saying. Like, wouldn't it suck to be the last one believing in the ball?
That would suck, man. That would suck.
Maybe, yeah, I guess. I would be like, I would be like you guys, I would be like the only one believing this thing. The way you guys are the only ones that believe the Earth is flat, I would be in your shoes, right?
Well, yeah, really, it's a little different because we're right.
The key is stationary. The key is
because you're right.
You're not.
No, stationary is all we need.
Right. You're not on a spinning ball. You can. I'm not.
Balls. Shout out to spin balls. Shout out to those guys.
Oh, dude, I was playing around with Manny, and I was like, man, this is actually because I was like trying to do a bacon, but then I was like, I don't want to do a shitty bacon. You know what I mean? And then
That'd be a hard one. I want to hear you do a bacon.
If I play it like Baby Manny, it's almost like I'm halfway to bacon. So I'm like kind of excited about this.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I had bacon last night. I had bacon last night, man. Like, could you just be like a decent human being for 27 minutes or something?
He is a decent human being. You can tell that. That's the problem. He's definitely a decent human being. As well as
you gotta
a lot of others.
Quit denying every fucking thing we come up with, man. Please. Yeah. Well, I'll do the same for you too, man. I mean, I was hitting him heart to heart, man, and then he shut up. I never heard from him again, man. So
no, he's all right. He's all right. He's a all right person. Just like he's very.
I'm like, dude, man, stop it.
There's just times he'll just put up 100% resistance at whatever's being said.
Man. And it's like, dude, you stop it.
100%.
Oh, there he is.
Right. And if you said 100%, be like, no, it's more like 99.9998 point.
It really is.
Well, I just want him to be honest, and same with Kosa, man. I fucking that Mongo, bro.
They can't be honest.
Well, I think that's the thing. They kind of put themselves in the mindset that they're here to defend the model, and they're not. That's what they're here for. It's not like they're here to actually listen to the other side and say that there's a lot of good points. That's just not what they're here for. Maybe Nate does a pretty good job of that. He's pretty good at
what?
Their only good point.
You agree when there's a good point made on the other side sometimes, right? Don't you?
I don't know if I would have. Agree is a strong word. But I hear what you mean.
Hey man,
well, like planes can't land on a spinning ball. You agreed with me about that, right, Nate? So there we go.
No, I don't agree with that.
Planes
okay, so how do they land on a spinning ball with different angles of runways and different ways? Like they would have to catch up to the speed
because momentum is conserved. It's the same way.
Yeah, they only have the conserved momentum from where they start.
It's the same way you can jump in a moving plane and you still land on the same spot in the plane,
Okay, but you heard my response to that. I typed it out. You're on a moving plane. First of all, you're in the same reference frame. Secondly,
we already had this convo in text chat, bro. You saw my responses as well.
I didn't hear a response to that though. You said the same thing as moving on a plane and then you're jumping in the air. But if you go through a gradient of tangential velocities, you no longer have the same conserved momentum as the ground below you.
But number one, you do conserve momentum because you and the plane are in the same reference frame. The same way the plane
They're
and the ground
not.
are in the same reference frame. They are.
No.
Why aren't they? Why are
Because
they in different
if you were locked in to be in the same speed as the Earth moving eastward, you would never be able to fly
reference frames
westward or
have
south or
nothing
any
to
of that.
do with speed, but that answer doesn't explain why they're not in the same reference frames. There's nothing to do with
It explains why none of this stuff does what you say an airplane does. If one airplane pulls down at 2 longitude and 2 latitude, everything should pull down there, not just the airplane above your head. Everything. What about a hot air balloon? A hot air balloon ain't got to do it. Nothing has to do with the physics.
Well, Nate, first of all, when you go up high enough, just in general, first of all, the atmosphere is not in lockstep with the Earth to begin with, right? So even if you're talking about the atmosphere helping the plane be in that reference frame, it's not in sync enough for the plane to land on a perfectly stationary Earth, right? To begin with, even if it just like turned around and landed where it took off from. It's already not in sync, right? It would have to be perfect sync so that every time the plane lands, it seems as though the runway is completely stationary. But then it goes into a different tangential velocity.
We're in sync enough for momentum to be conserved. I don't know where this criteria is coming in that it has to be 100% perfectly synced. You just making up conditions that are just in your head, Dave. Yeah.
I'm not saying that in your model that the momentum of the original spot it took off from wouldn't be conserved. That's the idea, that it would be conserved. But then if it goes towards the equator, where it has to pick up eastward momentum, it didn't have that conserved momentum.
What the hell is eastward momentum, Dave? What are these?
Eastward tangential velocity. It's higher. It's 1,000 miles at the equator. And if it took off from a latitude where it only had 500 miles per hour, right, then it would have to pick up 500 by the time it got to the equator. Understand?
Okay.
So how does it do that?
It can do that easily. You can speed up and slow down and still be maintaining momentum within the system.
So you're saying the pilot needs to keep track of the ground movement of the Earth so that it can be in lockstep? It doesn't?
The pilot doesn't need to do that. But I'm just answering your weird question that has nothing to do with.
It's not a weird question. It's a very
speeding up and slowing down, changing your velocity doesn't affect momentum within the system.
Well, that's a good point. I would say you're right. It wouldn't, but for your model to work, they're saying you'd have to bank east incrementally over the period of time that you get to the equator, so that you can
bank east. Yeah, that's fine.
But that's what
momentum
the pilot's not trained to do that. The pilot's not trained to bank east to catch up to the Earth. Why not?
I'm not sure what pilots are trained. I'm not sure where it says they would need to bank east, Dave. I'm not sure if what you were saying
not familiar with
is
this
true.
argument. Okay.
No, I'm not familiar with the claims you're making because I've been a part of this argument and I've never heard these claims being made. I'm gonna look into the claims you are making, but at the end of the day, even your claims don't violate the conservation of momentum.
I'm not saying it violates the conservation of momentum. That's the point. It's not about that. It's about if it started with a conservation of momentum that's much less or even more than where it started from, it's going to have to figure out how to be in lockstep with the Earth so that when it lands on the runway, the Earth seems completely stationary, and that doesn't.
But it is in lockstep with the Earth, even when it's in the sky.
How?
Because momentum is conserved.
The atmosphere is not even in lockstep.
The atmosphere is basically in lockstep with the Earth, bro.
Okay, so you're saying
momentum is conserved. It's so close. It's obviously not. It's not a 1-to-1 match, but it's like 99.999%. It's right there, Dave. It really has no effect.
I'm not trying to say it wouldn't be, but even that would make a difference. And then when it goes towards the equator, where it needs 500 miles per hour sideways,
how significant is the difference? Put a number.
I'm not saying that 99.9% would be something that it even needs to come into this argument. I'm talking about it's not in lockstep, arguably already, and then on top of that, it would have to gain 500 miles per hour of tangential velocity eastward as it goes towards the equator.
Right, and that's the pilots aren't trained to do that. Records of burning that fuel. I mean, where's all that fuel?
And if it goes west-southwest towards the equator, it's never going to be able to bank east. So that ends it right there. Yeah, crickets.
Sorry, man.
Yeah,
I'm texting to somebody. Give me 1 second and
All
I'll
right,
respond.
no problem. No problem.
are you touching Google?
No,
that was a good one, Snack. Are you texting Google?
Talking with Branch. No, I'm talking with Branch. I'll be right back.
Branch. Oh, Branch will give you good advice. Yeah.
Google. No, Branch and I was having a conversation with Branch before I even started talking to you.
Oh, okay. So if you got things to do with Branch, then I'm sure that takes precedence.
Could you? Yeah, I was talking to him before I started talking to you,
All right,
Dave.
yeah.
But I tried my best to
I
entertain
bet it
you
was
as well.
about girls, wasn't it? About women.
No, it's not. It's not about women. It's a private matter. Don't worry about it. Could
You
you
Okay,
repeat
so I'll
the
repeat
claim
it.
you made?
No, I'm just saying that if the plane needs to pick up eastward momentum, right? If it goes in through this gradient of tangential velocities, it has to know
What
how
does that
fast the
mean?
ground is moving. Well, the
What does
ground's
that
moving
mean?
faster
Eastward
at
momentum.
eastward momentum of the plane, the conserved momentum, right, that it had, it would be quote unquote almost in lockstep with the Earth when it takes off. But then it goes towards the equator where it needs 500 miles per hour more tangential velocity because it's a faster ground speed at the equator than where it took off from. Right? So the claim on your side usually is, since you're not familiar with the argument, is that you bank east incrementally over time, and they have the equation that they think would help make the plane be in this eastward momentum, and so that it could land on the runway as if it were stationary. But when it started, right, the runway that it's aiming for is going 500 miles per hour faster than where it started from. So when it gets there, it would have to treat the runway as if it's stationary, but somehow be moving with the Earth 500 miles per hour faster than where it started from. I mean, you've been in this conversation a while. I think I've gone over this.
He's just waiting for the standard response from the back channels, man. I find it funny. It's like the back channels.
What's the back channel?
People messaging him, yeah.
Yeah,
man. What's
you
the back channel?
Globers, when a certain conversation comes up, you guys tag team each other in. You got the back channels going. The funny thing is, like on the FE side, like occasionally, like Dave, right, New Perspective, well, he might be like, hey, check out this argument that this physicist has put forth. And I'm like, cool, I'll check it out.
Right.
End of combo, right? But you guys are like daily basis. It's kind of funny.
Okay.
Like,
but there's no answer that he could get from anybody on this one, because it doesn't.
No, I've already given you my answers, Dave. I've told you.
Oh, jumping on the airplane.
That momentum is not affected by a change in your velocity or your speed. So all of this stuff you're talking about, they would have to bank this way and that, and pilots aren't trained for that. I've never heard that. You're the first person saying this to me.
It's very
if you could
simple,
post
though,
something. If you could post something to back your claims, I would love to read it. Otherwise, I'm not going to go back and forth with you on a I said, you said type of thing. We've already done this in text.
Well, you said you responded, but you didn't even address the very simple scenario. You realized that the ground speed.
What was my response, Dave?
You said you're trying to make it like I'm arguing that momentum wouldn't be conserved, and I'm not arguing that. Okay? I'm saying that they only have 500 miles per hour of momentum when they start, but the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So how does it pick up the 500 miles per hour extra momentum?
But that makes no sense.
Why?
What? Because that's not how we measure momentum.
I'm not talking about momentum. I'm talking about the Earth would be moving faster than the plane.
You said 500 miles of momentum. That makes no sense because momentum isn't measured in distance units.
I agree. That's the problem. But you have to act. Your side of the argument has to act like just banking east would give it more momentum in that direction because it has.
But why not make a claim that makes sense? I can't rebut you saying that someone had a 500-mile increase in momentum, because that's nonsensical.
No,
I can't argue against.
I'm saying it wouldn't work. I'm just saying, Nate, I'm not saying that they can pick up momentum. The momentum would start to lessen as soon as they're in the air. Is the point?
That's not true. But that's not true. I'm telling you, momentum would not change because they are within a system, Dave. Do you know how momentum works? It's not just about the plane. It's about the system the plane is in. The plane might lose. Let me finish talking.
So you're saying the plane has no resistance?
The plane might let me finish, bro. The plane might lose momentum, but it's losing momentum to the Earth or to the atmosphere, so that within the whole entire system, momentum is conserved.
That's fine. Yeah, if you want to say it goes off, it's friction. Yeah, it could be transferred to friction and all that. That's fine. But I'm saying that.
Thank you. So you do understand.
I understand it. You weren't explaining it to me. I understood that before the argument.
Stop
Proves that you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Changes. Stop
I'm
saying
not.
that momentum changes when the plane gets you off.
No, just because I'm saying the momentum that the plane has.
500-mile increase in momentum.
No,
You are inferring there's a change in momentum.
Regardless of what happens to the momentum. It doesn't matter what happens to the momentum. If it goes off into the atmosphere, that's fine. I'm not arguing that that momentum isn't conserved. Get away from that idea. I'm saying that the plane wouldn't be in lockstep with the Earth when it gets to a higher tangential velocity. That's the problem.
It would be, Dave.
How?
I don't know.
How?
Because momentum is conserved, bro. Oh my God.
500. It only started with 500. It needs to be moving sideways 1,000 when it gets to the equator. It needs 500 miles per hour.
That doesn't change momentum. That does not change momentum. If you move to the left or move to the right or speed up or slow down, momentum is still conserved.
I'm not saying it's not conserved. That's not my argument. The momentum is
your argument because you are saying that the momentum changes.
Oh my God.
If momentum
you guys
changes,
are over
then it's not conserved anymore.
Hold on, Nate. You guys are kind of like over talking each other and talking past each other. Dave, let me try to understand your argument here. So it's regarding the momentum. You would be talking about like a plane that is taking off at like the North Pole or the South Pole or somewhere around that region,
or even halfway.
Hold on, Dave. Yeah. Hold on, and then that plane is trying to land at somewhere around the equator, right? So you're saying that the momentum east to west, easterly, westerly momentum of the Earth as this plane leaves this object, if it's trying to land on another portion of the object that happens to be moving faster, there would be an issue unless somehow it gained momentum in a specific direction so that when it approached that runway would appear to be stationary.
Right, exactly. Nate, did that make sense? Nate, did that make sense?
I fully understand what your argument is, but I'm telling you that momentum doesn't change that way. All right? If you feel momentum changes that way, because you guys keep bringing up these terms, easterly and westward momentum, which makes no sense, then please post something that, backs what you were saying. Because you're just saying it.
I agree with you. Momentum doesn't. Wait, I agree with you. Momentum doesn't change that way. But the problem is that it would need to be moving sideways with the Earth the same way it was when it took off, but it couldn't be because the Earth is moving faster where it's trying to land than where it took off from. So even if it conserved 500 miles per hour momentum and that didn't change, it didn't lose any of it, it would only be moving sideways with the Earth at 500 miles per hour, but the Earth is moving 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So how does it match up then, Nate?
Yes, sir. Enjoy that silence.
I don't know, Dave.
It needs to be moving sideways with the Earth at 1,000 miles per hour, but it only had 500 miles per hour of momentum when it started. So how does it move sideways with the Earth perfectly to make the runway seem stationary when the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles per hour rather than the 500 miles per hour where it took off at that smaller circle?
Because it's moving with the Earth. Its momentum is still conserved. It's the same way. That's why I keep on going back to the example of you jumping in a plane. When you jump, because if what you were saying is true, then if I jump in a plane long enough, right? If I had this magical ability to jump in a plane and stay airborne for 30 seconds, when I come back down, I shouldn't land on the same spot. That's what you were saying.
No, and I'm saying if you were able to jump,
because the plane has turned to the left or to the right.
You're still not getting it.
It has eastward or westward momentum or whatever.
I agree with you.
On the same spot.
I agree with you. The momentum doesn't change, right? The momentum doesn't change. So how is it going to pick up more momentum?
Why does it? If me jumping in a plane, the momentum doesn't change. Why does it change when the plane jumps off of Earth and lands back down?
Because I'm saying if the plane jumped off of Earth where the Earth was only moving 500 miles per hour, and the plane landed on a spot where the Earth was moving 1,000 miles per hour, it wouldn't have the 1,000 miles per hour lockstep momentum that it needed as if it took off from that spot instead.
Okay, so if I was in a plane and the plane was moving at 300 miles an hour before I jumped, when I got into the air, it sped up. Am I not going to still land back on the same spot, Dave? Or am I going to land somewhere further back in the plane?
First of all, because you're
it's the
inside the plane.
exact same thing.
It's
and the plane is within the Earth's atmosphere. It's the exact same thing, Dave.
No,
are you not like if you accelerate? If you're driving a vehicle and you accelerate in the vehicle, are you not pushed back into the seat a little bit?
Yeah, you are definitely.
So
there you go.
That's not the same thing as this example we're talking about.
If you switch 100 miles an hour, hundreds of miles an hour. I'm not talking about like 80 miles an hour or 88 miles an hour. I mean, it's hundreds of miles an hour. You don't think that's going to matter at all? You think it's be insignificant, nil?
The gradual increase in velocity over that period of time. No, I mean, a plane doesn't go from, they would never do that in a plane. Go from 0 to 130 seconds.
Nate, how about if you're standing on,
do that the way
let's say you're standing on top of the car, right? And somehow there's no wind pushing you even, right? Let's say that was possible. You're just moving along with the car, right? And then you jump up in the air and the car speeds up. Don't you think the car could speed out in front of you, like underneath, and you land on the ground? Don't you think that'd be possible?
Definitely.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So that's the scenario, because then you'd be on the car.
But that's not the scenario.
In a separate reference frame. The problem is you don't understand that the plane is in a separate reference frame from the Earth.
It's not a separate reference frame. No,
it is.
The plane
it has to be.
Really, I'll tell you what.
How is it a separate reference frame? Explain that.
Because it has to be able to fly over the Earth other places than it started.
That doesn't make it a separate reference frame.
Yeah, then it wouldn't be able to fly anywhere.
Hold up.
Yeah, it wouldn't be able to fly anywhere. Oh my God,
that
you don't
doesn't
get
make it a separate reference frame.
But like, so
you understand what is a reference frame, Dave?
Dude, you don't get it.
Dude.
What is a reference frame?
Wait, let's say something because you don't get it. Go ahead.
Can we go with the reference frame of where the rubber meets the road, where the tires hit the tarmac? Okay, in this case, right, is going to signify all the equalization of those forces that you guys are kind of quibbling about here. So
where the boat hits the water.
Well, because we're going to let Snacks talk. Go ahead, Snacks.
Because the forces are going to get resolved like at the wheels and the road when it lands.
But what does that have to do with reference frames, Snacks?
Well, I guess in one reference frame, the Earth is moving, and the other reference frame is still.
In which reference frame? In which reference?
I'm using
frame
it as a way to fucking get back to like
Earth
something that's interesting to talk about, which is like that the mechanics of the landing gear would have to be very, they would be very important here in resolving the forces.
All right. So in which reference frame?
Do you not agree?
No, I don't agree. So in which reference frame is the Earth moving, and in which one is it standing still?
Do you not know?
You want to continue your conversation with
Nate? Are you confused about the reference frames and you're unsure? Is that why you're asking?
No, I know how reference frames work. Because this snack made that comment, so I'm just
so which one's moving? So which one's moving, Nate?
Which one's moving where, Nate?
You're asking about the reference frames. Did you ask about movement?
Yes, because Snack made the comment that one reference frame Earth is moving, and the other one it's not. So I'm asking, which reference frames is he referring to?
So you're confused? You don't understand?
I'm not confused. I'm just asking Snacks a question.
Can you answer your own question?
Well, do you want to? Why would I answer a question I asked? Do you want to answer it, Napalm?
I'm just saying that.
Do you know?
I know. I just want to get clarity from Snacks, though.
Is this like a test?
It's not a test. I'm just asking questions. The same way you guys are asking me questions, I'm asking you questions.
I typically ask y'all questions so that I can get clarification.
And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get clarification from Snacks. What did he mean when he made that claim? If I'm not allowed to ask questions, just say so, man, and I'll stop.
No, you can ask questions. I just didn't know if you
so
were
then let me
to
ask
the answer.
my question, bro. God damn. But I mean, Snacks is muted anyway. I don't know if you want to answer it, Nathan.
No, I didn't.
Do you understand that the plane's in a separate reference frame? Do you understand that?
How is it? I don't agree with you. So you
I don't
need to
think they.
explain to
I
me
don't think they
how
think
is
it
it
is,
in
Dave.
in a separate reference frame? How is
How's it in the same?
explain it? Because from any observer on the ground or in the plane, they would have the same frame of reference. They would see that the ground and the plane are moving together. In order to go into a different reference frame, you would need to leave the system. You would need to be on the sun or the moon, because reference frames are observer dependent. It's the
So I think
observer
that's
that determines the frame of reference.
merry-go-round.
And an observer can only say that something else is in a different frame of reference if that frame of reference is moving at a different velocity from the velocity that the observer is moving. So if I'm on the ground, the plane above me is moving in the same reference frame as me because it's within the same system. It's within the Earth's atmosphere. But if I'm on the sun, I can definitely say that the plane is not moving with the Earth because I'm in a totally different frame of reference and system from the plane and the Earth. You know, it's like the Coriolis effect, you know, watching the bullet go over you while you're on a merry-go-round.
No,
I think that was a very good answer, right?
No, it wasn't.
So,
No.
so what happens, Nate? What happens to the bullet when it's shot on the merry-go-round? Is it still in the same reference frame?
What do you mean when it's shot on the merry-go-round?
You said a
If
bullet
I
going
shot
over
it,
the merry-go-round.
yeah, but who's shooting it? Am I shooting it? If I'm on the merry-go-round and I shoot the bullet, you know,
Does it remain in your reference frame?
no, I'll see deviation.
What is there
I'll
actual
take-
physical deviation? Does
From my
it
point of view,
conserve
yes.
its momentum? So if you're spinning around on a merry-go-round,
Momentum is conserved, but from my point of view, I'm definitely seeing it deviate because that, you know, that bullet is not moving within my frame of reference. My frame of reference has it's non-inertial because I'm on a merry-go-round spinning around while the bullet is going straight. It's in an inertial frame of reference. So the forces acting on us are different, but momentum is still being conserved.
Gotcha. So when you shoot that bullet and you're a third-party observer outside of the reference frames, that bullet appears to go straight when you shoot it, right?
If I'm a third party, like I have a God's eye view looking down, yes, it'll appear to go straight.
So if I was a plane at the North Pole and I left the Earth and was traveling towards the equator, right? And you were an observer on the moon.
Yeah.
Would that plane appear to go straight as the Earth
Yes.
moves below it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Then how is
But
it
if
in
I'm
the same
on-
reference frame?
Wait, no. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yes, of course not.
What do you mean, Bacon? If I'm
The
watching the
plane-
plane go from, if I'm on the moon looking down at the Earth, right, and the North
Get your
Pole is in the
story
center,
straight, Global.
and the plane leaves the North Pole and goes to the equator, why would I see deviation, Bacon, if I'm standing on the moon?
Because the plane is going to use the atmosphere to fly. If he's going
Uh-huh.
straight, he's going to get a crosswind stronger, right?
No, but let's say there's no atmosphere. It was just moving straight while the Earth beneath it was spinning.
Oh, so you're shooting a bullet
Obviously,
instead of flying an airplane.
yeah. I'm
Okay,
just trying to
yeah.
compare the airplane to a bullet. Obviously, if you factor in the atmosphere, it won't be that simple. I agree with you, but
Yeah.
I was just trying to make a
That's
one-to-one
that's the whole
comparison.
point.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Does it matter the direction?
Or if you're shooting for something from the North Pole, every direction is south. You can only shoot south.
I'm talking about the observer. When the observer sees you and you shoot the thing, does it matter which way you shoot it compared to where he's looking?
Nah, not in that example. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd say not at all.
How are you guys calling your perspective? Is he called Dave? Or did I get that wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, Bacon?
Right. You just so you know, you have some background noise.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute here. I'm trying to get back to the screen. Sorry.
Not a problem.
Bacon, I realized Dave's a real person. I figured that out last week. Or this past week.
Yeah, I saw you on camera too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. It's nice to have a face to
Dave has
recognize.
a face.
Oh, I saw it already, actually. I think last year.
Fuck.
I saw it.
Eyes without a face.
I haven't sent you the video of me from like years ago when I punked them on Hollywood Boulevard. I'll have to send it to you.
Great.
Yeah,
this is why I don't go on
like
cam
more.
because you. This is why I don't go on cam because you creepy fucking Globers, man.
But yeah, so you know what I figured would be napalm. Wouldn't it be great if we could have like the angle of every runway that a plane lands on just in America to start with, right? The angle that it's at, right? And then you'd have to figure out, like, if you were a pilot flying, how fast you'd have to be moving eastward, you know, exactly in tandem with the Earth, so that the runway, whichever angle it's at, would seem stationary, even though it's moving with the plane completely in lockstep.
Sorry, I think that was me.
It's Bacon moving his classroom desks around.
Yeah,
Nate, sorry. Dave, can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do the airplanes get their speed?
Acceleration?
Oh, what do you mean?
By flying through the air, right? Using the air. They're riding on the air. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Well, that's one answer. I think there's.
You're saying are you trying to lead us towards, okay, they're moving in the air, which is like the atmosphere, so it's going to be in lockstep because of the atmosphere. Is that what you're leading?
No, I didn't say any of that. No, I'm just saying, like, if you're getting your speed from the air, then the speed of the airplane that the pilot sees is relative to the air, right?
Absolutely.
Right. I think they can also get the speed from radars, can it? Like, aren't there some towers that the planes use to get directions and?
I don't know. Tell me this: what gauge in the cockpit? What's the gauge in the cockpit, Bacon, that tells them how fast the Earth is moving below them, like the ground speed of the Earth?
I don't think they give them the speed relative to the inertial plane. I think they give the speed relative to Earth, where the
So let me
towers
ask
are
you the same question.
on the surface.
When a plane takes off at a latitude where it has 500 miles per hour of conserved momentum, right? But it's going towards the equator, right? Where it needs 500 miles per hour more tangential velocity to be in lockstep with the Earth. How does it gain that momentum, or how does it gain that sideways tangential velocity?
It's sticky air. It's sticky air and windy.
Let Bacon answer, please. The sticky air doesn't work anyway, but go ahead, Bacon. Unless he's going to say sticky air too.
Great circle route. If you
What's that?
follow a great circle route, if you follow a great circle route, are you talking about going from north to south? Is that it?
Saying like it starts at 500, like say Chicago, and it goes towards the equator, where it's going to land on a ground speed of 1,000 miles per hour, but it only has 500 miles per hour of conserved momentum. How does it do that?
They basically trying to say, Bacon, that because the Earth is moving fast at the equator, they're landing on a part of the ground that's moving faster underneath.
I've been through this with Bacon 100 times.
As far as I know, they were just trying to follow a great circle route.
Right, but how does it gain momentum sideways to be in lockstep with the Earth?
Momentum sideways.
Well, if they're following a great circle, they're making a path.
Yeah.
That gets faster as they get closer to the equator. Like simply by following.
Why does the path make them get faster?
Because if you look at that great circle route in the inertial plane, it's making a curve, right?
Yeah, right.
So so relative to inertial plane, the plane is going to accelerate just by keeping its same ground velocity. So all it has to do is to keep the ground velocity.
Okay, so say it didn't follow the route, right? Say it just went straight to the equator, right? Didn't follow anything, just flew there. How would it make sure that it's in lockstep with the Earth?
Oh, if it did that without following a great circle, then you wouldn't.
It wouldn't. It would be 500 miles per hour, potentially 500 miles per hour difference, right?
Yeah, if it
that'd be
could
a problem,
follow
right?
if it could follow a straight line in space instead of following a great circle.
Sure.
Then yeah.
Or even just like a slightly different path. Not that I'm saying that the Great Circle Route path works. I'm not acknowledging or agreeing with that, but I'm saying just take that out of your mind. You have to make sure that the plane is landing on what seems to be a stationary Earth, right? There's never any time where the plane has to land on an Earth that's moving sideways ever, right?
Well, kind of like the Earth is like when you're landing, the Earth is your reference. Like when you're trying to land, you're trying to land on what you see, right?
Yeah, but it's stationary relative to the plane's motions, right?
No, but if
really?
if it was, it's the reference frame. That's where the pilot is basing like his speed and position. It's always relative to the surface when he's landing, right?
Yeah, but you know, right, that pilots are trained in like simulators, right? And the simulators all use a stationary level Earth, right? You realize that?
Yeah, I mean,
okay, that's true. We all know that.
Okay.
Right. So if that's the case, and they're flying over a spinning ball, how are you arguing that the dynamics would be so similar that they wouldn't have to be trained to fly over a spinning ball rather than a stationary level Earth?
Oh, I can't see how it would be different. Like how it would be significantly
You can't see how a spinning ball would be different than a stationary Earth when flying.
What?
No. Given that, like,
you want to repeat that to yourself. Think about it.
No, when you're taking off, you're using you're referencing your speed based on the surface that is near you, right? That's below you.
No words needed.
That is not a problem. You already have the momentum necessary.
Mark, let me do this, please. Okay, so
you already have. Okay.
So what now? You're
as
saying
you
that
fly,
the Earth spinning, right, at a faster speed than where it took off wouldn't make any difference. Is that what you're saying?
Not significantly, no.
Demonstrate it.
Can I give an example?
To some degree, at least you'll agree to be different to some degree, even though it would be a lot different in my opinion. But let's just say, it would be different. Right?
Can I give an example?
Go ahead, Nathan.
Can I give an example of like trying to do this as like an individual, right? So lots of times the conservation of momentum or things like that are you're given examples of somebody on a trampoline on a truck. As the truck is traveling, you can still jump on the trampoline and you'll go up and down. It's not like you're going to fly away. You're conserving your momentum, right? Is that kind of a typical example of that?
One linear direction, right? So if the truck turned, it'd be totally different. But go ahead. Yeah, that's what they use.
Yep. So I'll even use a different scenario, right? Not even the truck turning, but let's say you're jumping on that trampoline and you want to jump from that trampoline to a trampoline on another truck that just so happens to be going twice as fast as the truck that you're currently on.
Right. Yeah.
What would happen when your feet would hit that trampoline? Would you be able to just jump up and down the same way you would on the original truck's trampoline? Or would
no,
you?
Of course not. Like, if you're illustrating Dave's point, I already understand that. Like, it's not. My problem is not understanding that there's a difference in the tangential speed from where you're taking off from where you're landing.
Yeah.
I see that. That's not difficult to understand.
Well, you're saying that wouldn't be any
perspective.
different than it being stationary. If it was stationary, it would be totally easy because they would just fly there and land on a stationary Earth. But you're saying that the Earth spinning 500 miles per hour faster than where it took off from would be so similar to it being stationary that it wouldn't even make a difference, and the pilots wouldn't even need to be trained to account for that. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what would be the difference in the experience of the pilot comparing both scenarios.
Be a lot of difference because it would have to have more tangential velocity sideways, and then even if it could gain that momentum somehow, right, adding to its 500 miles per hour, so then it would be moving with the Earth at 1,000 miles per hour by the time it got there. If that were even possible, when it slowed down to land, it couldn't keep accelerating with the Earth as it's slowing down to land forwards. It would have two vectors. You'd have a sideways moving Earth and a forward moving plane, and the wheels would break off every time.
Well, you lost me in the end. You lost me in the end. Like,
So
okay, so we
got to the equator, and it only had 500. It only had the initial 500 miles per hour momentum that it had from the start. But it needs to be moving 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth. How does it do that?
Well, I thought you said assuming that it could gain momentum. Now you're saying even assuming that it could gain momentum.
Then another scenario is if it could, even if it could, right? Even if it could speed up and keep going with the Earth somehow sideways, which it's not designed to do. Even if it could do that, then when it slows down, to land, it's not going to be able to keep accelerating sideways when it's slowing down to land.
Well, if it's already already have the tangential speed, why would you would have to slow down? It's like you're going from. Let me just make sure we're picturing the same stuff, right? The same scenario. So we're going from somewhere in the northern hemisphere towards the equator, right? We're going due south to the equator. So there's this eastward velocity that has to increase when you get to the equator.
Right.
Okay. The slowing down is in the south direction, not in the eastward direction, right?
They're slowing down. You're right. If it was able to somehow keep that momentum up and not have to worry about keeping the banking that it took to get to that point, right? So we would just say, let's call it velocity rather than momentum, right? Because it doesn't ever gain momentum, right? You don't think it gains momentum, do you?
You do. It does, yeah. If the velocity is increasing, then you have to gain momentum. Yeah.
Right. So then the problem is though, if it's trying to accelerate to speed up to get to the Earth's speed, right? It has to somehow keep banking east incrementally. That's what your argument on your side usually is. They incrementally bank east, right? To somehow get it to that speed. But if banking east is what
Dave, no, I've been trying.
Dan, do you want to? Okay, go ahead, Dan.
I've been
trying. Go ahead.
The lockstep in the origin point is at a different speed than the lockstep of your landing point.
Yo, can you guys unmute Xanax? So sorry, Dan. So sorry. Man.
Oh, Xanax here. Great.
So
I'll unmute him.
So your assumption is that it's not going through any speed changes during that. So the 500 miles an hour is incrementally picked up in the form of what you might call a crosswind at that point, not navigation. Because each point as you move south, the lockstep is at a different speed. So the air you're in is moving, assuming we're on a globe, assuming blah, 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 blah. The air speed of the air you moved into keeps changing, and you're not accounting for that.
No, I'm saying even if that were the case, and the airspeed were forcing you to move at the same speed as the Earth, then you would never be able to fly against the spin.
I told you they'd start bringing the wind into it.
Yeah, but the wind doesn't help them. In fact, it makes it worse, because then if the wind is locking the plane into the same momentum or the same velocity, tangential velocity as the Earth. I mean, Zanuck and I have had this out. I just unmuted him. But Zanuck and I have had this out, and he agrees. If you got there and you were not paying attention to the ground speed, you could be totally off. It could be moving 500 miles per hour faster than the plane. If the air were the solution to this, the plane would never be able to fly against the spin, right? It would never be able to fly. Well, go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure how to explain it, but like when the plane is about to land, if its velocity is already in the direction of the airport relative to the surface, then that there would be nothing to sync with anymore. Like everything that you have to sync with is already synced.
Yeah, if it were able to sync, right? But they never have to worry about trying to sync the plane to the Earth, right? But they would have to if it was moving. It would have to worry about that if it was moving. So.
No, if they would just follow the path that doesn't sync with the Earth, they would be the wind would they would get eastwards wind stronger because the atmosphere is going much faster than them eastwards.
Okay, that doesn't help you, because if the wind was forcing the plane to be in lockstep with the Earth, it would never be able to fly against the wind in the westward direction. to begin with. But then also, winds go
it's
in
not
all
that it
directions.
forces
We can't rely on the wind to make sure that the plane's in lockstep with the Earth. If we
Sure,
relied
the
on the
wind isn't-
wind to make sure that the plane's in lockstep, that would be ridiculous. The wind would always completely force the plane to be at the same exact speed as the Earth when it
No,
needs to
the
go
wind
all
doesn't-
over the place.
Oh, 1 second. The wind doesn't force it. It just adds some, like if we assume zero wind,
sure.
there's the
Even that
atmosphere is
doesn't help.
completely. Even that what? I didn't even say it.
Go ahead.
Like okay, so if you want to keep up with the atmosphere, there's a very small acceleration eastwards that you have to have just to sync with the surface. I think it's like 0.03
0.01.
And
0.01.
doesn't the plane correct for that automatically?
Right.
Yeah,
well,
you would hope so, but no.
Okay, like
It
winds.
That would be great if the automatic
does.
pilot took care of it, but it doesn't.
It does. It does.
It does? Okay.
Can I finish? Just finish.
Does it? You guys are fucked. You guys, no argument. Zanuck, go ahead. Zanuck coming in.
No.
Another showdown. Another Coriolis showdown with Zanuck.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Bacon.
Thank you. Right. If wind can give the airplane a bigger acceleration to 0.01 meters per second square, then either you're ignoring wind and you're getting also like you're getting out of your route because you don't care about wind pushing our airplane out of your route, or you're trying to follow your route, and if there's a wind that pushes your airplane in one direction, you're going to correct for that, and you won't be able to distinguish if it's an actual wind or if it's just Coriolis and you're not syncing with the atmosphere. It will be exactly the same.
Sounds like
Just trying to follow your just trying to follow your route.
Conflating Coriolis with wind is one of the things you guys run to. It doesn't work. You're conflating the Earth turning with the wind, right?
No, I'm not conflating anything. I'm pointing out that you need a very small acceleration just to sync with your surface.
Otherwise, you'd be fucked without that acceleration, right?
Yeah, but you have bigger acceleration from just regular wind.
Right. So I'm saying that if that was the case, it doesn't matter. Saying if you were trying to gauge how the wind is moving your plane one direction or another, and it was very imperative that it's moving exactly with the Earth, there'd be a big problem. Because you'd have to then counteract some winds to make sure you're still in lockstep with the Earth. But as you said, there's no gauge to tell you how fast the Earth is moving.
You have your route. If you're getting out of course, you just correct back to your course.
There's a magic route. That's the other thing you go to. Magic route, Coriolis
winds.
Magic
route.
Well, you're saying just following the route makes the speed increase its tangential velocity.
Say you were an airplane and you didn't have any control of it all. You just took off and suddenly all your controls were locked straight, and somehow was able to keep this flight path. And it happened to be a perfectly still day, and you went north. You would end up, like say you left from Central America, you'd end up, 1,000 miles to the east in America.
Right.
So that
yeah. But if you were locked up with the Earth, that would never happen, right? If you were like in the same reference frame, that would never happen.
No, the wind. We're saying that we had it's calm. Let's say we had one of those weird days.
Oh, wait, you said it was a perfectly still day. You said it was a still day. No wind. No
All right,
wind.
let Zanuck go, please. Let him do it. Because he'll bury the argument with himself. Go ahead.
No, I won't. It's very simple. You go north, and if you just let the plane fly, it would end up 1,000 miles in the same orientation, but 1,000 miles to the east. Now, if you finally got there, you'd be like, well, I'm flying just like I'm flying 500 miles an hour north, but why am I over New York when I should be over Chicago?
Right.
Because of Coriolis.
Okay.
It happened so slowly you didn't notice it because, or you're blindfolded or something. You just didn't show up there. Now, if you wanted to counteract that along the way, what would you do? You would actually be turning slightly to the west, or you have a little rudder maybe the entire way to the west. So that 1.5 miles per hour per minute is all you would need to compensate. Think of you're going 500 miles an hour. You're compensating pretty easily just going north with a little bit of pilot input, very tiny bit.
But why aren't the pilots trained to do that?
Because it's so small. As was said earlier, hold on.
But you'd be off course if they didn't.
As was said
You're saying
earlier,
they'd be 1,000 miles off course if they didn't do that.
That go on in the airplane are far to exceed the Coriolis force as you fly north.
Well, yeah, but you're saying you'd be so much off course if you didn't correct, right?
If there was no wind, if there was absolutely no
Right.
wind.
So regardless, even if there was wind, you're going to have to correct, right? So then if you just followed like your path straight, then you'd be off course, just like you
So
said.
now let's say we have a 1.5 miles per hour per minute crosswind the entire way.
Okay.
And we don't have Coriolis. The Earth is totally stationary.
Are winds ever that consistent?
No, but it's just
All the way there? Are you serious?
so we understand what's going on.
I mean,
So
come on,
we
man.
did that. We would not notice that amount of wind, as we don't even in real life going. Let's say we're going west east, and we have north and south winds because those exist too. Quite often, I've been in crosswinds flying in the entire path in a crosswind. Right, that same pilot input would be there, and the same effect would also be there as well, just like Coriolis. It just equals it equals a crosswind. It's all it is.
Right. So that's all it is. Okay. So the pilot doesn't have to worry about it.
Correct.
Right? It just does it on its own.
You're following a point to point. Along the way, there
Yeah.
are certain checkpoints that you're trying to line yourself up with,
Mm.
and you steer toward them. The autopilot actually steers for you toward them. But if you didn't have the autopilot on, which I don't have in a Cessna,
Yeah, you don't even need it. Yeah.
You fly to those positions.
Mm.
And
Yeah, just like it was stationary, right?
I think you guys are talking past each other. So, I mean, honestly,
I'm just agreeing with his ridiculousness at this point.
When I'm flying and I have a crosswind, I might say, "Why to go follow this highway? Why am I? Is this plane like out of alignment or something? Is my elevators like, or my steering wheel? Because I don't really have much force on it, but I noticed the yoke is turned. It's like this doesn't make any sense. Well, it turns out I had a crosswind the entire time. That's what you would do to follow this path. You wouldn't worry about it. You just would turn.
You said it was.
No, but this is what I mean by you guys are talking past each other because you're explaining all of this, Zanuck, but he doesn't. He's not understanding why you're explaining that because it's to him. It just sounds like you're explaining what they already conclude the error is, which is a crosswind. But I think the whole point is that when a plane, it doesn't have an instrument to recognize Coriolis. What it has is it has instruments to tell it if it's off course, off tilt, off whatever. But it doesn't have an instrument that tells it that Coriolis is affecting it. And so that's the point: is that the errors that Coriolis would give you are already encompassed by the errors that are causing it to be off course, which includes the crosswinds. And so it's not a statement of this is good evidence for Coriolis. This is a statement that planes are the wrong place to look for evidence of Coriolis,
right?
Because it's not going to be apparent. It's going to be hidden with the other errors.
Correct. Exactly right. And so
you guys are crazy. The planes aren't a good example for Coriolis. Are you kidding me?
It's not a good example.
Right. You just said it would be off course 1,000 miles when it got there. Why would that not be a good example of Coriolis?
You forget already what I said. I go, if there was no wind whatsoever and you were able to just launch the plane off the runway, get to your cruising speed, and you couldn't touch all your controls were locked in positions to fly totally straight.
Right. Yeah, like we talked about many times before, if the plane could somehow use like the star for a reference frame and even, take into account its 15-degree rotation, and it went in a straight line and it was trying to go south towards a certain destination, and it reached to that destination where at least it thought it was going to be, if it went straight towards that destination, like say New York to Florida, if it went straight to that path that it was originally on and never deviated, except for correcting for the winds that we normally have when we're flying, stayed on that straight course, then Florida would be 300 miles per hour or 300 miles off course or to the left of it, right, eastward of it, by the time it got there. So it would be the perfect tool to demonstrate the turn of the Earth if that were the plane's lockstep or dead reckoning, right? If they were able to do that dead reckoning, it'd be the perfect way of showing that the Earth actually spins. Because by the time it got to that point, then Florida wouldn't be there anymore. It'd be 300 miles per hour eastward. In fact, all of our flight destinations would be based on that idea. Because if you were going to Dallas from New York, then you would go southward to get to Dallas. You wouldn't go straight across to Dallas the way the flight path shows us, right? The flight path goes straight from New York to Dallas. Right, it's a great idea. It would show the Earth spins. Why don't you guys do that?
It's a great idea. Who wants to spend the gas to be 1,000 miles off course to show Coriolis has an effect? You could do that. You could use. I like that idea. You fly north from from Cuba or whatever, and you follow the North Star. You stay right. You stay. Just follow anything else.
No, North Star doesn't work.
Why not?
North Star doesn't. We already talked about this.
Why not?
Because it's going up to the same point. We talked about this. It's kind of a. It doesn't matter if that works or not. But we talked about this because it's actually. Because it's at the top of the supposed ball, you wouldn't necessarily get off course the way you would think, but maybe it does. Maybe we talked about that you were trying to say North Star because that was probably
I don't think we talked about
a red herring.
I thought of it.
We talked about it.
That's exactly why it's perfect. That's why it's perfect. It's because it unlike the other stars, it relatively stays in the same spot.
Right. So if you're
right, that would be why it's perfect. But then it doesn't matter.
Whether you're in Texas,
regardless, the point is.
Hold on. Whether you're in Texas or whether you're in Kentucky, that North Star is still right there, right? So if you left from Mexico and followed the North Star and didn't look at anything else, you would end up 1,000 miles to the east.
Right, and so the plane's in a separate reference frame from the Earth, and that's the only way that'd be possible, right?
No, don't talk about reference frames because that's incorrect.
You don't want to talk about reference. Well, we had some ballers in here earlier saying that the plane's in the same reference frame. So we can at least establish that the plane's in a separate reference frame with you guys, right? You seasoned ballers.
You're in all.
No, it's not in a separate reference frame. Oh my God.
You're in all reference frames simultaneously. It's a stupid argument because
you're talking relativity now.
No, I'm talking reference frames. What a reference frame is a coordinate system for which you view motion. You are in all reference frames simultaneously. That's not the right word you're trying to say. You're saying if we're going north and we go to the North Star, follow it and not worry about what's underneath us. If we make sure we stay perfect, like you said, dead reckoning on the North Star, the Earth will rotate. We will accelerate ahead of the Earth. We will end up in New York.
But okay, sure, okay, fine. That's great. Yeah, that would be great if you could actually do that. But my point is, if you jump into like, say, you jump into the jet stream and you're going 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth is spinning, right? Then you jump out of the jet stream, right? How are you automatically in the same tangential velocity as the ground below you?
You're not. That would add or subtract.
You're not. The Earth would be spinning separately from the plane, right? Of course you're not.
Of course.
So then how are you catching up to be in the same tangential velocity when you land the plane?
You're not, remember? You're going to be.
You're not. Oh, okay. So you're landing on a moving surface.
You're not listening. If you do this, you won't know where you are. You're following North Star when you get.
I'm not talking about that example anymore. I'm saying in all other way. I'm not even talking about the North Star example anymore, Zanuck.
You are so hard to talk to.
I'm not talking about the North Star. I'm just saying that the plane would be out of sync with the Earth in many different occasions, right? If it jumped into the jet stream, it's not moving in the same tangential velocity as the Earth below it. So when it jumps out of the jet stream, how is it landing on a stationary Earth?
Someone says they see the problem. You should stop for a second. So you're saying that because we're going northward and we ended up at some latitude, that suddenly we should be skidding across the surface of above the surface of the Earth laterally, like flying across toward the direction of our right wing. No, the whole idea of this Coriolis and the whole idea of what we're talking about here is that that doesn't happen. All that happens is the Earth, you accelerate ahead of the Earth, and now instead of being over Chicago, you're over New York. Going the same speed northward as you were. You made sure you were going northward, but you ended up taking a curved path. That's Coriolis. As looked at from an inertial reference frame, you would be taking a curved path. As looked at from a
non-inertial reference frame.
From a non-inertial reference frame.
Right. So there we go. Separate reference frames.
From the non-inertial reference frame, if you viewed the path of the jet, it would be taking a curved path across the ground.
Forget about the North Star.
Oh, look at that plane! It's turning toward New York.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Stop talking.
It's
absolutely batshit crazy.
You're just confirming what we agree on already.
Stop talking, please. Just let me finish the sentence. As we go north and we start traveling from the ground, it looks like we're taking this curved path because we're looking at it from a non-inertial reference frame, the rotating reference frame. If you're looking at it from the inertial reference frame, like from the sun or from out in space, the plane looks like it's going totally straight, and the Earth is, or it's going totally straight, and it is accelerating ahead of the Earth. the Earth is rotating underneath it.
Yeah.
So these two paradigms are both true. They're just from view that from different reference frame, which is what I'm talking about when I talk about reference frames. It's point coordinate systems. And you would end up in New York, where you thought you might have been in Chicago, because you just went north because of Coriolis. There's no other lateral speeds to rectify. There's no other skidding across the ground, horizontally across the wings. You just are in a different spot, and that path you took was curved as viewed from the non-inertial frame, and straight as viewed from the inertial frame.
So a pilot that didn't know what he was doing, he's just like in the air and trying to fly somewhere, and he gets off course. He thinks he's headed in the right direction or whatever. He could be totally off course if he didn't know how fast the Earth was moving, right? He'd have to know how fast the Earth is moving below him.
You're absolutely right. So if he's
how does a pilot know that?
Total cloud cover. You can't see the ground. All his instruments are done.
Mm-hmm.
He just flies to the North Star. He thinks he's going to Chicago, and suddenly the break in the clouds. He looks down. Shit, I'm over the coast. I'm over the East Coast. I'm over New York. How did I get there? Because I didn't take Coriolis into account. I just flew straight.
There you go. Right. So why aren't the pilots trained to take that into account? Is the question.
Because they have radios and radar that tell them where they are at, exactly their ground speed.
So they're trained how to make sure that they even if they weren't trained to deal with Coriolis, they have radars and ground control to help them. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah, they would have to worry about that. Yeah, they would have to worry about where they are. You would have to know where you are, and you would also have to know that your plane is going to land on a stationary runway, no matter which way it's facing, no matter what tangential velocity it's moving at. And if that varies from your original conserved momentum, you're going to have a problem when you get there, because you have to be moving sideways with the Earth, exactly in lockstep with the Earth, so it seems as though you're landing on a stationary Earth.
That's why the Earth moved under you. So you did conserve momentum.
It moved under you, so that means in a separate reference frame, right?
What reference frame are you talking about?
Talking about the Earth, the ground reference, the reference frame of the ground movement compared to the reference frame of the plane movement.
The plane movement is in both reference frames. Which one are you referring to?
Okay, sure. You could, but you don't give me that. Don't start with that. Don't start with that. I'm talking about the eastward, the tangential velocity eastward of the plane, as opposed to the tangential velocity of the ground below it. Those two reference frames. Those are the ones we're talking about. We're not talking about being in all reference frames and all of that philosophical, conjecture that you want to add to it, so it confuses people listening. Talking about the plane moving sideways eastward with the Earth completely in lockstep, so that when it lands, it seems as though it's landing on a completely stationary Earth, but it never had the conserved momentum to match that by the time it got to the equator from a 500 miles per hour tangential velocity it started with. That's the problem that everyone else thought there was no problem, because it's in the same reference frame. At least you're acknowledging they're separate reference frames.
But no, you're right. It gets up there, and the cloud breaks open, and you go, I'm over New York airport. We're looking right down at LaGuardia. And you're saying, well, you think you should be going 500 miles an hour faster eastward, because that's what would happen. You want to conserve momentum.
Yeah.
Right? This is the crux of the problem that you have right now.
It's not my problem. It's the pilot's problem. It's the pilot's problem, because he can't land the plane. That's the pilot's problem.
That's why. But you did conserve it, even with reference to the non-inertial reference frame, because you are now have moved from where you should be in Chicago 500 miles to the east. So now all you really have to worry about is what happens every minute. Every minute you have like a crosswind of 1.5 miles per hour. So you still can't.
Well, these pilots should be trained to worry about what you're saying they should worry about, is all I'm saying.
All right, you know what's better to do? Let's look at the moon. We're on the moon.
You always go to the moon. You always go to the moon. Look at the moon. Look at the moon.
And we travel south. We travel southward on the moon. In this scenario, it's going zero tangent.
You're roboting a little bit, by the way, Zane.
Let's say this particular moon is a new moon, different moon. It's going 1,000 miles an hour tangent, like the Earth. No atmosphere.
Yeah.
Right? So we leave and we close our eyes and just start heading south. When we get down to the equator of the moon, we will be traveling southward, but the moon will also be traveling underneath us at 1,000 miles an hour. We will have that kind of sideways momentum, sideways disparity between the Earth, between the Moon and us.
Yeah.
Because
you're roboting a little bit, Zanuck, by the way.
That's what you're saying. You're saying that on the Earth that would happen. We're not going to have this 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity because we have to conserve momentum. You're right. And if we just went south and didn't do anything else, this spacecraft that was traveling south and only going south would then be going sideways by 1,000 miles an hour. We talked about this before.
Yeah, a couple times at least, right?
Yeah. So you're right about that. The moon. That's what would happen on the moon. If we went purely south, we would have 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity over the moon if the moon was rotating 1,000 miles tangentially. That doesn't happen with the Earth because along the way we have something called an atmosphere and we have something called drag. And along the way, that air mass that's going to be slowing us down from going that way by 1.5 miles an hour per minute will also take some velocity, a lot of velocity out of our path along because that's a long time. It has 20, 30, 15 hours to probably deal with that.
What I tell you, it's all about the wind.
It doesn't work for him still. I don't. He's saying the magic winds, right? That magic winds help him help the plane stay.
Not winds, atmosphere. Not winds, atmosphere. Just the fact that there's atmosphere.
Atmosphere, right? Not winds, right? Atmosphere. It's moving atmosphere, right? It's moving the plane.
No,
it's acting on the plane like a wind, even though it's not a wind.
Yes, because we have a situation where along its path from North America all the way to the equator, that there's very light winds that day. Less than 5 miles an hour, all through Mexico, all through South America, wherever we go, it's all very, very light winds. But there's a 500 miles an hour difference between when we took off and the equator. And along
so you're saying these winds are perfectly predictable and consistent, so that it's always perfect in the way it makes the plane somehow. No, winds are always unpredictable and they move in all directions. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Calm skies all the way through Mexico, through South America, all the way to the equator. It's all calm. At 5-10 miles an hour here and there, it's not going to kill anybody. No big deal. But that atmosphere along the way, because its tangential velocity is changing 1.5 miles per hour per minute, that will impart a small force on the aircraft. So by the time it gets down to Central America, it will have lost a lot of that momentum to changing the momentum of the air around it, putting force into the air molecules. So there's the issue along the way because you've bled off the speed, this tangential velocity, this momentum, and imparted it in the atmosphere because it was going much faster than you were when you left San Francisco.
Okay, so nobody's claiming that the conserved momentum wouldn't be departed into the air through friction or none of that. It's just that you're taking off. Go back to our old scenario here, Zanuck, that we've gone through for hours and hours and hours that people are probably sick of hearing. If you're starting with 500 miles per hour conserved momentum, but then you're going towards the equator, you need 500 miles per hour additional eastward momentum or eastward tangential velocity, not momentum, because you don't gain momentum. You would have to somehow speed up to the Earth to be able to land on what seems to be a stationary runway, right, Zanuck?
Yes, and along the way, the plane is turning left. Yes.
But why aren't pilots trained to do that? If there's no difference, if you're having to make up 500 miles per hour, that would be something that training would be very necessary to figure out.
Over 15 hours, it's very
small. Even that, I don't care how incremental you want to make it. Even that, the pilots would know that that's what they have to do. Otherwise, they're going to be way off course by the time they get there. Or even worse, they're going to have a runway that's moving sideways faster than the plane is moving sideways.
Yeah, but we went over this already, dude. That's the reason why I said what I said before. I told you.
Okay, go ahead. What was your explanation?
A pilot is trained to correct his course.
Right.
He's trained to correct his course. Even if there's a gremlin on the side of his plane that's dancing and fucking with the engine just like in a Twilight Zone, and he's causing the plane to veer to the left, he's gonna know that he's going off course. He's not gonna have a detector that tells him there's a gremlin on there. He's gonna know he's off course and he's gonna correct his course. So it doesn't matter what causes it. It doesn't matter what causes it.
Magic course, magic winds, magic, and none of it works, bro. Just because he's on course doesn't make the plane automatically in the same tangential velocity as the Earth.
What does that have to do with anything?
Just saying, just because he's on course, he's automatically going to be in lockstep with the Earth just because he's on course.
No, he's not. He's not. He's actually not in lockstep with the Earth. He's traveling in reference. Right. He's traveling in reference to the Earth. He's going at a certain velocity in reference to the Earth.
But
when he gets to when he gets to the airport, he makes sure that by the time he gets off the plane, he's in lockstep with the Earth.
How does he make sure? And why wouldn't he be trained?
He looks at the ground and he makes sure that he's going at a speed.
Pilots are trained to look at the ground. The pilots are trained to look at the ground and try to move the plane sideways to be in lockstep with the Earth when they get there.
That's not necessary.
Oh, it's not, because the Earth is never moving. That's the only way that could be possible. If the Earth is moving and it has to look at the ground. Wait, how? Oh, it already taken place. Wait, go back. You lost us. What do you mean?
When he's correcting his course, anything that causes the air to be off, that includes Coriolis. So Coriolis is going to cause his velocity to be at a different velocity than the tangential. And what that will be experienced as a crosswind. It'll seem like there's a crosswind acting on the plane.
Conflation with crosswind again.
It's not a conflation. It's not a conflation with crosswind. It's how it will show up.
Listen, if the pilot had to deal with a 15 mile per hour consistent movement of the Earth below it, as well as crosswinds, there'd be a totally different situation, right? It's hard enough for a pilot to land with crosswinds when it's trying to land on a stationary runway. Now think about that if the Earth were moving 15 degrees consistently in one direction, and it had to deal with that as well.
Yeah, you not the same as a crosswind. Zanuck had already said what the acceleration is in most. It obviously changes depending on what latitude you're at, but it's never ever anything that's going to be experienced as an extreme wind. Well, it's always going to be a very subtle acceleration.
What I'm looking for,
which is going to be experienced by a very light crosswind.
What I'm looking for is someone that is on your side, that is completely not just trying to read the script that says crosswinds are so much more than a Coriolis. It doesn't even have to worry about it, or it doesn't have to just follows its course and it's automatically in lockstep with the Earth, and it can land on what seems to be a stationary Earth, or incrementally it's going to do it, or automatic pilot's going to do it. Please, just be fucking honest, man.
Yeah, I know. Here's the thing, dude. I'm not gonna get pissed off at you because you do this and you get at people, but why don't you for a second just realize, or just consider that maybe me and maybe Zanuck are not being dishonest with you. We're not reading a script. We didn't know. Hold on, dude. We didn't agree with each other beforehand what we were gonna say, but we actually understand what we're talking about, and we're trying to explain it to you. So we're not reading a script. Right. Okay. Like in my head, I'm understanding how it works. I'm not being dishonest with you, and so I know, but it's fun, but it's aggravating because you're not attempting to try and see it from what we're trying to express.
No, I understand why you think that. I don't know why you think that make it work, but it's the same argument, right? But it's never worked. It's never been adequate. It doesn't work.
He talked about looking. You start getting like a little pedantic. He says looking at the ground. No. But there's something called VOR that you look at. These are radio stations along the way, and they're all over the world. And you find out, make sure you stay on path. You're looking at your cockpit. These are the
staying on path doesn't increase your velocity sideways.
Hold on, hey, stop. The VOR system allows you to triangulate and find your way down to where you want to go. And along the way, whatever it takes to get there, you move the stick. You move the yoke, wherever you need to do to get there. And that small change in direction along the way is all you need to do to fight the Coriolis effect, which is very, very small compared to other things.
Well, you said they need to do it. Why do they need to do it?
Because if you didn't do it, you would, like we already started with the example that if you didn't do it, following the North Star, for example, you'd be off course by 1,000 miles.
Well, then why aren't pilots trained to do what they need to do?
Because, oh my God, it's like Groundhog Day.
Yeah, see, you guys exhausted because you realize there's a contradiction. The pilots would be trained to do what they need to do.
Because all they have to do is they're only trained to whatever happens. Like you said, gremlins or whatever's on the plane, crosswinds, engine out, updrafts, downdrafts, whatever. All you do is follow the course. Use the VOR.
Doesn't
follow
work.
the VOR so that you stay on course to whatever your destination is along the way.
Well, you can convince yourself that staying on course makes it go faster sideways with the Earth, but that doesn't make it make sense Just because you're on course doesn't increase your tangential velocity sideways, moving with the Earth.
Why does it work with crosswinds? No, why does it work in reference to crosswinds then? Because if crosswinds are having an effect on your plane sideways, that same correction corrects for that. So why wouldn't that work for anything else that's causing your plane to
because pilots are trained to assume the Earth is stationary.
What does that have to do with it?
Because it would be a totally different situation if the Earth weren't stationary. And how you could think the dynamics of a stationary Earth and a not stationary Earth are the exact same and the pilots wouldn't have to be trained to deal with that is just mind-blowing that you think it works. If the Earth were moving, it'd be a totally different situation than if it weren't moving when you're flying a plane over it. I don't get why that's not obvious to you guys. Yeah, that's what I thought.
So I was talking to somebody.
Yeah, sure you were.
Actually, no, you just stumped me is what happened. You just really stumped me, and I had no idea what to say.
So why is it that a pilot's trained to treat the Earth as stationary, but the Earth is moving, and you're saying it's exactly the same, that they don't need to be treated, they don't need to be trained to fly over a non-stationary Earth? It's just the same as stationary. They don't even have to have training. Just stay on course, and that fixes it. That's really what you believe? Now you're talking to somebody again, I'm sure. Yeah, conversation, right? So funny. Zanuck, you talking to somebody too?
No, I'm here. I'm just saying. I wish my dad was still alive.
So you're saying that a moving Earth is totally so much the same as a non-moving Earth, that they could be trained to fly over a non-moving Earth even though it's moving.
Yeah, because I don't know what part of
Same thing.
Worry about that they don't worry about it.
You don't think there'd be a factor with the Earth moving?
No.
As opposed to not moving?
No.
No. Okay, then you too small, right? Even though it'd be a 500 miles per hour tangential difference.
It's like, hey, here's a special airplane. But by the way, this airplane will fly perfect in every condition except for when there's a 1.5 miles an hour crosswind.
Conflating it with crosswinds doesn't help you, Zanuck. We already went over this.
No, it's exactly.
There's crosswinds in all directions. It doesn't correct the plane automatically.
It's the reason that we don't worry about it, because it acts
like because of crosswinds, because there's a consistent crosswind that makes it somehow fix it, even though it doesn't fix it, and that's the reason you don't worry about it.
You know what? Fly all you want, and all your crosswinds are directions, but this plane cannot fly if the crosswind's ever consistent for more than an hour, and you're in trouble. We got to give you special training for that. That's what you're saying. It's kind of silly.
What? No, it's not. I'm saying that if the Earth were moving, it'd be special training to land on a moving Earth.
No, it's not moving enough to worry about.
It's not moving enough. 500 miles per hour faster than where you started off from. That's a lot. That's a lot of difference, regardless of how incremental you want to say that. That correction would be that they're never trained to correct for. They're never trained to do this special correction that would make them in the same tangential velocity, but it's so minor they could just treat it as stationary. You realize how ridiculous you sound?
Let's say you've been only trained on driving a boat on Lake Michigan, Lake Pontchartrain. You're not allowed to go in the ocean because there's currents out there. So just you have to be special training for the currents.
That is so funny.
Stay in the lake.
That's so funny.
Silly it sounds,
that's hilarious, dude. You really think that's a good example?
It's a great example.
No, because you've gone through this scenario with me, and there's recordings of it that I could show, that we could play right now, where you're talking about, okay, so you went to the equator and you were like 500 miles per hour difference. You'd be like, oh my God, the Earth is moving 500 miles per hour faster than my plane is moving. Now I got to catch up to the Earth. And you went through all these different scenarios of saying that it would be a big problem for the pilot if he didn't make sure that he was in that same tangential velocity. How are you saying now that it's not it's like the same thing? And I love the fact that you're thinking that the Earth moving would be the exact same thing as it not moving, according to flights. Are you serious? Yes. Okay, that's what you're sticking by. Doesn't matter that the Earth's moving, even though it'd be moving 500 miles per hour faster at its destination than where it took off from.
Correct.
Same
reason
thing.
is because that change is so infinitesimally small.
But you didn't. But you also acknowledge that if you didn't correct for it, you'd be off course, and the Earth would be moving at a different speed than the plane's moving, and all that. You've already acknowledged it'd be a lot of different things to be concerned with.
Yeah, well, there's one. You'd be off course. That's the only.
And the Earth could be moving faster than the plane is sideways.
No, that's why you're off course.
So you're saying that there'd be no way that the plane could be moving at a different tangential velocity than the Earth is moving. That would never happen?
Unless you made up that you gain momentum along the path.
Yeah, like if you have a bad pilot and that happens, you got to have some training to figure out how to fix that. Otherwise, you're going to crash.
What you need is keep it on. Okay, I don't want to say it again. The only thing you need to
Yeah, keep it on course, right? Keep it on course. And then you're, pilot's not so good. He got off course. He crashed his plane because the Earth is moving faster than he is.
You're being silly. Sorry, I'm back.
Not silly. It's exactly what would happen if the Earth were moving.
That 1.5 mile an hour crosswind, and he's off course. He kept on.
This is a crosswind conflation. Crosswind conflation.
Hey, man.
Crosswinds and Earth moving are not the same thing. I'm sorry. Just because the Earth moves in relation to the plane when the crosswind makes their plane move doesn't mean that the Earth moving consistently 15 degrees an hour in one direction is the same thing as a crosswind. It's not the same thing.
Can we chill a little bit?
Exactly the same as a crosswind.
Yeah, can we chill a little bit? Hold on. Go ahead, Zane. Go ahead, Zane.
I was gonna say,
you guys have no argument, and you're arguing that.
No, listen. Don't waste time with rhetoric, dude. Don't waste time.
Not rhetoric. I'm saying that the Earth moving and the Earth not moving are two different situations for a fucking plane. If you don't acknowledge that, then I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are hilarious.
That's great, dude. I have a question for you. And I wasn't running from you before. I really was talking. I had to take my.
Oh, sure. I'm sure you were. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, no. Are you backing Zanuck that the Earth moving and the Earth not moving?
I have a question. I have a question for you, dude. Question. Okay. We're saying that the air will be hot. It will be hidden in the crosswind. So that's my.
The air's hidden in the crosswind.
The error of the Coriolis is hidden in the error of the crosswind.
I've heard that many times.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many times. It doesn't matter how many times. It doesn't matter how many times you've heard it, dude. It doesn't matter how many times you've heard it. That's not my question. That's not my question, dude.
Okay.
You know what? Today's my birthday, man. Okay. Today's my fucking birthday. Listen to me, dude. No, dude. I just want you to give me one gift. The only gift I want for you is to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking, dude. Right?
Go ahead, man.
Okay, because I have a question for you.
You're gonna try to make it like back on me with a question that you think's a gotcha that I can't answer. So then you feel like, okay, I didn't get got myself.
Dude, there's not gonna be any need to guess if you wait 5 fucking seconds. Okay?
Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Yeah. The question is, as I said, my stance is that the error in Coriolis will be
hidden in the winds.
In the air.
Hidden in the winds. I'm just hidden in the winds.
That's good, man. See, I asked you not to talk, so you decided to fucking sing instead.
Okay? It's hilarious, dude. Come on.
Listen,
you have to see the humor in this. Hidden in the winds.
It's hard for me to see the humor in this when I'm livid. Okay?
You're not livid.
I'm a little bit livid, dude. But regardless, here's the question. Let's stay on track. Stay on track. Here's the question. It's hidden in the crosswinds. Okay, that's my stance. So the question is,
that's a pretty good stance.
The question is, how, in your mind, you have a plane. I just got it for you. It's a normal plane. It's got all the sensors on it.
Sounds like it's my
planes have. Yeah, it's your birthday, and I got you a plane. It's got all the sensors on it, and I'm claiming that Coriolis is affecting the plane. And actually, in this universe, Coriolis is certainly affecting the plane. So, the plane I just bought you, how are you going to realize this? What part of the plane are you going to sense? What's going to show up to you that tells you that Coriolis is acting on this plane? And how are you going to make a distinction between what it's doing to the plane versus what something else that's taking you off course is doing to the plane?
Okay, so if I understand your scenario correctly, you're saying that if in a totally different universe somehow the Coriolis is a problem for the plane, right? How would the pilot then worry about the Coriolis where it actually is a problem rather than not being a problem, as if the Earth were stationary?
That's not the question.
Moving.
It's not the question. The question is, in this universe where Coriolis affects the plane the way that we claim it does, how are you as a pilot going to realize that and make a distinction between Coriolis taking you off course or anything else taking you off course? What is going to be the indication that tells you that that's Coriolis doing it versus anything else?
Right. So how is it not hidden in the winds is what you're asking.
I'm asking you, how are you expecting us to realize it? Because you're laughing nonstop when we're spending, I heard Zanik 30 minutes ago say the same things to you.
Okay.
I'm asking you, how would a pilot realize that it's Coriolis and not
What's making me laugh is that you're saying that the pilot's trained, you're acknowledging the pilot's trained to treat the Earth as stationary, but the Earth is moving and the pilot does the same thing, it doesn't matter. But then there's all these other things about like being off course and all these other things that you should have to worry about. So yeah, your question is, how would the pilot know if it's the wind making the plane off course or if it's the Coriolis making the plane off course? And how do you make that distinction?
Specifically, how would he know that it's Coriolis versus anything else, including the wind, but anything that's taking him off course? How is he?
Right.
How is he to know that it's Coriolis doing it and not something different? What's the indication?
The Coriolis. Okay, first of all, Coriolis force, right, is what you're talking about.
This is your time, man. This is your time to
Yeah,
answer.
but okay, but you're calling Coriolis as if this thing that like acts on the plane, right? Coriolis is a difference between the movement of the ground and the trajectory of the object in the air. Because this object in the air is in a separate reference frame from the ground, and if the plane were to act like a bullet and just go straight as it could, it would be off course, because the Coriolis effect would be that it is no, actually the Coriolis effect is just the way it looks from space or wherever you want to say, the third reference frame where you're looking at the course, right? That would be the Coriolis effect, right? It just makes it seem as though it's going in a curved path, even though it's going in a straight path. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the displacement that would occur if the plane were traveling completely dead reckoning to south and it ended up off course from where it was, where it ended up trying to get to, like we're talking about with Florida from New York, right? So being off course is you're trying to make it as if the course itself is going to correct the plane into this new sideways tangential velocity. Problem is that you've got a gradient of tangential velocities that's flying, that the plane is flying over, right? And it needs to treat the Earth as stationary, but it only has the conserved momentum from its original takeoff spot. Let's say it's 500 miles per hour. Now, we're supposed to assume that the plane is moving eastward tangentially at 500 miles per hour, even though there's no gauge for the pilot to know that it's moving sideways 500 miles per hour, yet forward at 400 miles per hour, right? That's something that we just treat as a given, right? It's just in the background of this, like, okay, we were moving with the Earth when we took off, so we're just going to keep moving sideways with the Earth, and we're going to assume that 500 miles per hour tangential velocity never goes away. It's conserved. But hold on, wait. When we get to the equator, we need to be moving at 1,000 miles per hour sideways with the eastward momentum or the velocity of the Earth. But we only have 500 miles conserved momentum from where we took off. So how are we gonna now land on what seems to be a completely stationary runway, which it always is, no matter which way the runway is facing, no matter what tangential velocity it's supposedly going, no matter what direction the plane flies, it's always going to not ever have to worry about landing on anything but what seems to be a stationary Earth, which would be impossible if the Earth were actually moving, because it doesn't have that sideways momentum that it had when it went from 500 miles per hour. It wouldn't have the same velocity sideways when it gets to the equator. So I would say that'd be one way to tell. You get to the equator and you don't have that sideways momentum, and you see that the Earth is actually moving below you. That'd be the way to know that it's not the crosswinds that made the Earth move, because that doesn't make the Earth move anyway. The planes moving with crosswinds is totally different than the Earth moving below it. There's no conflation there on my part. You want to say that the movement of the Earth and the amount of distance off course it would be so little compared to these crosswinds that go in every direction that it doesn't even have to worry about it. It just follows its course and it gets there. And somehow it seems like a stationary runway, even though it doesn't have the same tangential velocity as the plane started with. So how does it make up that velocity, especially if it goes west-southwest? How does it bank east to get any eastward momentum, Kosho? If it's trying to bank east to get more eastward momentum, but it's only flying west and south towards the equator, how does it bank east to get more eastward momentum?
I'll tell you exactly.
Not that pilots are trained to do that anyway, which they would have to be if it were actually moving.
I'll tell you exactly how it's done, because it's fairly simple, and it's only been said to you 18 times in the past few minutes.
Really? Go ahead. How's it do it? Stays on course?
Yeah. What happens is the pilot tries to go. The pilot tries to go to where he's going. Okay, and he hopes everything's going hunky dory, and it is, until something happens, and he doesn't know what it is. But he's not worried about what it is because he's already prepared for it. He knows he's off course. He corrects his course. Whatever's just happened to him, it's causing him to appear to be going laterally, horizontally, like sideways at some extra velocity that wasn't there before. He doesn't have any indication that it's the wind because he forgot his wind sensor. Okay, so it could be the wind, might not be. It's not as strong as the wind, not even close, but it's still happening. And so what does he do? He just corrects his course. Easy.
And then he's automatically in the same tangential velocity as the Earth.
He's not in the same tangential velocity to begin. He's flying in a plane.
Yeah, and he would have to pick up tangential velocity as it goes towards the equator, eastward, because it's 500 miles per hour faster eastward than it was when it started off.
Yeah, if let's pretend like it's on a plane.
So how does it pick up momentum? Staying on course doesn't do it. Crosswinds don't do it.
It's the same mechanics as a plane, but let's just make it simpler so we can picture what's happening and say that it's on the ground, okay? And the track that it's taking, it's drawn
non
on the ground.
Don't.
It's drawn on the ground in paint, okay?
Same reference
frame. This plane that's on the ground, that's drawn in paint, it's following that yellow line. But it's going in the same direction.
Why do you have to put it on the ground?
The yellow line is pointed because I don't know how else to make you understand this, dude.
No, because but no, I don't understand it if it's on the ground because planes don't fly on the ground. They fly in the air in a separate reference frame, and there would be a 500 mile per hour different speed. They would have to go eastward 500 miles per hour faster than where it started from.
Okay, I have magical paint. I have magical paint that I can paint in the sky, and it stays there. Okay, because I can't use the ground. So there's a line drawn from where he is to where he's trying to go. All he's doing is following that line. If something happens in the middle of his flight, a giant pushes his plane, some wind blows it, Coriolis happens, who knows what happens. But he's following that yellow line, going the same direction, but he's moving further away from the line. So he's noticing that he's moving sideways at some velocity. Something caused him to do that. What is he going to do? He's going to correct his trajectory so that he's back on that path. That's all he does.
Okay, so how does it gain eastward momentum?
He flies back towards that line. He makes
but how does the line make him gain eastward momentum?
His line doesn't do that. His hands do that. His hands move the plane.
How does he do that?
It moves. It toggles the fucking.
So he has to make sure that he's moving 500 miles per hour faster by the time he gets to the equator.
All he's worried about doing is following that path that he was meant to be following. That's all he's doing.
But I'm saying that what if he doesn't follow that path, then he's going to be fucked by the time he gets there. And if the path doesn't make him go faster eastward, just following the path doesn't make him go faster eastward.
The path doesn't do that. It's him purposely trying to be on that path is what does that. If he's not caught up with it, he purposely lines himself up.
So him staying on the path makes him move eastward faster.
That's the whole purpose of what he's doing. He's trying to make sure he's on that path.
Staying on the path makes him move eastward faster. Is that what you're saying?
Dude, he's on a plane that he has controls over. He has an engine.
Right.
He's moving.
He's got to pick up 500 miles per hour eastward.
Yeah, the plane helps him do that.
Amount.
Yeah, the engine helps him do that.
The engine helps him.
The engine helps him. He guides the plane so that it lines up to his path, and he stays on it. If he goes off that path, he corrects that. It's that simple. I don't know how.
On the path gives him more eastward momentum, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah, the path doesn't do that. Him staying on the path is what does that. It's him that's
gives him more eastward momentum. How does staying on the path give him eastward momentum?
Oh my God. This is why I brought it to the ground, dude. Is because if you have a guy running on track,
oh my God,
he's running on the track. It doesn't matter what's causing him to do anything else besides run in a straight line, but there's things causing him sideways. It doesn't matter. He is forcing himself to line himself back up with that line and go on that route. He is doing that. The person driving the plane is guiding the plane.
Guiding the plane to go eastward more. He needs to have 500 miles per hour more tangential velocity by the time he gets to the equator. He started with 500 miles per hour conserved momentum, right? But he's going to need to be at 1,000 miles per hour eastward velocity, tangential velocity, by the time he gets to the equator. You're saying that him staying on the path gives him more eastward velocity? That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't matter if the path could be whatever path. That doesn't give him more of the eastward tangential velocity he needs to make it seem as though he's landing on a stationary runway when he hits the equator, bro. You can't conflate the path or the crosswinds with this whole idea of the Earth moving as opposed to it not moving. The only way that it lands on a stationary runway when it gets to the equator is because the Earth didn't move, bro. Now you're talking to somebody, I'm sure, right? You got another conversation that's important?
I have to go in a minute, yeah. So,
yeah, I'm sure
trust me, dude.
Yeah, trust you. Trust you.
You're a friend of mine. Yeah, well, yeah,
Dude,
no, if you don't trust
you
me,
that
buddies, but
staying on the
you're my
path gives
buddy.
him eastward momentum.
Listen. You're my buddy, but this is more aggravating than most other.
I'm sure it is. If you're trying to believe that it makes no difference.
You're not listening. You're not trying to listen, and that
dude,
makes it.
You're saying that staying on the path gives him more eastward momentum. No.
No, dude, that's not what anyone's saying.
Are you saying he wouldn't need more eastward momentum by the time he got to the equator?
Listen, dude. I'm going to give you a different scenario, and you're just going to have to not.
Why is it that you can't just answer my direct question?
Just listen, dude, because you're not understanding anything about what's being said.
You're saying I don't understand, but then you're saying I'm just repeating what you said back to me, and you're saying I don't understand. How could I be not understanding if I'm repeating exactly what you said?
Let's stop. You're not. That's the problem, is that you're not doing that. So I have to give you another scenario. So
pay attention,
just stop. Just stop. Stop. Okay, it's the last thing I'm going to say before I have to go.
I'm sure you want to get out of here with one last statement.
Just stop, dude. Just stop, dude. Please.
I know. I feel abusive right now.
Yeah, but it takes so much. It takes so much longer when you do this, and it already takes long enough because it's just very simple.
It's not a matter of me understanding. I'm going to be mad if you make it. If you make it,
matter.
I don't understand something.
Dude, just okay.
I'm going to say
quit
something.
talking for a second, dude, or you're wasting my time. Like I got to go in a second. Okay, I'm just trying to tell you something. Okay, you're in the Great Lakes on a jet ski. Okay. And there's buoys on either side of fucking the jet ski. It's a straight line to the other side of the lake to Chicago. Okay. And all you're doing is you're on the jet ski and you're told to go and follow that path straight there. Okay. But there's a super strong wind happening to, perpendicular to your path. It's causing you to go sideways at fucking 100 mile per hour wind. It's fairly strong. Okay. And you're driving on the jet ski in that path. So what's going to happen is, even though your engines are going towards Chicago, the wind's pushing you sideways, but you're meant to be on that path. And so you decide to take it upon yourself to veer towards that path and stay on it. It's going to take an effort. It's going to take energy, but it's also going to be clear where the path is. You're not going to have to worry about something specific about the wind. All you got to worry about is guiding your jet ski so that it stays on that path. It just takes effort on your part. It's not the path itself that's making you speed up towards it. It's you, staying in that trajectory. It's you staying on that path, on that route. That's it. It's just course correction is going to correct your.
This is how you. I guess you know what it is. I think that's because you have to think it works this way, that it's the same as being in jet skis as being in the air, right? That these are things that you must have to convince yourself are the same, so that you can not worry about the total contradiction of the Earth moving as opposed to it not moving, right? And how different it would be when you try to land a plane on a tangential velocity that doesn't match your original conserved momentum, and then you're saying staying on the path somehow gives you that additional velocity that you would need. And then somehow the jet skis make it make sense for you, so that you can still believe that you're on a spinning ball. Is that it? Is it all these different scenarios that you have worked out in your head so that you can just be in denial about the idea that it would be totally different? The reality of it would be totally different than that, Kosho, buddy. Honestly, you're not being honest with yourself, or you're not being honest with me. One or the other.
Thank you, Kosho.
What's up, Gadrick?
Hey, what's up, player? How are you?
You said he thinks I got you, Kosho.
Well, of course, Godric thinks that. It's very. People tell me sometimes I'm patient, and it's times like this that I have to agree with them because I want to say horrible things, but I don't really.
You
I
want to say
don't really.
horrible
I don't. I
things?
don't.
You can't say anything
I don't.
horrible. Go ahead.
Well,
I've had
no.
it.
I mean,
What is a
no.
horrible thing that I don't understand?
not-
That's not horrible because
No,
it's
no, no,
wrong. It's
no,
just
no.
like a total
No, it's not that.
mischaracterization of the situation.
It's not that.
Don't hold it
Let me ask you. When you said that it's totally different, why don't you just tell me? Well, how is it different?
Well,
What's
the
the
Earth would be
difference?
moving as opposed to not moving.
Okay, and that then in this analogy, the wind is creating that apparent movement. So
No, the wind doesn't
what's
make the
next?
Earth move.
Yeah, I know it doesn't make the Earth move, but it's giving
No.
you the impression that there's something moving you in reference to the water, and it's the wind.
Right.
In the case
but
of
you have to-
Coriolis,
just because the plane can get moved by the wind, and because the Earth could be seen as moving in relation to the plane, doesn't mean that it's the same as the Earth moving 15 degrees consistently in one direction. That's not the same thing.
yeah, but both effects are going to treat the jet ski or the plane the same way. They're going to give you this. They're going to give you the same impression on the plane. They're both going to cause the plane to be not following that
Are you
route.
seriously you think that? Do you really think that? If you're saying that because the wind is moving a plane, right, and the wind moving a plane while it's trying to land on the Earth, right, that'd be a bit difficult, right? So it has to like sturdy itself out to make sure it hits the runway straight. Now you're saying that wind moving a plane would be just as much, it's just the same as the Earth moving itself, just exactly the same thing. Is that what you're saying?
No,
that the Earth
it's actually
moving 15 degrees in one direction would be just doesn't matter about the less or more. I'm saying the Earth moving
15
right?
degrees.
The plane never has to land. The plane never has to worry about the Earth moving below it.
15 degrees. 15 degrees an hour. You mean right? Not just
15 degrees an hour.
Per hour. So how much does it move in 1 minute?
We've gone through the math. I'm not going to do the math right now.
25%. So 15 arc minutes.
Regardless, dude, the Earth doesn't move. Is the problem? If
It's
the Earth were moving, the plane would have to worry about the Earth moving. If you don't get that, you really don't
important.
get that.
Hold on, dude. It's important because what you're trying to say like it's an extreme difference when the only difference is going to be moment by moment. The moment to moment differences of your flight is going to be what you notice. So the speeds as it changes moment to moment.
Yeah, what about the moment when it hits the runway? What about that moment?
Yeah,
when
that's going to be
the
difference. What it's going to experience.
The Earth
Don't
moving
ask me a
at that
question and then
moment would
continue to
matter.
talk, man. Don't ask me a question to continue to talk.
Okay. What about the moment when it
aggravating,
hits the runway? Would it matter?
I know.
If the Earth
I
is
heard
moving?
the question. I began answering. Yes. So moment to moment, the only thing that you would expect to experience is what was its speed. What was the difference in the tangential speed before it landed and as it landed? So this moment to moment, it's not what was the speed an hour before it landed and then when it landed. That it's got plenty of time to make corrections for whatever that difference is. So you're only looking at the moment to moment change, and it's not very much moment to moment.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me put it this way. Okay, you know that there's these great, like, awesome jets, like the F-35B, right? Where it can fly 1,000 miles an hour. It can stop in midair and have 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance and just like work like a helicopter, take off and straight up in the air. And it can go all over the place, go in and out of the jet stream, right? Say a pilot was just trying to get out of sync with the Earth, right? Would a pilot be able to do that so it could then be like over the equator and see the Earth moving below it ever? Would that be possible for a pilot to do that?
Do what?
For the pilot to get in one of these badass jets, right? And it only had original conserved speed.
I understood all that. I understood that.
Right, and it flew all over the place and went through all these different tangential velocities, and its main goal was to get out of sync with the Earth so that it would be hovering in air with its 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance, right? And it would see the Earth moving separately from the jet below it. Would the pilot ever be able to do that?
Yeah, every time planes fly, they do that. But I think what you're suggesting is it appear to be stationary, but floating in the air. But yeah, of course, if the plane
Earth
travels,
is moving sideways,
yeah,
and it would be able to record the movement of the Earth as it stays in midair. Would it be able to do that ever? He's gonna just go. He's just gonna leave.
Fly 1,000 miles an hour eastward. There you go.
Right. then you'd be able to see the Earth moving below it, right? So why don't we just do that, and then we'll show that the Earth spins.
You're flying 1,000 miles an hour east. You're relatively inertial. Means someone from the sun, and if the inertial reference frame looks like you're stationary, yet you see the Earth below you.
Then you see the Earth below you, right? Spinning at 15 degrees an hour relative to your motion, right?
Yes.
So there you go. Why don't you just do that and show that your Earth spins?
Well, it happens every time you go 1,000 miles an hour in any direction. What would be the difference? How would you know?
Well, we would see this, right? We would have lots of recordings of the Earth moving consistently in one direction.
The sun would not change position. Hold on. The sun would not change position. You would never see a
Talking
sunrise.
about from the pilot.
Listen to me.
The pilot could see it move.
Coach, it's so annoying.
Why do you have to go to the sun? Why do you have to talk about relativity of the sun's position?
The sky, nothing moves, but you see the Earth beneath you rotating underneath you at 1,000 miles an hour. You're flying
And
1,000.
the pilot would see that.
Too. The sun isn't setting. There's North Star. Nothing.
Why? What? Okay, so the pilot would be able to see the Earth moving below it, right? Separately from the plane's movement, right? Yeah. So then go do that and show that the Earth spins.
In the other direction.
It's never going to happen.
The only difference is you would never see the sun would not move in the sky.
The difference is there. Sun would not move in the sky. No, talking about the Earth moving below the plane.
The Earth
right?
is moving. The Earth is moving beneath you.
Yeah. Yep. There you go. Show your Earth spin.
But the Earth. Hold on. But the guy flying the plane looks at the sun, not moving. Looks at the moon, it's not moving. Daylight never changes. Never see a sunset again. Never see a sunrise again. Earth spinning underneath you.
Yeah, so then show the Earth spinning and this just getting in a plane, and you're saying that it just happens. Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
high velocity.
Really. So then you're saying that the Earth's moving separately from the plane's movement, completely in a separate reference frame.
Stop using the word reference frame because you don't know what it means.
I totally know what it means.
You don't. What does it mean? Go ahead. Explain what it means.
What, that the Earth would be in a separate reference frame of the plane? The Earth's movement would be in a separate reference frame of the plane's movement. That's what a separate reference frame. It's a frame of reference.
What is it?
Talking about its movement in reference to something else that's moving or not moving.
Not what it is.
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is your inability to explain what a reference frame is. You still don't know what it is.
Oh, okay. So you're going to try to turn this around and play teacher. Okay, you can't do that, Xanax. You guys are all. You're saying that the Earth moving and not moving is the same when planes fly over it. Do you realize you said that, right? You realize that that's what that was recorded. Everyone heard you say that it wouldn't make any difference.
I'm doing this for you, to help you.
No. You're not going to start helping me. I'm not falling into your little help me trap. I'm going to play teacher and help you understand why the plane flies over a stationary Earth just the same as it would a non-stationary Earth. Totally the same. You teach me that, Xanax, why it makes no difference that the Earth is moving or not moving and according to flights, right? Explain why there's no difference. Teach me that.
Okay, because the motion is so very, very slight with respect to you. Number one.
It's so slight, but the same?
Is near the same. There's no need to.
Near the same. Okay, so not the same.
Well, it's not the same. No, it's.
No, but you said it's the same. You said that the pilot can just fly as if it's stationary, but then it's not stationary, but it's not the same. It is the same. It's close enough. Close enough. Like hand grenades and dancing.
You are completely obnoxious.
Yeah, because you're hilarious, and I'm pointing out your contradictions, and you're trying to play teacher, as if you know something about this that I don't.
You don't even know what a reference frame. And I asked you what a reference frame
is. I don't know what a reference frame is.
Look, I asked you which one was.
I don't know, teacher. Please tell me what a reference frame is.
You need to be taught because you are so. No.
Oh yeah. Okay.
A reference frame is a point coordinate system. That's all it is.
Yeah.
One can be rotating, one can be inertial, not rotating.
Right.
All it is. So
and if it's rotating or not rotating, it makes no difference.
Can you stop talking over me? When you're looking at an airplane that is not seeing the Earth, not seeing the sun or the moon change their position in the sky, that means you're looking at that object, that plane, from an inertial reference frame. That means a point at which is not rotating or accelerating. Now, when you're on the airplane or on the ground, you can still look at it from there as well. But you can also look at this from an inertial or a non-inertial frame, and it will look like the airplane is spinning around the Earth, rotating around the Earth, traveling around the Earth.
So there'd be a difference between the Earth moving and not moving as far as reference frames are concerned, right?
Well, yeah, we can look from an inertial reference frame. It looks like the Earth is moving underneath the airplane. From a non-inertial reference frame, the airplane is moving over the Earth.
But they're the same.
They are the same. Of course, they're the same.
Oh, not moving and moving are the same as far as traveling in an airplane goes.
No, it's reference frame dependent.
Not going to go into that reference frame dependent idea. It just, you're so fucking funny, dude. We've been over this how many times now, Zanuck? I like the series of like the Coriolis showdown continues with Zanuck saying south is east. Last time we talked, you were saying that it banks south to go east. That's what you said last time we talked about this. It was so funny.
When you're traveling south, the Earth will rotate underneath you. So what you'd have to do,
yeah, exactly. That's my point. That's my point.
All you have to do to gather that tangential velocity, that momentum, gain momentum by having a tangential velocity in an area that is higher than you departed, you would have to impart momentum into the air along the way, and that's exactly what you do by
banking east, right? Yeah. Right. So then, why aren't pilots trained to bank east? Because you would have to. You just said do that.
Naturally by.
Oh, it happens naturally, but you don't have to do anything. Why are you saying he has to do it if he doesn't have to do it?
You don't follow the path to where your destination is.
Oh, so he would be trained to do that?
No, they're trained to follow paths. Nothing else.
Just follow paths. What if he goes west southwest?
You're deranged. You are absolutely.
If he goes west southwest, how does he bank east?
Follows the path.
Follows the path, right?
He's making control of his.
You got real quiet there, Zanuck. Yeah, so if he's going west and south, right? How's he banking east?
Ignorance is bliss, and you must be the happiest clown.
Yeah, I'm so ignorant that I have a question you can't answer, but I'm the ignorant one, right?
I answer the question. You're just not accepting.
Oh, yeah? So how does he bank east if he's going west and south, bro?
He's following the path because of the Earth's rotation.
Follows the path, right? Now you're not saying bank east anymore, are you?
What if he spins in a circle?
I'm trying to give it to you in simple terms.
Well, because I need simple terms because you can't answer a simple question.
It is a simple question, and I'm giving you simple answers.
Right. So if he banks east when he goes south to catch up to this new tangential velocity, that would be imperative for him to do. Otherwise, he would be out of sync with the Earth. So banking east would be imperative for a pilot to be trained to do. No, he's just trained to follow a path. But what if he goes west southwest? No, he just has to follow a path.
You bank east. You go back.
How does he bank east if he goes west and south, bro?
You turn the yoke to the left, and you bank.
Oh, left. What's left if you're going west and south? Why are you saying left all of a sudden, as if that has some kind of like reference we can all know about? Left is east. Left is east when you're flying west, southwest.
Flying west, if you're going west.
Oh, left is east.
South, if you fly south or east, going west, you will end up east.
Oh, so you're saying banking south makes him go more eastward.
Correct.
Faster. So he would gain 500 miles per hour directly eastward by banking south.
That's the problem we're running into. I'm trying to talk in terms you understand, which is east and west.
Oh, it's not about me understanding. We all know this by now. You want to make it that I don't understand.
Banking left gives you the tangential velocity you need.
Left.
Making it more difficult than it has to be.
Oh, left is very difficult to know what left means, isn't it? When you're just like west, southwest, right? How do you know what left is?
It doesn't matter what the direction is because you have Coriolis.
Left.
It's a higher tangential velocity. All we're trying to do is go left.
A circle, correct?
Right.
Left. Just go left.
In a circle above which way does the globe spin underneath us? If we stay where we're at.
Deflects to the right. All you have to do is deflect to the left.
Well, I think these pilots are in trouble if you're their trainer, man. Just go left.
Shut up. Hey, it's
take a left.
Pilots in direction and magnitude.
Go left.
The direction is to the right.
Right. South is east, right? Right, Zanuck? South is east.
You bank. Shut the fuck up. If you go left. you are counteracting the Coriolis force, no matter which direction you're going. I don't
There
care
you
where
go.
you're going, northern hemisphere. If you're
Yeah,
going
left.
you bank left, you counteract the Coriolis force, which is right.
There you go. Don't worry. Just don't worry. Go up there. Just go left. You'll be all right. Don't worry. If you get there and the ground's going faster than the plane, then just go more left.
Grasp it. It's fine. You're unable to grasp it. It's okay.
Yeah, I am. I'm able to grasp this. Yep, pretty hard to grasp.
You're going to learn because you can't. All you do is talk. So I'm going to bow out because I don't like talking to
Yep,
your.
you have to run away always.
Okay.
It's nice to hear your left is south and south
I'm
is
not running
east
away. You're
thing
not,
again.
period.
You sound ridiculous every time we go through this, Zanuck, and you act like I'm the one that doesn't understand at the end of it and then run away. It's so hilarious. It's just so predictable.
And if you go up in a hot air balloon and just spin your hot air balloon where it's at and just stay right there, what's the world do? When you got your camera on the bottom and it's just spinning in one spot, rotating, staring at the Earth, does your Earth move anywhere? I'll guarantee you 1,000,000,000 to 1 it doesn't.
No, it doesn't have to worry. You don't have to worry about the movement, Zanuck. Democ. Zanuck has told us the Earth could be moving, and it's the same as it not moving.
Oh, I know.
That takes care of it right there.
That's why I bet my money on the non-movement.
Yeah, most likely it's not moving. That's why it's the same as it not moving. But they're saying it could be totally moving at different tangential velocities. It's the same thing.
Can they demonstrate a non-moving globe with their airplane doing what they claim, with the moving globe with the speeds they claim? Where's this demonstration in a classroom? Hasn't been done.
Right? All you have to do is make a video game where the pilot is trying to land on all these different angles of runways and trying to be at the right tangential velocity and somehow accelerate sideways, which planes are not even designed to do, as it's moving forward to land on the planes, and they crash every single time. They crash and burn. You get unlimited lives, but the video game never allows you to land because you wouldn't be able to if the Earth are moving.
Press play on the sphere, and then your little guy gets to go find it and land. Press play, and the sphere starts moving, and then you get to go, and you go, and then you got to catch up.
Yeah, you got to catch up and make sure you're moving sideways faster than where you started from, and then still make it seem like it's landing on a stationary Earth, which it wouldn't be in the video game. That was actually based on reality that we think that we're living in, that we're not actually living in, because it's always stationary. And how they can argue with this, I mean, I don't think they believe it themselves, because they can't. You can't walk through this argument 100 times and still think it's moving, and it's the same as it not moving. It's just a total contradiction.
Everything they say is the same as not doing something but doing it. I mean, are we catching on yet? Everything, no matter what it is. It's big, but it's little. It's too big for us, but it's too little. But then it's too little for us, but then it's too big for us.
It's moving, but it's not moving, but it's the same.
The horizon is right there, but it's far away.
Oh my God, it's hilarious, dude. It's hilarious that they think that they can even like just say that it has something to do with our understanding of it, rather than them just totally fucking trying to cover their tracks and make it seem like it works somehow to the audience. Whoever's listening.
Everything's the opposite. Water goes down. If everything's falling down, then what is the point where water rises back up on this ball? I want to see water rising up a wall.
Right. What's water going to do? Listen to Bob Marley and rise up? I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, what's up, Snack?
There's like Rocky.
Yeah. It is like Rocky, somehow. What's going on in your perspective?
He's got the eye of the tiger. Yep.
It's Saturn.
Saturn's eye, yep.
Well, I mean, eye of the tiger. I mean...
Right? It's got to be. It's got to be some occult references in Rocky movies we haven't found yet.
Read the lyrics.
Right? Rising up to the... There we go.
It's flat, Rocky!
Adrian, it's flat! I told him it was flat! They wouldn't believe me!
I know, Rocky! I knocked him flat, Adrian. Look at him.
I beat the Apollo program. Thank you, Paulie.
Otherwise, me, Joe Green, it looks just like Zanuck. Fuck.
Hey, Adrian, I'm going to knock out all the Globers who think it's not flat.
You do a good Rocky. Your voice just lends itself for that. Perfect.
Hey, yo, what you want me to do, Paulie? You want me to punch these ribs or what? Hey,
You're breaking the ribs down. Damaki. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Damaki. Nice.
Autobots.
Autobots roll out. Transform and assemble.
Like this, I thought we was like this. Me and you. Hey, yo, Tommy Gun. Come here.
Shit. You was like family, Tommy. Say it.
I was going to come in and fight, but new perspective had them all knocked out already.
That's Rocky 4. The comeuppance.
So did you hear all that, Zach? Were you off listening on YouTube at all?
And then the guy plays Don King at the end. He's like, only in America. Oh, such a good flick.
I think they're coming out with another one. I think they do have another Rocky still in store for us. I saw the preview for it.
We're on Creed. Creed is.
That's right, Creed.
The future
Creed's
Creed.
the next thing.
The Apollo Creed, the believers of the Apollo. The Apollo Creed, the heliocentric believers. Apollo.
Yeah.
Apollo.
Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Apollo.
All right.
Correct.
I got you. All right.
Nice. Rakia. Now we
It's always been this way, man. It's been this way for years. For me.
Man, I'm worn out. I can't believe we can go through the same argument and
Did you? So you should put your sunscreen on, unless you're going to tangentially, you got to put sunscreen
on. Ooh, nice. There's the wordplay I like. It's got a good.
You said you had to keep up with the ground beef or ground speed.
Follow the path, follow the course.
It's a frame of reference that I sure not following.
And they both ran away. I don't know, Xanax still here? Yeah, he ran away. I don't know how they can, do they just fall asleep repeating the mantra? Follow the course, follow the course, follow the path, follow the path. Doesn't matter. It's hidden in the winds. Hidden in the winds.
Did you hear my follow the geodesic road? Follow the geodesic road.
Geodesic road.
It's because what I'm thinking is that none of them believe you get all floaty. Really. It's like they don't really believe in microgravity. They don't believe in the floaty. It's like they don't. And then they're just like, oh no, you're just folly. And that's how you're floaty. But then that makes sense why it seems like they're on strings, they get pulled off suddenly. It's because they're on the geodesic. We thought they were floaty. Turns out they was just falling because they was on strings. Anyway.
Constantly falling but orbiting thing is crazy too.
You're like, you're just screaming for a year. A year fall like you would just be fucking done, dude. If your fucking system would be fucked if you just experienced falling for fucking a year.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
You're falling, but you're not moving. Yeah. But you don't notice it.
Right. Falling is floating.
Up in the middle of the night, your wife would be like, "Honey, are you okay?" And be like, "No, I just had that feeling like I was falling endlessly for a year." You know what I mean?
Right.
You're a little kid, right? You go over the tracks.
That was just a dream, honey. Go back to sleep. You just dreamed of space. You were not really there.
You just dreamed it was sitting still and falling forever while falling and conserving its momentum while it's falling in a circle, climbing back up or around somewhere. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I actually, after I stopped fearing that asteroids possibly might be ending civilization as I knew it, I felt like I woke up from a bad dream.
So is it floating or falling? Like, falling can't be floating. Floating is floating. Floating is stationary in the air where you're at, not falling.
I'm with you. Floating is floating. Right. Everything else is a vomit comet to me.
You guys don't know math.
What the fuck?
That's just a trick.
It's a pretty poor one. I don't know how this conversation continues.
I don't know why people like
I don't either.
start, but the fact that it's gone on this long is not a testament to anyone's stupidity. It is a testament to the complexity of this conversation.
Stubbornity.
Well, we have things. There's been things laid out. The leaning tower been laid out. There's things laid out that show you what a tilt would look like. So back in the day, somebody like Democ was like, "Hey, motherfucker, show me what the tilt would look like," and they're like, "No." And then I was like, "Okay."
You're wrong.
And then I was like, "Okay, you won't show me? I'll do it myself." And then I made a building with a diagonal tilt. That's what this building would look like after a mile
We call
or
this
two
the
on a
leaning
sphere,
bitch.
right? And then we look at all the other buildings. How come all the other buildings, they're all perfectly straight up?
They're like,
And
this
this
is what
building
a
has a
building should
3.9
look.
degree tilt.
They
Yeah,
originally designed the leaning tower as a giant cereal box.
and the you get away from it, it should straighten the fuck up. It should be vertical. The whole point of it is when you move away from a non-vertical thing on a sphere, it becomes vertical. If it's tilted towards you and you walk away from it and keep walking away and look back and look back and look back, eventually it has to be perfectly vertical. No
So
tilt.
now I'm only master of certain subjects, but did you research leaning tower pieces and find that they built it leaning on purpose?
I did know
Did
that
what?
myself.
Yeah, why would you build something that leans on purpose? In order to show people you're not on a fucking globe or to try to demonstrate that. How else can you see or demonstrate or give anyone an idea of what something looks like without showing them it compared to the other? Where have we been shown the comparison to not flat? Have you ever seen a building be like it's not on a flat ground or not vertically straight up and down? Every direction on a sphere cannot be vertical. That's the impossibility we're dealing with here.
What?
And
That's the
people saying,
conspiracy. That's the C.
no,
And
it's the
conspiracy.
impossibility. Right? It's not a conspiracy. There's no conspiracy. The simple
It's a
facts are this.
conspiracy. All right, forget it.
Conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy.
Conspiracy. That's a good one. Conspiracy.
Conspiracy.
What kind of conspiracy is going on here?
You didn't say it exactly right. I didn't hear it right. That's all. I'm sorry.
Conspiracy.
Yeah, I heard like you're Iceberg Slim fan.
Sorry.
Sounds like you're playing The Shining in the background.
Sounds like you're listening to Chucky Bradboy.
Lots of action at the DeMock household.
Yeah. It's like babies on shifts. They never sleep.
Yeah, exactly. So this Walter Bislin website that Shy Realty or Nate is funny because he always the Walter Bislin's thanks Walter. He always has a correction that this plane should make for Coriolis that pilots are never trained to do anyway. So
I think his name is actually pronounced Shy Reality.
Well, it's Nate. I just call him Nate. That's his real name.
I know. It's
yeah.
chirality, and then I'm saying it's Shy Reality because it's funny.
Because he's shy of reality.
I know he's shy about reality.
He's shy about acknowledging reality, like
but
the fact that we're
you know what I'm
stationary.
saying? Like when it's the rubber meets the road, right? That's where when the landing gear hits the tarmac is when the critical stresses are going to occur, and all shit will be fucking made.
That's when all the ballers run away.
That's all. That's all I was trying to say. That mechanically, you would have to build a landing gear that could take from any linear derivation off main, like what it's designed to just roll in a line, right? So anything that's going to pitch it off is going to put more stress on the whole situation. You're saying if you're compensating for something like hundreds of miles an hour of tangential velocity, right? That all comes down to the surface of the. You know what I mean? Like you need a certain type of frictive relationship between the tarmac and the rubber on the tire, and if that doesn't occur, then there's no grab. So like even to grab requires like a certain kind of physical constraint. Like
Yeah, you'd
you know
have
what
to
I'm
have a
saying? Like if you
special
was moving,
texture as well as on the Dyson ball wheels would have to have a certain like non friction worried surface.
no, it would.
It'd have to be a big like the landing strip would have to be as wide as a football field in every direction, right?
Right, for like side splay or whatever you might call that, like just whatever drift, landing drift, whatever you would call it.
Right.
Because that would happen, right? Or you
It
would
would
just be
happen.
landing in water all the fucking time. Because why take a chance?
Yeah.
Imagine them sideways skid marks.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I wonder if even like you would, depending on which direction you might be, we would lay out runways differently if this was the case, right?
It would be completely different. Yeah. I was thinking that just showing all the different runways and all of the different angles and how fast they would be moving at their latitude, and then show that planes would have to make sure that it's moving tangentially at that exact speed and that exact angle, and then the calculations would just be ridiculous. There's no pilot would ever be able to even do the calculations, much less land the plane.
Yeah, wow. I think you took some, well, because it's like when Nate was trying to refute what your point was, like whether or not I'll tell you what, man, like actually this explanation actually goes on so long that I actually am not 100% sure if I agree with you or disagree with you, but I get your point, and I'm not going to listen to it again because it's just like I can't like the whole
You
chunk
can't
of it
say
is
you
too
might
much.
not agree and not have me say anything.
But for what I think you're saying, so all I can say is what I think you're saying.
There's no way to get the full picture because we don't have the thing doing it. We don't have a little sphere that's actually moving at a 15-degree second. A little plane.
The Earth were moving, it would be different than it not moving is the only point you need to make.
But what I want to say is like that the only thing that Nate could do is like try to walk it back to when there was like like if I'm in a car and I throw you a ball and like that's that's the
because
globalism fucked up explanation that you've unfucked, I think, the way to think about it a little bit in perspective, or you're unfucking it, because I think they made it as such a way like to just it doesn't really apply to like
they want to make it. They want to have it be like the
it's
rotating restaurant that moves at such a speed that you could just walk across the restaurant and you wouldn't notice that it's moving because it's moving at such a slow speed. You can go to the inner part of the restaurant to the outer part of the restaurant.
Right.
It's the same thing. You're in that same reference frame, so it's okay. That's how they have to think about it, so that it would make sense that you could be flying over a spinning ball and different speeds and all of that, and make it just work the same. It doesn't work the same. They'd love to think it does.
Right, you can think whatever you want, but a bell, if you're hanging a bell up in that restaurant, you got bells hanging up, and the Earth's moving, they're going to react. They're not just going to sit there.
It's like you can't leave elementary school, right? Elementary school, they're like, oh, you don't have to worry about the Earth spinning because it's just like you're in a plane going one linear direction. You don't really feel that, do you? Same thing. Right.
But then, like, why would the geologic of the Earth be so incompatible with the seasonal, like the things that it must be doing in a heliophysics world? Like that should always be like, oh yeah, we know an earthquake gonna happen now because
Oh yeah, you'd have all the Earth were moving. You'd be like, oh, we're going around the bend, and this is where we have to like somehow change our trajectory to start doing our elliptical orbit, and that's when we have to like clamp down all of the fucking windmills and make sure the cows aren't outside because otherwise they fly up in the air a little bit. There'd be so many conditions to worry about.
You can get a windsock moving without the wind moving at all. The windsock would react. The bells would react. The wind chime would. The cup of water would react. Stuff would react if the Earth was moving. The thing moving. Yes.
Absolutely. Windsock. I love that. It's a new one. It's
yes.
A new democratism. Windsocks and chopsticks, right? What was your chopstick scenario you were trying with the other night? Last night, you were trying to say you just need two chopsticks.
Because Coach Joe and them keep trying to say this weird thing about the globe just because it's so big or so small. I said you can get a fly, use the chopsticks as its perspective, put them down all. They're going to be wide at this end, and they're going to meet at the fly. They're going to meet to his eye or meet to the fly, right? That's going to be his perspective, right? And anywhere
Okay.
you fly the fly with the chopsticks, it's going to be his perspective. It's going to be in that triangle of perspective, and wherever you move the fly, his perspective will see past the ball. At no point does it matter how big you are that you're not going to see down past the object you're on, or if you're above it. So we should be able to see as the little fly past the basketball to the damn ground, like our chopstick would be pointing past the basketball from it to the ground, looking down to the
Yeah.
stars, not
Right.
looking up,
Basketball with
down.
chopsticks. That's what it was.
Right. Chopsticks are your view, your line of sight, like a laser. Lasers. You
What was the one that Brian was talking about? Everyone holds hands for like 3 miles, and then and they have a ladder they climb up. That was another good
Wow.
Same
That's an
scenario as everybody dig down, everybody swimming, everybody jump down in a fucking thing of water. If the thing of water is 800 miles long and there's 800 people or 5,000 people and one for every little increment of destination or god damn it, distance between them, then they go down and they would meet. They would bump heads. Swim straight and you'd bump heads. Somewhere these tubes would meet. If I put a tube down in the water, you put a tube down in the water, our tubes have to meet somewhere on this globe.
right?
Understand?
What'd
If
you
I
call that one
dig
again?
down, what?
The telescope. What was it?
Toilet paper roll?
Toilet paper telescope. Yep.
That's what it is. It's a toilet paper roll. Galileo made it, or whoever, way back when. They got a toilet, and they got a mirror and a magnifying glass.
Yeah. You know
The
the
mirror
fucking
is what, and then you get the magnifying glass and you magnify your sight of just what the mirror shows you. You're not
Yeah.
zooming in on shit.
Well,
You've never zoomed in
that's
on
the
fuck
word.
in your life.
But you get like these weird things that are going to go on because your telescope has got a mirror in it, and the mirror's got silver in it. Silver's the different refractive index in the glass. You know what I mean? Like all these kinds of dimensional things happen. That's why I think that when you stack telescope photos, they look like three-dimensional objects because they're like, in a way, like projected through this like sort of.
Through the magnifying glass has a three-dimensional spherical bubble. Yeah, I'm sorry, a meniscus. The magnifying glass has that meniscus. The same thing like a GoPro lens, but it's really little. It's just minuscule.
Well, back to the Coriolis thing. Is it funny that the conserved momentum wouldn't even work the way they hope, because the conserved momentum, like say the helicopter goes up in the air and it's just the conserved momentum it wouldn't have the curvature involved, right? It's curvilinear, right? So if you want to say that it's going to have that 500 miles tangential velocity, that's a straight shot. It doesn't mean that well, they have to work in gravity, I guess, to make that work. But so yeah, the thing is not going to be moving in a curved path with the Earth already, right? It's just going to be like off straight eastward, whatever that is at the point where it takes off.
A long ass helium balloon would show that the Earth was moving at a certain distance at a certain rate inside of a building or with the tube around it. It would react to the thing moving under it. Now, hold on. If you made the tube hover, you hover the tube with like you have a drone with a hovering tube that doesn't touch the ground, and then you have a building and it's flying over the helium balloon, just sitting there hovering. Now, if the Earth was moving, the fucking helium balloon would react. It would touch something. It would go this way or that way. It would touch the side instead of going straight up and not touch either side.
Right.
And the
But
same
gravity,
would happen
right?
if you had nothing. No. If you had 100 of these helium, no, seriously, if you have 100 helium balloons lined up in your backyard a foot away, one of them has to go at each end. They have to deviate. They have to start going diagonal. They have to. There's no way.
Yeah.
They're going to tell you 69 miles is 69 miles my ass, no matter where you go. For 1,000,000 miles, north, south, east, or west, every balloon is going to be vertical on your camera, no matter who films it. How can that be? That can't be possible. I mean, no matter what distance you see them from. Same with hot air balloons. There's no way people zooming in from 65 miles or 100 miles away up in the air, and you don't see 1,000 between 1,000 hot air balloons. They're miles apart from you. Like, there's no way. There's no way. It's no. One of them would have to tilt exponentially. The farther you go up, the more of a tilt you're going to have to show. That's why I pick a helium balloon, because you can hold on to it, you can put a string on it, you can let it go up, 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 and you can let another one go up, 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 up. They're also supposed to deviate. The farther up they go, the farther apart they're supposed to spread. But
That's
they'll
one
never.
of the karaoke songs on request for me, for you. Up, up, and away.
Yes. Yep.
Do you want to
The
ride on
latter.
my beautiful balloon?
That's right. And we would spread apart. As we rise vertically, we would be 10 foot apart, then 20, then 30, then 40, then 50, but we're just going vertically up, right, guys? Wrong.
Hey, Snack, what was the gay guy that came out as a flat earther, guys? What was his name again?
The one guy?
The gay guy that came out as a flat earther. What was his name again?
Talking about like way in the back.
No, just recently.
Oh, Yiannopoulos?
Huh?
Okay.
What? Somebody else?
What the fuck is his name? It's a Lopoulos is his last part of his name.
Yeah, you said his first name earlier.
Did
Galapagos? Spell it. Galapagos Islands?
No, I'm just joking. I think I slurred through his first name the first time I tried to say it before. I don't remember it.
Oh, shit. Anyway, I was going to look. I thought you had it on your... I thought you had it at the forefront of your mind. It's okay. Wonder if Google tells me that a gay guy came out as a flat earther.
I don't keep all the trivia up there. There's like a few songs I'm like, man, this would be good to have like a Democ like karaoke on.
Like what?
Well, Want to Take a Ride on My Beautiful Balloon would be a dope one. Point of No Return. I'm at the point of no return. That's a good one. There's a couple other ones.
Don't you forget about me. Maybe that one?
That's not flat earthy.
Oh, okay. Stand in the place where you work. I don't know. You said there was a few good ones for Democ.
I don't know, man. I hear certain songs. I'm like, that's good for Democ. Certain ones not. But maybe Stand it's a fucking banger. I don't know it, But
I say the earth's around and round.
I think it helps if they're like from the 70s or like, I guess it can't be too recent for a Democ cover. It's got to be something like he grew up like when he was in like a little baby seat in a car. You know what I mean? Listen to on the radio,
Like
on the station
little
wagon.
ditty about Jack and Diane.
That's
Two American kids.
I have no idea what's flat Earth or anything about that, but yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Flat Earth tunes.
But no, it was that 78. Fucking. That's too recent.
I can see for miles and miles.
All right, maybe. But I wouldn't want to hear Demonic sing that song. I don't like that song. It's too repetitive.
Yeah,
What
it
is
really
that song
is.
about though? Why can they see for miles? You know, what
Because
are
the
they
Earth
singing
is
about?
flat.
But like, why sing a song about it? Unless they were
I
trying
don't
to
know,
say that.
because they were trying to say that, probably. Seems like, maybe.
It
No?
like doesn't stop. They just add miles and miles and miles and more, and it's like, oh yeah. It doesn't. It's an ending. Crazy. Or they could be talking about stars or something, but they're not.
Right?
Because that's what Bacon was saying. No, obviously, they're trying to say that there's no. Talking about
I love how they all jumped in here and tried to
horizontal
say it was
distance.
like just to follow the path. Just follow the path. It always knows. Just follow
The
your
geodesic
nose.
path. That's the great geodesic path.
Tangential velocity.
In the great geodesic path, they
Don't
finally
worry
get down
about
to
it.
no, I just made this shit up. It's just so it's a concept, okay? All right. Turns to some crazy Rick and Morty episode on crack. I love it.
Oh, by the way, anything new on the? I haven't been keeping up on the Rick and Morty ship. Anything? Has it gotten even better? Is it over?
You are really into your microphone right now, but
Oh, I should turn my volume down.
the series is coming back for another season. Did you see the
I have to
ending?
catch up. No,
The whole
I have to catch
they
up
did the whole
on
one
all
on
that.
Helios. They did a whole one on Helios.
Was there a lot of flat Earth references?
Well, they did like a Game of Thrones, but like of the solar system, because Morty becomes the king of the sun, and such and such. Very strange episode. But the whole solar system wars. Yeah.
Morty becomes the king of the sun. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I gotta watch that.
Yeah, it was like this whole. It's this whole thing.
He's the Sun King.
These guys like rope him into it. They're like part of the holy order of the sun, and then there's this like thing to join the solar knights that you have to, because they're the solar knights. It's funny, an oxymoron, right? They're the knights of the sun. Don't worry about it. Anyway, and something like to get into it, he's like, okay, you just have to chop your dick off now, all right? And then, but then he's like, no, I think I'm not going to do this, guys. And then
You're not even kidding. That is what happens, huh?
no, this is exactly the storyline. But
You
this
have
is
to
why I
chop your
should
dick
have
off.
be a writer for fucking Comedy Central. You know, it's like I couldn't come up with this.
So good.
Yeah,
I'm definitely gonna
I
have
just
to
like
watch
where
that.
that show goes, even though it's like it's couched in all this like sci-fi tropes and Cosmo timeline. Just but it's such they just make fun of all the bullshit of it to where it's just like, oh, you know, it's just like a fun place to tell a story again. You know,
Nice.
you don't have to buy into all this nonsense.
I
There's
think you
one where
might
he's
like
like,
Godfathers of Harlem, by the way. Godfathers of Harlem is very good.
oh yeah, that's with
Godfather of
guy with
Harlem.
lazy eye.
Forrest Whitaker. Yeah, they do a good job with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want something to veg on.
It was like after I watch Ghost Dog, I can watch Godfather of Harlem.
Yep. There you go.
All right. I like Forrest Whitaker much in Color Money. He's awesome in that.
Keeping up with March Madness at all?
Nope. I never follow college basketball.
Yeah, I do
I
at the
should
very
though.
end.
I just follow the draft blindly, and I'm like, huh, what's this guy's name? How tall is he? Okay, he's gonna go here.
I think it might be the only basketball we can know it's not fixed completely.
Are you're serious? College basketball's not fixed. Yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe it is.
Perspective. I'm not fighting you on it. You know what I mean? There's plenty
Maybe
of people
it
who
is
want to break
fixed,
legs
but
for that.
it's just like, are these
But
kids
anyway.
really like? Are they told about the fix really at this young of an age? I think.
Oh, you think that's how it goes? Hey man, doesn't matter.
I don't know.
Doesn't matter. I like the sport no matter what. It's pro wrestling to me, all of it.
Yeah.
Everything's pro wrestling.
It's like one of the things I don't want to know if it's true.
everything at the wrestling.
Yeah, I guess so. Is there a lot of money on these college games? I guess there is to some degree.
Is there a lot of money on it?
I don't know. People probably bet on it.
I don't. Yeah, obviously, you work for them. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Somebody's got to work for somebody, right? That's all right.
Got to show for something.
Go ahead. You got some DraftKings fucking shit you want to drop?
There's a good one that I paused. Oh shit! Definitely gonna have to watch that Rick and Morty.
And how about this now? Like all this, the latest on the Kyrie thing is now like people are saying like, oh yeah, he totally violated the collective bargaining agreement, suspending him for his anti-Semitic, possibly, or deemed as being anti-Semitic. Like that was
already.
But I knew, but I
straight up
knew
with the new team, he's already suspended.
No. I'm saying that people are now coming out in support of him because he was improperly suspended per the legal contracts of the NBA.
So what do they want? They're in support
Meaning
of
that
getting
like you should be able to talk about aliens or you could talk about any damn thing you want to, and it shouldn't be that the unless
the basketball
maybe
league has a problem.
I mean, there may be like certain stipulations, like if you can't incite violence or bring that may be very well in the bylaws.
But you should be able to have your own opinions about miscellaneous things.
Because all the owners have to abide by the collective bargaining agreement because all the players agreed to that, and then they have presidents of the union, which Kyrie Irving was a former president of. So like he should have been very aware of like what the proper things would be to do and not do. Which is why this whole thing is just a big fiasco to trade him. It doesn't even matter. And reduce his salary by not having to pay him for games that he wasn't obliged to play in, or that the NBA takes that the owner doesn't pay it. But anyway, that's inside baseball. Don't worry about basketball.
Okay, National Basketball Players Association Vice President Jaylen Brown called the nature of the 8-game suspension in the Nets and Kyrie Irving in November unjust. Okay, so the Jaylen Brown's stepping up at least. Nice. Union is supposed to be an entity to protect the players, especially their rights and their freedom of speech. Wow, shit. Turn the page.
Right. So basically, Kyrie should be able to say, Earth is flat. I don't eat animals. I eat animals. Only whatever he wants to say. I'm every religion. I'm no religion. Whatever he wants to say, he should be able to just do it within that format and be able to like do his job. Which is to play basketball, which is to perform the game of basketball, but also retain certain kinds of instruction as far as like how to pace the game, because not all games are supposed to be won. Some games are just for training. Some games are just for exhibition. Some games, whatever.
Cool. I like this.
I don't know.
I like this. At least people are stepping up and saying what
the pacing. I've seen pacing in games I've never seen before, as far as like unusual, and they'll bring it up statistically, like this is the craziest fucking first quarter since then, or whatever. And it's like there's a crazy lead that the one team has. Oh, let me go put some I'll get my DraftKings up and fucking go on that shit, and what do you know? Within like 10 minutes later, the whole game's inverted. It's the other way around.
Right.
You're already in, right? But if you don't,
I haven't even checked.
Sometimes you don't get the odds, right? So you want to lock in the odds. Oh, what a trick!
I haven't even checked to see how Phoenix is doing with Durant.
Durant's injured.
Post Durant, is he injured already?
Injured.
Kyrie and both. Oh man, that's crazy.
These guys want to play in like 10 games this season. These new places.
So what's your prediction for the end here this year? You been paying attention at all?
Oh, the finals? I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. What do they say on TV? That's what's
Is New Jersey just hurting? Are they just total rebuild
There's
now?
no New Jersey team. It's Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, I mean.
They're not gonna. It would be smart for them to just tank really at this point, but they'll probably just maybe they'll be in the plan.
Did they get some hopefuls out of those trades?
They should probably make the. Yeah, Michael Bridges is pretty good.
Rookie?
Okay. No, it's like a 4-year player.
Okay. Just hasn't met his peak yet. Is that the hope?
Mostly used as a role player in his former team, so he's kind of getting a prime time, like main scorer type minutes in that role. So he's put a couple good games up.
Anyway,
he's actually had more 25-point
basketball.
games. He had more 25-point games with Brooklyn than Kyrie's had this season. So I guess that's something. Like within his first week. So yeah, capable player. Good metric. Nice shot. Release point is like real high. He's not KD, but he's like a smaller kind of KD sort of player. I feel fucking spoiled
Potential
after
KD.
he's like
He's got
like
KD
KD's our
potential.
forward. Like KD's our small forward, like or was. You know what I mean? So it's like you get spoiled with that.
Right. Oh yeah.
He can just fucking pull up any fucking where he feels like.
Right. It's too bad.
He hit shots like drifting away past the backboard, like he's shooting it on an angle over the backboard and shit.
Yep. Crazy. No problem.
So that whole toe on the line shit is nonsense with Milwaukee. You know what I mean? And all the injuries and shit. Like, give me a break with all that shit.
With Milwaukee, they're in first place, right?
I'm just saying, like, with when they had KD, Kyrie, and fucking James Harden, there's just no way.
Right.
Those three guys know how to game the system so well that there's just no way that they would lose like that. It's just incomprehensible to me for anything other than
some kind of fix. Yeah.
You know,
makes sense, I guess.
Well,
yeah.
They're not just it's not just
But how he could miss
right?
that last shot on purpose is pretty crazy.
So,
I guess that's possible.
It's a sum of funding, you know, because like these guys get sneaker deals, they get apparel deals. Who the fuck knows what other kind of deals they get? If they got that much money, you just have like a financial handler for you. It's like, you know, this is my best friend from college. He runs my shit for me. I just make the money. But yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with all of that. People
Actually,
probably don't want to hear about basketball.
Like, Kyrie almost alluded that like when they played, they lost like in the first round versus Boston, and it's almost like Kyrie said that like he said we'll go back to our home court and put on our bulletproof vests, and then we'll take care. And like I don't know, was he just being overly flowery? Because the guy just like throws in words that don't necessarily need to be there sometimes. Like when he talks, but like it makes me think like, you know, they had to do what they had to do. They weren't there to win, and if they didn't do what they were supposed to do, that there were, you'd say bulletproof. Why bulletproof? You know, it's especially in this kind of situation. It was just a little weird. But that's Kyrie for you. Anyway, enough of NBA conspiracies for now.
Right? Yeah, I guess it is conspiracy related at least.
If it's Kyrie Irving related, I guess it is conspiracy.
Right.
Related.
What do you think about the Trump stuff recently, huh?
Oh, I don't know.
He's acting like it's time to save America. I don't know, who else do they have, right? I mean, who else is going to be running in the election in 2024 besides him and whoever else, right? Are they even talking about anybody else?
It's like I don't know. I don't see any like Republican superpowers happening right now.
Nope. They're not even trying to tease at that. It's just him. It's him and the corpse. You know, if Biden makes it to the 2024 elections,
like
Trump, the economy would have to turn around a lot for it to make it seem like Biden has a chance.
I would really say that, you know, regardless of how anybody feels, like he altered the way the structure of the Republican Party inevitably, like forever. Basically, it will never be the Republican Party that we understood growing up is gone. A lot of those interests are deceased. A lot of those people have moved into other lines of work. And the party as a whole has changed since the MAGA movement, Tea Party, Express, all that shit, right? It just modulated that whole right wing like totally differently than how it was before.
Yep. Never the same.
So it's like it's difficult for other people to kind of navigate that landscape politically. So nobody really has a solution. Nobody can just be like, okay, I'm bigger than Trump. Nobody can really do that. I'll just do my own thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
You get eaten alive by all the MAGA people because they're all like kind of clustered together in sort of a ideological sort of super group or whatever.
Right.
So, yeah.
And orchestratedly so.
It just makes it inherently difficult for anybody but Trump to like gain some sort of notoriety that is apart from the that is in the Republican Party.
But they could create that entity if they wanted to, if it wasn't the plan for him to come save America.
But like, no, the thing is like that. There's like an amount of the MAGA population of the Republican Party is gonna like fuck up anybody else that tries to like get over up on them or surpass what they think is going on. You know what I mean? So it's just like there's a bunch of trolling that would happen. Anybody trying to climb up the Republican ladder has to fight through the MAGA people first. Do you know what I mean? So in a way,
but they could just create that. I mean, it's all an act anyway, right? It's not like someone has their free will to just go and be that guy.
I think it's just kind of written in the cards that people want to see Trump Part 2. They want to see him at least run. I think so. That's a big part of this like political circus. And then if that happens, then other people will like find their niche. Where they're going to fit in. But I don't know of any like Republican superstar that's like capable of just
no.
But it shouldn't take that much either, which is a weird thing.
Well, it would take the people that orchestrate and write the future to actually script it.
No, I'm just saying like how popular is Biden?
He's not. He never was.
Like he's lukewarm even among people that voted him in. It's just like what? I'm just saying the Republicans don't need like anyone amazing, but.
No, they need yeah, we had politics in the NBA. How about we talk
wrap it up with religion? No, just joking.
Wrap it up with some religion. Yeah, why not? Why not do the full gambit?
Yeah. Good morning to the other peoples here. What's up, Shawn?
Is there anybody else here that wants to say anything about anything?
Yeah, that was a good time because I think New Perspective is about to crash out.
I don't know. I'm not ready to crash, but I am worn out from the conversation that I had. That was the exact same conversation I've had many times before. Same exact result. I don't know why it feels like insanity, but I guess that's why. How can they still argue that it makes sense when it makes absolutely no sense? You said that you were still like on the fence as far as it making sense to you, but at the same time it did. I mean, like it doesn't. There's no way.
I think like I understand what you're saying, which I don't think that's the same as me like objectively picking it all apart necessarily. But I didn't like disagree with anything as you were saying it. So I don't know.
Yeah, it would just be a matter of picking up sideways velocity.
I agree with you,
yeah. I guess it's taken me a long time to come to this form of the conversation where it's just like. I mean, it's as simple as saying that a moving Earth would be different than a non-moving Earth. I don't know why that would be any argument on anyone's side that they would be able to argue the same. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially like the
the only way to really demonstrate it would be, well, I mean, for one here, like computationally, it's very difficult to do on like in a game simulation. So like even the game simulators that were first programmed with spherical calculus and like broke, you know, like the code just wouldn't do it. It was so taxing to be able to do it that it was better to just not do it for the reasons that, you know, it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I guess.
So I think that they're actually, I mean, they may be now kind of mapped to that, but I don't know. I don't know game design these days. The hardware is a lot more. Yeah.
Speaking of game design, I shook hands with Mark Sargent. Said hello.
You did?
That's all I did. Yeah.
From a game design handshake perspective.
Right. From a game design perspective, I said hello.
Let's get the spinny
That was a
cam
good
on this
party.
one for a 360 handshake. No, we need true handshake.
A new perspective on handshakes.
So you give him the Mason handshake? What did you do?
I did. I gave him the claw, whatever that is.
Did you also do the thing where you jiggle your index finger inside his hand?
Yep, I did. I gave him a little wink and a little finger flick. And I know you're a shill. It's okay. It was the I know you're a shill tap on the shoulder. Oh, that was a funny thing.
Next time, just do like, hey man, Mark, you got something in your teeth. Just do that.
Oh, I just at the end of the party, I just wanted to let you know, since the beginning of the party, you've had some broccoli in your teeth or something, and I was going to tell you.
You look fine though, otherwise, man. It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
It's right here, and then just like. No one would really suspect you're just fucking with them for that,
right?
Ruhif does this to people all the time, obviously.
Sorry, what do I do?
How fucking tall is Matthew Learns, dude? Mark Sargent's supposed to be a tall drink of water. How tall is Matthew Learns? He was like,
it was like the Twin
Towers. He had curvature of spine trying to just look at him.
Yep.
He's like 7 feet tall.
They're both eating a lot of Wheaties.
Okay.
Yep. That explains a lot.
He's like a set of angel wings under that jacket, though, right? It's just
Something like that. Yep, the Jesuit angel wings.
Right.
What's up, Ruhif? How's it going?
Yeah, not much. Just having some dinner.
Are you eating expensive food we can be jealous of?
No.
Some pheasant?
Particularly.
No? Okay.
This is Greek yogurt imported from Greece.
You did have some Cornish hens, stuffed Cornish hens one night or something.
Oh, dope. What's that? Just like little hens, though, right?
Maybe I got that wrong. Was it Cornish hens?
They're tender. They're tender meat.
Yeah, it's definitely time for some food on my end.
It takes a tough man to cook a tender chicken.
Have you figured out Coriolis' new perspective?
Oh, did you come in for round 2?
No, that's the last thing I want to talk about with you. We've explained.
Well, then why are you bringing it up?
Just to see if you figured it out yet.
Do you think that the Earth moving would be the same as it not moving?
Those two are different things. I can verify that. Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Say no more.
And not moving, definitely different.
Totally different. Yep. So it would be a different situation than the pilots are trained to deal with.
No.
No? Oh, okay, they're trained to deal with a non-moving Earth. Why wouldn't it be different?
Deal with a moving Earth if if the Earth were moving. I assume we could engineer our way of fucking around it. But I think you design landing gear a little different.
Yeah, and amongst other things. How about training for flying over a moving Earth? That would be something to think about. It'd be a novel idea.
Like in the simulators and stuff?
Yeah, you would think that would be necessary.
That would be or you program for that. We're like, oh, we got a problem.
Yeah, because otherwise there'd be big problems that you'd have to deal with that you don't ever have to deal with.
Yeah, because they put all these different circumstances in there, so you can respond to them and train correctly for all these different scenarios. Yeah. But
that
as
would
I
be
was
a thing,
speaking
but
to
it's
somebody
not
who
a
actually
thing. Wonder why.
I was speaking I was speaking at length with an engineer who created one of those, yeah, he didn't say there's any kind of spherical
issue,
anything there. Like,
yeah,
that's just not something that's encountered.
I wonder why.
Everything else in the plane was down to the dial. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they'd rip the
I mean, it
dials
would
like
be
out of the planes. They'd put
kind of
them
important. You have
into
people's
there.
lives in your hands and everything.
Then they'd motorize the dials and stuff.
Yeah.
Was it yesterday we were talking about infrared with you?
Nope.
No. Okay. About infrared, seeing further.
What was the? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so. Oh yeah, I heard part of that. It was yeah, admiration
like,
for.
This guy was like retired, but like he had spent like 20 years doing this, building flight design machines, and like, he'd go on and on and on about any damn thing, because he was just happy to talk about it. So why was that part so short? Nice and that it was like nope, and then something we'd talk about other things.
So you were asking him about the flying on a spinning ball?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was 20.
What was his response? He said, "No big deal."
No, I was trying not to like navigate that way with him. No, I was just asking him about like any kind of spherical anything that was like in the machinery, any rationale for including it or anything like that.
Nothing satisfactory, really. He didn't want to go into that, but he wanted to go into all the details about how the plane works, except for how it would be different if it had to fly over a spinning ball.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to
short
like.
of it.
You
weren't trying to
probe
do any
people.
gotchas.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I don't necessarily need to like let people
prove it
know
to yourself. Yeah,
what I'm trying to ask them sometimes. There was another fellow there that was like a freelance software engineer, and he got hired to do some space stuff with a rocket launch and satellite communications on the ground, setting up the network for that, and so cool, right? He was so happy about it because it's like a geek's dream to do something such as that, or a nerd's dream, or however some people think that geek is a bad term to use. But anyway,
I always call myself a geek without feeling bad about myself.
Yeah. Some people get real personal.
Nerd's more derogatory than geek in my mind. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but a nerd doesn't denote that there's any kind of like weird sort of. I guess geeks come from circus.
Is that right?
Yeah. So it's like a sideshow freak is a geek.
Okay.
And the geeks were like I guess like caged people or something like that.
Okay. Never looked up the etymology on that one.
Anyway.
Makes sense.
I don't know why they referred to it as that anyway.
Oh, there's another show that you should watch. Carnival Row. I think you'd like that one.
Anyway, suffice it to say, a lot of people's dream is to be on the fucking Starship Enterprise. So like if you get the call to go like, do a rocket thing, that's kind of cool. So, not trying to, I'm aware of myself and I'm aware, of people. So, I didn't want to like try to flat earth the shit out of him right there, But I wanted to find out. I wanted to find out what he was up, what he was doing, like what was going on there.
He was a pilot or just a...
No, it's just software guy. Just two different people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But they were from the same area I was working at.
Well, I think the tides are turned, Ruhif. Like you're gonna see a lot more people that are dropping the ball.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? What if you're the last one that still thinks you're on a spinning ball? How'd that feel?
No, there will always be intelligent people in the world.
I know, and so that's the problem. To stay intelligent at some point, they're going to have to agree that it's not a spinning ball.
You're just going to have to be a baller for only moral reasons.
No.
We're going to prove it, Ruhif.
Come on, Jim.
Yeah, coming up.
Come on,
coming.
Jam.
It's on the menu. It's on
It
the
really is.
It's on the itinerary.
You got a bit triggered when we discussed those long distance observations. You don't want to bring them up again.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Trigger.
I'm sure he got. Did you say timid or triggered? Triggered.
Hashtag triggered.
Yeah.
How long of a distance proof do we require for you? What
do you
buster ball? What's the ball buster there? How many miles?
Well, it doesn't matter about the mileage. It's what should you see or should not see. Are you talking about the 273 miles?
Let's say I can do something. Like, is there a number I have to hit that you're like, oh shit, game over?
It's just
Game
what is
over,
consistent
man.
with a globe and what is consistent with a flat Earth. That all of these beyond horizons are great globe proofsies. All of them. You just don't know that you're looking at curvature because you have no idea how to or what to expect of a globe or what to expect of a flat Earth.
It's almost as if you don't have access to reality. You just want a model that represents reality.
What? A model makes predictions, right? And if a model makes predictions that are borne out in reality, then that model is more than likely true, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you could have a model of anything.
Right. I could have a model of a flat Earth, and it would make predictions. Right?
Why would you need a model?
Because we can't, from our little observer location on here, right? We can't see the shape of the Earth, right? We can't get back and see the whole Earth to see what shape it is.
So what?
So we need to make a model to say, look, if this model is true, what do I expect to see?
What do you need a model for? You.
I literally just said
Personally.
that. Literally just said it.
No. Personally, what do you need a model of the ground for?
So that I know what shape the Earth is. What?
Who cares?
Okay. If you don't care, then I don't know what you're doing here.
No, I'm asking, what do you care? I'm asking, what do you care?
Yeah.
Do I care about the shape of the Earth? Not particularly.
Like,
I don't care whether it is a globe or flat. I know what it is, though.
Okay. When were you like? When did you first know, like a young Ruhif, you're like, oh, I'm definitely on a globe right now?
Well, I mean,
2016, whatever, 2016, 2017.
That's a young Ruhif.
He said that he knows what it is, but that he just has a model that represents it the best.
Right.
So what is it?
What is the model?
No, what is the Earth? I mean, so far you said that you have a model that matches reality.
Yes.
Yeah, but do you have access to reality?
Yes. That's what I compare my model to.
But why not just deal with reality as it is?
I do deal with reality. I check reality to see if it matches my model. Like, what are you talking about?
No, what are you talking? Like, who? Like, what is this? What is? Well, my model. Like, I have a model of, Christmas, and I explain it by saying Santa Claus, brings presents to all the little kids all over the world, and it matches reality.
Okay. I have a competing model.
Yeah.
I have a competing model that says parents actually buy all the presents for the kids.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think my model makes better predictions than yours.
Yeah. Well, I have a third model which says that Santa Claus is a spirit that infests the parents to do these things.
Okay.
Yeah. They're all
Somebody got
good.
a fourth model? Somebody does.
Yeah. Does your model make any predictions that can be tested and falsified?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's one? Different predictions between competing models. Right. So what prediction does your model make that mine would make a different prediction that we can both test?
I don't know. Okay. I just picked the model because it matches reality.
How about we go back to the shape of the Earth, right? What prediction does your model make that mine doesn't, or sorry, mine makes a different prediction, and we can go test that?
I don't have a model, right? I just have reality.
Right. What shape is the Earth?
I don't know what that means, really. It's like asking what shape is your hand, right?
Okay. Is the Earth flat or is it a globe?
No, it's not flat.
Not flat. Okay.
No way.
Is the sea level flat?
Well, sea level is an average, right?
Okay, but is the datum sea level? So when you say 10 meters above sea level, is that datum flat?
Well, a datum is a point, right?
Oh,
And
for
for
fuck's
wherever,
sake, Jerry.
so for
Jerry.
no,
All right.
hold on. So
You can stop fucking around.
whatever area you're at, that point is a straight line for that area. How you
Okay.
measure
The
elevation?
collection of points that form the sea level datum, is that flat?
Hold on, come on, Rube. Don't run tactics. Don't start interrupting him. You
Oh,
guys
I'm
were
just asking him if he's a flat
good.
earther, Gio, and he's fucking around.
You were doing good. Just let him speak. Go back and forth. It's good. Just.
No, it's fine. It's just an average. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, water doesn't. I mean,
Daisy.
I mean, you establish a horizontal plane with
Jerry.
water, right? Right.
Right,
So
just stop fucking around. Is the Earth flat or is it a globe?
Definitely not flat.
Definitely not flat. Okay.
Absolutely.
Is the Earth a globe?
I don't think so.
Okay. What shape or
no way.
aspect or whatever, Jerry? What shape or aspect or whatever word you'd like to use is the Earth?
I don't picture it as an object floating around somewhere. So and like I've never seen any edge.
Okay.
Unless you're talking about like a cliff. So I don't know.
Yeah, hang on, buddy. Sorry. Boom. 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 Oops, a daisy. It's a pretty simple question if I ask you, are you a flat earther? And you go, oh no, there's got fucking hills and valleys and shit, all right?
Wait, I wanted to ask Jerry though. Why is it not flat?
Well, Ruhiv just said, there's hills and valleys and mountains and elevation changes.
That's why I'd say stop fucking around.
I'm not the one who
Yes, you
says I
are.
have a model that matches reality. I just deal with reality.
Right, but if I
There are
ask
no
you,
hills
is
and
the Earth
valleys.
flat? If I ask you, is
I
the
guess
Earth
there are
flat?
hills
you
and
go,
valleys in the
"No."
ocean too.
Sure.
It's a wave
But why do I have to dick around and say what shape or what does sea level? Does the collection of datum points for sea level, does that form a flat plane? All right, you would answer yes, right?
Well, you're talking about water, right? And water establishes horizontal.
No, I'm just talking about the datum. So not necessarily the water. The water can move. I'm talking about the datum. Does that form a flat plane?
Well, a datum is just a point.
Oh, fuck. The collection of datum points, the collection of those, do they form a flat plane? Why do you have to fuck around, Jerry? Seriously.
I'm not fucking around, but it's
Yes,
hard
you
to
are.
answer.
It's not hard to answer. Jesus.
Yeah, it is because they're just points. I mean,
right. And if you are they all in the same plane?
I can't really answer that. Sorry.
Oh, go on. Yeah, we're done, Jerry. We're done. There you go.
I mean, I told you that water forms a horizontal plane. When it's at rest. I mean, surely you would agree with that. Come on.
Do you think water establishes horizontal in a fish tank, Ruth?
There you go. Do I think water establishes a horizontal in a fish tank?
Yeah.
I think it approximates it well enough to not be distinguishable from true flat.
How about, what if I make that larger, say a swimming pool?
Yeah, again, if you got a 50-meter swimming pool, there's I don't know, a quarter of a millimeter of drop. So yeah, again, pretty much indistinguishable.
Okay, so walk this up. How about you answer Jerry's question now?
I got Jerry turned down. I turned him down.
Oh, come on, Rui.
Well, if he's going to fuck around, I'm just going to turn him down.
I thought I held your hand right up to that one. Oh shit! I thought you were ignoring his question. But he was asking about the oceans.
Come on,
establishing the horizontal.
Pull yourself, Ruhiv. Pull yourself together. Come on.
I'm fine, Gio.
Dude.
I'm not going to fuck around with Jerry if he's going to fuck around.
Why don't you just ask him what he meant? Talk to him. Why do you
No,
have?
he knows what I meant, and he knows what shape the Earth is, or he thinks the Earth is.
It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to describe it as flat for whatever reason. That's his prerogative to do.
Yeah, but he's fucking around.
You
I'll turn him down.
So then you just end the conversation and just take your ball and go home, and then
I'm still here. I'm just not going to talk to Jerry because he's fucking around.
He's better off anyway.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, chicken.
I mean, it kind of seems like you're fucking around because there was a conversation happening. It just he said something that you didn't like, and instead of just letting him be him and you be you and have a conversation, now you're just doing whatever you're doing now. This posturing.
No, he's not interested in a conversation. Clearly.
Well, I told you that I couldn't answer like that question about the datums. I mean, because like we got to stay precise. Like a datum is a point for like wherever you are. That point establishes the baseline that you measure elevations from. So, I mean, I don't know. And like water forms a horizontal plane, so I have to say that all those planes are parallel. I mean, right?
Do they have crickets where you're from?
Crickets. We play cricket. We also have crickets, yes.
They got big crickets in Australia.
Brew, if you can't even have a conversation, I'm afraid you're not going to make it.
Sorry. You think I'm the one that can't have a conversation?
Yeah, you're not making it into the forward with the conversation, man. It's like it's you're just making it over for yourself.
Okay, whatever you think, yeah, that's fine.
Has Ruhith found anyone for his to make a prediction on a flat Earth yet? Have you found anyone to bite on that one yet, Ruhith? I mean, maybe I could ask Geo, like, when you measure the heights of two things, the reason you know one is taller than the other is because it's measured from the same straight baseline, right? I mean, if you're going to measure vertically, you got to measure from a horizontal. So the datums are points for each area that you're at. Like England has a different point. Where I am in New Jersey, right? There's a different point, and elevations are measured from that. Straight lines. vertically from the horizontal plane. I mean, I don't know. I don't see how that's me fucking around. All right.
Yeah, exactly. They're all measured from an elevation. Yep. From a baseline. Yep. Horizontal. That's why, I mean, the word flat can be defined as horizontally level. So in that way, I do think it correlates with the water and the way the land comes up out of the water. But yeah, I don't think that term flat is really descriptive enough, which is part of the reason I don't really prefer to use it. It's kind of just too basic, doesn't really have enough information. Like the word flat means a lot of things. It means it has something geometrically, has to do with, it can do with orientation. It can have to do with the surface features of something. It could also even have to do with like low carbonation in a beer. You know, it's like a flat beer. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways to use that term.
How the fuck do I get the seconds to display in the taskbar clock? How hard is this? Settings, personalization. Taskbar. Taskbar behaviors.
You know, I kind of, yeah, I don't think it's necessary to call it flat Earth, but I do kind of like it in the way that I like the unnecessary tail fins on a 57 Chevy. It feels like a relic-y kind of thing.
Yeah, flat Earth has a lot of
It's very
nasty,
vintage.
Yeah, there's a lot of connotations that go with it, and too much baggage.
Yeah.
Plus, it's not true, right? I mean, you could measure elevations from sea level. Roof doesn't want to talk about it, so I don't know.
He likes to talk about round things, like how things are round. He's like yeah.
Like my balls.
Circles. I bet you'll talk. You can get him to talk about circles. I bet. But
Well,
straight
a
lines and
circle.
horizontals. Yeah, he didn't like that.
Well, the thing about a circle is you need a straight line, right? You need a radius. I mean, that's a straight line, isn't it?
Oh, you motherfuckers.
What are you doing right now, Ruben? What are you doing?
He's reading the newspaper comics.
Oh, okay.
It's like, where did she get her pie from? Oh, I don't understand this comic strip. I'm not reading this one anymore. Matilda, forget about it.
Apparently you can't put seconds, like the clock with seconds on the taskbar anymore. Fucking pathetic. That's fucked.
Yeah, you're not gonna make it.
Yeah. Not gonna make it way.
You're just not.
Okay.
Proves up. Oh, proves up. Come on.
Right. Which is what me and Jerry were talking about. We both have models for what we should see in reality if our model is correct.
Well, if Jerry doesn't have a model, and Jerry's just like, hey, horizontal is level, and then level is like the water, and then, whatever. You could draw your conclusions. You draw your conclusions. Maybe some of the people would be like, oh, there's a 90-degree bend here, and I'm on a cubic zirconia right now.
Right. Even taking this level as horizontal, he can use that and say, look, if this is the case, then what should I see in reality?
Well, I guess he should start mapping the entire surface of the Earth.
You probably don't have to.
No.
Of course you don't have to.
Come on.
Maps are already made.
Anything less than that wouldn't be sufficient. Yeah, maps are already made. That's true. But maps are never finished, and that's one other thing.
Well, I mean, like, why would you need a map of the whole Earth? Like, that'd be something else. I mean, just stick with your local area, and then make sure there's a scale on it. Because that's how they measure these distances with straight lines. I don't know.
Windows 22H2. Hang on.
So I mean, I just don't. Okay, sorry.
I'll just say real quick, Jerry, you're one of those old-fashioned guys that actually thinks straight is straight.
Oh, these kids these days, and they're bendy straight, curved straight.
Yeah. Just be you, Ruhif. Just be you.
Yeah.
And like these maps that you can get cover massive areas, like entire states, entire continents, with a straight line scale on it. I don't know. Help me out, Ruhif. What's going on?
Yeah, I have all these like NOAA maps and stuff. They don't show the benditure. Curvitude is not there.
Weird, isn't it?
Like it measures exact soundings of all the depths and the intercoastal waterways and shit, but no benditure apparent. No chart, no scale, no little thing on the legend there. Nothing. Oh well.
That's a prickly one.
And that they're responsible for all these like waterways and stuff and oceans, like, and they're not even trying to do that. So it's like either they're really irresponsible, or it doesn't matter worth a fuck at all. I don't know. Or it's just maybe not a ball.
Don't say that.
What if, I mean, well, if water doesn't convex like at large volumes, like we don't observe a fish tank or a swimming pool or jacuzzi doing, well, maybe jacuzzi if it was really fucking roiling, but anyway, then they would have like some kind of asteroid with like a bunch of watered pools, sort of like all gravitated towards a center, something like that. So they have some kind of weird, not a ball shape at all, anyway, right? That's what their true. They need a truer globe, don't they? Need a true globe.
Yeah, they need a real globe.
Like where water doesn't have magic.
Yeah, where water doesn't flow high to low, right?
Yeah, I think like the only spots where that's not true is where like the water's like thrust up from like a spring or something.
Rust. I like it.
Rust. It seems to have some sort of pressure going up through the channels of the rock stratum. But anyway, that seems to be what's going on. Also, I love Lake Titicaca because it's the most fun lake to say. Thank you. That's an interesting one. I mean, I don't know how the ball accounts for all this, like geology, and I was talking about this earlier, and seismological data that doesn't necessarily have to be in cyclical like lock with like the orbital maximum and minimum of the Earth in terms of its needing to slow down and speed up in this somewhat elliptical orbit that we don't necessarily we should be able to predict like when seismic activity is going to occur because of the torsion on the spinny thing. You know what I'm saying, guys? Okay.
On the spinny thing. I like it.
I just had to stop using big words.
Yeah.
All used up. Like it's like if you had to drive like NASCAR, but your car actually had to spin as well. You're on a gyro ball, going around an elliptical track, bro. Come on, it's fun. You have crash guards and airbags, whatever, helmet. Just imagine it, right? But as you make that like elliptical squeezing, right? You're gonna have to adjust for this a little bit differently than the rest of the curve. Yeah, and the trouble with the curve here is that you're gonna have to like slow down probably, or like really adjust your hand. But you're gonna definitely be experiencing some sort of rotation in your gyro ball vehicle as you drive around. Don't you think?
Probably.
And now, if it's true that there's a magmatic liquid juicy peanut butter center of the earth that's also kind of like moving with this, it would definitely kind of get a little bit more complicated here because we're dealing with like different speeds, different grades of peanut butter that are in the inside of here. They're going to spin at different speeds. Woof. And we got like a gear shifting problem. Well, it's going to cause compression naturally. Yes, like you thought. And then that's going to cause some kind of earthquake shit. So like every year we should have reliable earthquake shit happening. Do we see that happening? What do you think?
Yeah.
Am I off base here, or is that grounded in reality for you, or anyone else? I don't know. Am I making anything?
Yeah, what
Am
does
I
your
making
model say
mountains
about
out of
that,
molehills
Ruth?
here? Is the gyro ball just like immune to like normal physics kind of shit because it's like space time?
Something like that.
So that's why like it's better if I imagine your physics as being like Mickey Mouse's hands, fucking like just levitating some shit around a ball or around the sun. That works better for me because that's actually what's going on with you guys.
Well, there's something
What?
called frames of reference where you wouldn't be able to tell what's moving, like the Earth, or is it the sky? I mean, it's all relative, isn't it? I mean, I see a gyro move. I say, hey, that gyro move. They say, no, no, no. Just imagine that you're on an airplane, right? So I say, okay, so how do you tell the difference? And it's like, well, you can't because all the frames of reference are equally valid. So I'm like, I don't know. You do you, right, Riv?
Like I think I've heard it been made a case as far as like whatever the non Euclidean geometry could also mean that like we're not doing an orbit around the sun, but we're doing like some kind of like flower pattern like around it, because we wouldn't be able to tell like which fucking direction we're going, like these kinds of things. But any amount of bullshit is possible within a non-Euclidean sort of plot here.
Absolutely. It's all up to you. It's like you need to pick the surface, and then you could define what a straight line is. See, a non-Euclidean, you don't know what a straight line is until you imagine the surface. But then how do you tell that the surface is curving if the term straight hasn't been defined yet? If you're saying the surface is curved, but curved can mean straight because that's the shortest distance on the, let's say, sphere, for example. How do you know it's curving? There's no straight. Very peculiar. Come on, Rohit. Explain it.
How them dogs doing, Roof?
They're getting hungry in about half an hour.
No, okay. You want to regale us with anything important here? For you,
particularly.
I think you fed him about 20 minutes ago when you turned off Jerry.
Very good.
We're missing what could be an epic conversation right now.
It could. Is Jerry a flat earther?
I mean, dude, dude, I've never called myself that term ever. So that's a term that is what it is. Somebody may or may not, choose to use that term.
Yeah, you can call me a flat earther if you want to, if that suits you. But Jerry seems to have no fucking idea where he is, and he's just like, shit, it's horizontal, it's low. I don't know. He doesn't know. So take it up with him. Do you think he's does he sound like he's a flat earther? You're going to be prejudiced and think that, I guess, because he's just
I
asking
assume he
questions.
is. Did he say level is horizontal?
I don't know if he said that. I think he said you have to have horizontal. That's really an important part to him.
Yeah, I can have a horizontal on a globe.
Well, he just likes horizontal anyway.
Yeah,
he's favoring that.
How do you establish a horizontal on a globe? That's gotta be tough.
Do we need to translate for Ruhif? Ruhif, how do you find horizontal on a ball?
On a globe, yeah, hang a plumb bob, and perpendicular to that is horizontal.
Huh.
How hard is that?
So everything drops away from that point. It's interesting. Does that include water or?
Yeah, if a plumb bob works, does that mean anything I stack up, in a pile, and it doesn't fall over? It's like balanced, like a pile of rocks. Would that be just as plumb as plumb? Like if I take the straight
Probably.
line through like a stack
Not
of
the
rocks,
best.
isn't that? I know it's just I'm a caveman right now.
Yeah,
in my mind.
Not the best, but yeah, sure.
All right.
What does a level do? I mean, a level establishes horizontal, does it? I mean, you don't need a plumb bob.
Pew, pew.
Just use a Jenga tower.
So you're literally stuck at you have.
You cut out you.
No, you went on mute.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know when I cut out.
Oh, you said you're something stuck at. And that was it.
Yep.
Oh, what I was saying is that you have this desire to have to call someone a flat earther because of whatever reasons you think, and then they said the earth isn't flat, and then now you're just completely unable to move forward.
If Jerry can say yes to the sea level collection of sea level datum points forming a flat plane, then we can move forward.
Why does he have to say that?
Yeah, I can't do that. I could only call it what it is. A datum is a point.
Okay, the collection of sea level datum points, do they form a flat plane?
No.
No. Okay. Bye-bye.
They have to.
No, because like they all establish horizontal for where they are. but they're not all at the same level. So they're all horizontal, so they'd all be parallel to each other. I mean, logically, right? I mean, horizontal planes extend infinitely, don't they, Ruhif?
He's in a parallel universe. No, he's not in a parallel universe. No, you don't believe in parallel, Ruhif? Parallel level? Parallel, if you like. Hey, Gordon Cricket's big down there.
Eh? I'm still here. Yes. Parallel level.
Level.
So level is actually a curve.
Horizontal points should be parallel to each other. Even if they're like different heights, right? So.
Alright, I have to go and change some sheets. I'll be back shortly.
Sounds good. All right. Hospital corners.
Man, there's some good potential there.
For what?
I don't know, for some good entertainment. I mean, that's what Ruhif comes here for, right? He just wants to entertain himself. So let's dance, Ruhif. Come on, what's the matter?
Yeah, that's the bigger mystery of these guys to me. They're much more difficult not to crack than the shape or not shape or whatever, man. They must be here to learn something, I guess. I don't know what are they here for? Oh.
Well, he has stated in the past that he logs on sometimes when he's in a bad mood to, blow off some steam. He has said that before.
He said he says the dogs like to poop to it. That's why he likes to put it on. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Like,
the dialogue makes his dogs shit themselves. Yeah.
Well, they take after their owners, I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, he started shitting himself when I said, when I said the word horizontal, or, So.
Oh shit, he knows about that. The convexity of water. I mean, or like, I should be able to like have some kind of crazy attachment to my fish tank that like simulates like a convexity, right? Some kind of technology, make water bend into its ball form. Form your mighty ball in the form of a ball, or whatever. Was it the Wonder Twin powers activate? Anyway.
Well, what's weird is if you lift that fish tank up just a little tiny bit, what's going to happen to the water?
If I just do it on one end?
Yeah. Or you could do it from the middle.
Level. Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow that doesn't happen on what is it called? A globe?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like if I imagine, or it's like we think about it like bigger molecules, like we're talking about a ball crawl or something like that from a play area. You know what I mean? Bunch of balls, you dive into it. But if we take all of them in the world, that we're gonna figure that they're all gonna just seek level. But then we figure if we have enough of them, they're gonna curve into a giant ball of balls. I don't know, man. That's dubious. I'm dubious about that. I'm the Doobie Brothers about that.
That's dubious. That's a good word for that. Very suspicious.
The claim of the spherical oceans. The lack of any kind of tectonic bowls, it all messes me up, man. I'm a old fashioned tectonic plate guy. You know what I mean? But on a curvy ball, how does that work? You know what I mean? North America all the way down to the Bahamas is one big flat plate. How's that work? I'm worried about that. That's not a good structure. Big curvy pieces. Yeah. Dino ball. I like the it's like the motor age sort of model. You know what I mean? That's how anthropologists would look back at it, I think. This is when they discovered that things fucking spin around. You know, like in 1,000 years from now or some shit. But if the model does not bring you to higher things, if it does not like give you some kind of curiosity, if it doesn't make you reach for anything, knowledge or anything like that, then it's really not very useful. You know what I'm saying? If knowledge of everything just meant that you sit on your ass, then it's not very good knowledge, I guess. Not for industry anyway. You know? So, but if you're going to push industry, then why not push an orbital model? You know, then people are going to get familiar with like rotations and angles and RPMs and all that stuff. If we build Detroit Motor City, we'll be all right. Set ourselves up. Isn't that like every time period though? Like the religion, the cosmology reflects like sort of the technique, technology, and understanding of the time. Whatever. Are they true? I don't know, but like any of them, based on something, but they get people to kind of look deeper into those things. So whether they be stars or whatever, you know, if you begin to like pay attention to something, you obviously get better at it over time. So I think they kind of knew they had this in mind when they created the gyro ball. Like I'm like apologizing. I'm like apologizing for the globe here. Come on, I'm trying to get Riff back. No, it's not happening. All right.
Oh, that's all right. You almost have to apologize for it. But I was going to say that the like physicists know that a lot of philosophy goes into choosing these models. Got a quote here from George F.R. Ellis, and he was talking about geocentrism versus heliocentrism. He said you could only exclude geocentrism on philosophical grounds. In my view, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I want to bring out into the open,
it's condemned by the Pope, 1512.
There you go. He said, what I want to bring into the open is the fact that we're using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that.
But yeah, the politics of the church do have something to do with the dissemination of models for mass consumption. They're afraid of what people will believe, you know, given choice. Because they know their shit's bullshit. They know that they probably shouldn't be in charge either. It's like, yeah.
There was a couple of new people in gyms. They went in there, and of course, it was a shit show because as soon as you say you're a flat earther, everybody wants explanations for why this happens and why that happens. And of course, flat Earth has conflicting explanations for certain things, and it especially conflicts with what Google says. So it's a shit show, and that's what I think uh, the problem is. No one could ever get down to the root of an issue or talk about reality because they're just talking about beliefs. And when Ruhif comes in here and I try to talk about just reality, can't do it.
He lives on an unobservable construct that must be synthesized by numerical data. Can't do it any other way. That's why they got to be married to numbers, Slavish, even some would say. But I mean, we're all slave to the level, or we should be anyway. Except he wants to be independent of that. So, if you just try and like uphold like natural science, like simple logic, maybe even, it seems to work out that like level parallel, we can use water here, that we don't really need to have this explained in trigonometric terms per se to establish a general construct that seems to not be induced. So I think that's what we want to get. The most induction-free type of observation is, or should be closest to what is reality and what is truth, I think. Yeah. So then it's time to feed the dogs. Yeah, but that's the thing. Most of these guys, like, it's very hard to get any traction on even just to get on a level playing field, I guess. You know, and yeah, capable of maybe making the breakthrough, but it's like we can get stuck on some part of the language or whatever, and we're just side skirts in some other issue. Never get directly. I guess you want the head-on collision. You know, we don't often get that because then it's that welcome to flat Earth moment or welcome to not ball moment or I don't know what. Welcome to flat sky. Welcome to the personal doom. And they're just concepts, you know. It's nothing that threatening of itself. I mean, at the end of the day, just somebody's got to weigh it, figure out what they think. I think it's really easy to read prejudices in certain things, you know, and from certain prejudices that you might like see in TV, maybe you might stay away from certain things, you know. That you hear a joke about it, or it's like, oh, you know, I don't want to be that. I don't get that. Or something like where you just develop a automatic like presumption of it will be stupid if I believe this, or I will seem like an idiot if I believe this. Not only that, but just all these other like little micro presumptions and you know the sphericity of water, as I was saying. Yeah. So yeah, then there's that chasm of unplugging a little bit, you know, like if you're just piped into everything that you're being told and believe 100, if you're just a mass consumer of all this stuff, like it's fast food and that's your world, and you know, there's a detox period. They have a lot of toxins built up. Glober toxins.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's why I try to not fight. I try not to antagonize people or kind of trigger them. But you talk about reality, it's triggering some people. They want to fight. But why? Like, why not talk about reality. And then it's like, well, then why are you really here? And if you're just here to make fun of people, then it's not very nice. But when the tables turn and you're the one getting made fun of, it doesn't feel good. And that's why he had to turn me down, because he knew where it was going.
I think you've been pretty polite with him anyway. But the yeah, I'm not sure how it would weigh after like a period of time where you've been fighting for something that you eventually, yeah, it's like, let's say I was very anti-vegan or something or whatever, right? And I go and find a Discord and I'm there for a while, and at some point I'm at the crossroads, you know what I mean, where I'm like, oh wait, maybe do I believe in this thing that I've been fighting all this time? And then like, how do I do that now? I guess that's a tough thing. Like what's my out, or what? You know what I mean? It's a tough place to be. I don't know about that.
Yeah, it all comes down to the subjective opinion of someone. There's no outside kind of reality to kind of compare it to. I mean, you like, if seeing animals suffer doesn't bother you, then that's up to you, and you're gonna be a vegan based on that. But that's all in your head. It's not like what water does, right? Like what water does is it's not up for debate. Like like what horizontal is not up for debate. Actually, someone said in Jem's server. Let me see exactly what he said. I asked him because we were talking about horizontal and stuff, and he said that it curves, and I wasn't really sure what he was talking about. So I asked him, horizontal curves when you zoom out, and he said it depends on your position. That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it might seem that way, like in a digital photograph or something like that, but then, you know, and you might even take it from a phone that's got like a flat-faced like lens, so you might not think about the curvature of that lens, but that lens is curved, and so because it's curved, it's like it's got like a splaying of the angle, and so like you're going to have all these different types of photo effects, you know, that are resultant of that. And almost any like optical element also has the same kind of thing, and including like your eye also. So it's a lot of it's born of that, and then we think that the computer has like this authority to it. So like, you know, we take it and process it and look at the pixels and see that, you know, that this is curved. Well, you know, it may be because your optics were curved, you know, and it's like, no, you can apply like distortion correction and still get certain like the types of depth of field that you wouldn't get on that if it were a natural center lens. Anyway, it's just the longer the distance, like the more that this effect happens. So it can't be baked into the cake that that's just a proof of itself. It's a optical phenomena in itself. I just explained. I think maybe I did, like why that occurs, because you're hitting the ground closer to you because of the curvature going down from the lens. So that creates foreshortening in the ground plane, which explains why things are obscured from the bottom. Why if I'm wrong on that, like, I'd like to know, but I don't think I am, because it's just baked into the cake of optics, right? With your eye or with a camera lens. So any kind of ground observations are going to suffer from this feature of optical design that we know of. I don't think that there's any other way to eliminate this completely. Which is why all the surveyors say to do short distance measurements for accuracy, or do many short distance observations for a long distance if you're to try to measure a long distance. And I guess the laser levels kind of have it beat, though, because they don't really suffer from the same things. Yeah. Refraction index changes during the day, humidity changes during the day, light angles change how your composition of your shot is going to be. But water seems to really know what it's doing, you know?
Yeah, dude, I was just gonna say, it's like you could argue back and forth about what light does all day, but you can't argue about what water does.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
It seems to like get smarter when it gets together too. A little stray droplet here or there, you know, it's not a big deal. It gets together in a big mighty river, it knows exactly what is happening, you know. It's an ocean, it's a lake, it's whatever. And that's all plumb then, right? Isn't water plumb by definition then? If I stack a pile of rocks together, then my center line through this stack of rocks, no matter how jiggity jaggedy it is my plumb line, right? And same, right?
I wouldn't use a pile of rocks to establish vertical.
Well, just for balance sake, right? Like things that are in balance will fall over. So whatever my center line through the balanced thing must be plumb.
Yeah, I get what you're saying now. Yeah.
And so I guess you could say the same for like water molecules stacked up on top of each other to create plumb themselves. I'm sure Zanuck would I'm sure a lot of people would fight tooth and nail not to agree to that, but that's kind of my thinking on it.
Oh, Zanuck's a riot.
Or like the play balls type of scenario too. You know, if we just stack a bunch of them together, we'll get effectively a plumb line. But
yeah,
we
and
can't
even
stack balls
those.
together. That's a pain in the ass.
Well, there's those like rock stackers that, like, you've seen them.
Yeah.
Yeah. That has to be like perfectly vertical, perfectly balanced.
Yeah. So I'm saying where the center line, those have to be considered to be like equivalent to a plumb line, because it's a line that you would just have to, you know, I guess for accuracy's sake, you know, he was saying it's not what he'd prefer, but it's still like deposition of material, or like stacking of material can essentially show you like what plumb is. Yeah. So that's why water works as a level. Well, it's not showing you straight up and down plumb though, right? So sorry, but it is a type of It's like the same thing. Or I guess you could do it with like icicles or something like that. If you had freezing water dripping, wherever the main through line of the icicle would be your plumb line. Right? So I guess that's how you could establish it.
Yeah, that's a good
or just a
good way to
drip.
think about it. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
wherever it,
dripping
wherever it drips, like that point, like from there straight down, that would be plumb.
Yeah, man, I've fought my way through that one. I almost fucked myself up. Yeah. But that works, right? So why? I mean, otherwise, what do they have to say that like level is only level of water regarding exactly where you are, and then it changes locally if you move a certain amount of arc seconds. That's gonna switch. So
I don't
their
know
thing,
how they work it.
their ball is gonna have to have flat oceans at least. I would say. I can't buy this curvy ocean shit. But then that fucks up their horizon. And then you just have to say that you're only seeing so far because of the distortion caused by optics.
I especially like the Lake Pontchartrain one. That's a beautiful shot, but all the maps of the area seem to show that it was measured with straight lines. That's weird. No one ever wants to talk about it. They all want to turn me down. No?
Very weird. I'm very perplexed by the whole situation.
You ask, like, is that a hump or is it a drop? It's a tough question.
It's just like a quivering, weird jello horizon. All right. Curvy horizon that always looks flat. Oh, boy. Atmospherics, light, angle, time of day, humidity, all these things can like add to a certain type of optical character that might make it seem like you're on a ball. Because I've experienced this, like, in certain places where I knew were flat. And then, 15 minutes later, the weather would change, clouds would move, sun would change a little angle, and it doesn't look like that. So, I don't know. Am I seeing something like in miniature for a second that is observable at greater magnitude, like a greater distance? Am I seeing like a more condensed version of what one might experience if they try to like make a sighting from the shore off into the ocean? Regarding like just light scattering. It's like the light scattering effects kind of create this dimension for us. They make things like kind of pop out from the background or like blend into it. I don't know, man. Yeah, light's crazy, man. I mean, you can definitely manipulate light a lot. We know how to manipulate light pretty well. And then we still don't really know what it is, but that's fine. We can manipulate water really well. Water does some amazing complex things, like like it finds its way to like into people, and then they're talking on the internet. But right, so Water's crazy stuff. But it's always it's always just got this physical, it's got this density. It's fluid. Because it's fluid, it joins together, wants to settle into bottom of the bottle. Bottom of the water bottle is always where the water wants to go to.
Yeah.
And then somebody's gonna be like, yeah, because gravity, because you're on a ball, like so that now why I gotta talk.
Well, you could
Suffer
just
for
say, yeah,
gravity talk instead.
gravity. Like you could say, gravity is what makes it flow high to low. I'm not gonna have to agree.
Okay.
Gravity doesn't make water stick to your roof, does it? No, it pulls it down because it's not horizontally aligned. It's a weird conundrum.
Well, it's just like it's dense and it's fluid. It's denser than air and it's fluid, so flows down.
Yep. It flows down to the next horizontal plane.
If we just
They all
hydrogen,
stack up on
it would
top of
just
each other.
if we had hydrogen, it would just want to go up.
Yeah, yeah.
So that oxygen's really holding it back, man.
Yeah, what does Democ call water? He says that it's not H2O, it's W, motherfucker, right?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to think of what it is. I mean, we know that the main constituents of it are hydrogen and oxygen, but it seems like there could be other ionic parts of that just get blended into there, like salts or metals, anything. It doesn't look to us to behave any differently than regular, or what we think of as chemically pure scientific water. H2O, that is. Right. So, if it's a basically tap water has higher conductivity than distilled water leaves behind little particles. The particles are part of what the water is. Like that the particles are partially what the H2O molecule forming around. So H2O is like a I guess the chemical reduction that we can say is the most basic idea of it. But really, all water is just a type of admixture that's not equivalent. Depending on how and to what degree you filter it. So I don't know. Is there like chemically pure water? Like from this, like distilled water will still. I don't know. I guess the polypropylene is what the bottles are usually made out of. Like, do you get it in the store? So if you get like even if you get it out of your own distillery, like there's got to be some kind of micro particulate, unless you're running some kind of like very very intense situation. But what do I know? Some people buy distilled water and then distill it again. But there's some part about I think just refreshing the molecular bonds of it that make for more energetic, fresher shit. It freshens the water up energetically. Because if it's like filtered through like reverse osmosis, it's got really low conductivity then, or it should anyway, because you know what I'm saying? Like if it's taking all that little the particulates that the water admixture would normally form around whatever your tap water is, you RO it. It's taking out all those particulates. Now it's like lower conductivity. So a lot of people will add like mineralization back to the water to, like make sure it doesn't like electrically like fuck them up.
Yeah. I actually have a distiller, and I like to think that it, makes a difference because you should see the shit that's left over in it. Disgusting.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess at least it's easy to flush yourself out of this stuff.
Yeah, all this goopy white shit is left in there, and I don't know what that shit is.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't smell too pleasant.
That's in bottled water or tap water? Tap water.
Yeah, that's what's left over in the distiller from tap water.
Yeah. I've seen that just
Mm.
from like boiling water and then reducing it back, and I'm like, this was a clean pot. I'm like, what is this in the water here?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, like, did I clean the pot all the way?
I wonder if you could like distill water over and over and over again, if it'll ever just be completely clean.
Yeah. I have like all these like Willy Wonka-esque fantasies about like making awesome water, but never seem to do that. Have you ever heard of Lord Kelvin's accumulator? And I like saying Lord Kelvin because it sounds cool. But an accumulator sounds nice too. It's very positive.
No, I never heard of that.
Yeah. Anyway, so you basically, if you have an induction ring, or like, let's say you would take like a paint can and cut the bottom out of it. This is the induction ring. We do a raindrop through this. It like that's actually doing something. If I electrically like ground that to like some like a bucket of water, and then you do these in sets of two. So there's like 2 drips going on from one source, like a gallon of water, and it splits off into 2 channels, and they each has its own paint bucket that are supported by these like little brass rods, but you cross them over, and then they go into like these buckets, and that's where all the drops of water go to. And between the 2 posts, you'll develop static electric, like differential, and it sparks through the air. Isn't that cool? I think it's cool.
Yeah, sounds pretty cool to me.
That just like a drop of water, like moving through a paint can successively, like will generate electric, is something I would not expect. I don't know, man. A lot of interesting stuff. Or somebody was mentioning Brian Leakey. Say the name right? No. But Brian had said something about hold a bunch of people holding hands like in a line, like for 100, like a mile or something like that, or whatever. But that made me think like when you do that thing like where it's like a ring of people, and then like the last person like they're about to touch fingertips or something like that, and there's a spark that happens because of all the electric potential between all the people acting as like a big series like capacitor or some shit. That's interesting, huh?
Yeah.
That's because we're made of water.
I think it would be interesting to play a game of telephone with people holding hands a mile long, and just like the first person you start out. I went to the beach the other day, and just see what the story becomes by the end of the line.
Went to this beach the other day.
Yeah.
No, I went to this speech the other day. Oh. But yeah, upper atmospheric stuff with the ozone layer and the hydrogen helium layer. Some kind of nitrogenous mix zone, the nitrogenous mixer bar that occurs somewhere between the mass nitrogen stack. non-main man. Like we're living in 78%, like 78% of the surface of our map is said to be water. 70% of the atmosphere is said to be nitrogen, leaving only a little bit for oxygen and hydrogen to have like their own little party zones. But their party zones are up way upstairs. They're on like the 97,000th floor, you know, and up in the penthouse there. When these molecules are like in concentration, they develop kind of like properties that are pretty unique and extra special. You know, we were saying before that like hydrogen will have a tendency to rise up. Oxygen will too, but hydrogen's like real buoyant, you know. And water is fine at this level. We were talking about that. If you just have just oxygen and just hydrogen, they repel each other. So that kind of creates this like interesting idea. And then if you just have nitrogen and just oxygen, it's also going to create its own repulsion. So they're all like diamagnetically opposed, and there's like the three major gases going on. So it's like it's really interesting that we don't like kind of have that discussion in any kind of real meaningful way. But you know, maybe in year 17 they'll get into gas science. Be like, Kalman approves Earth's flat because there's 70% nitrogen in the thing. It restores back to the. I don't know, man. There's any amount of ways to prove anything, or to use as a piece of evidence. But it'd be interesting to get into like a little bit more what a little more of the straight truth on materials, you know, beyond the periodic table of elements. Or I don't know. But plenty of people have tried to reinterpret the periodic table of elements. So. Then
I don't know. I don't think we're supposed to know everything. Some things we just can't know. Like we just, it's scary for some people. Like what is light? Why do things fall down? What causes the tides? What's electricity? What is magnetism? Nobody knows that shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I have like my own like version of the unified energy theory or something like that. And you know, maybe it's because I'm a musician or something like that, but I like to think that like sound is basically like grade B light, you know, and like grade C light is just heat. Then there's stuff like that's beyond light, you know, like radio waves, you know, radioactive things, magnetic things. But they're all kind of working in the same way. All these different things I just said, all the different spectrums of energy, are all kind of like they abide by a lot of the same general principles, you know. So and it's basically that it's like if you use conical transforms, you can like transform a wave. You can squeeze a wave down with a conical transform, like a lens or like a Victrola, you know, like whatever radio horn or something like that, right? Pretty fucking simple. And you can just basically pass like sound through light and light through sound. You can kind of do those things. Like imprint like a radio signal into a light bulb and have it like basically light with that colored through it. You know what I mean? You might be able to pick it up from a receiver or something, like a little photo cell or something like that, and be able to broadcast like with light, some radio, or you could do it with a laser or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? You can do these things, I guess. We should try to do that actually on the laser distance test. Like play Beethoven's Fifth over it. Dope as fuck. And see what the resolution is at the other end. And then see if these moon bounce people can do it too. They'll fake it. No, they'll do a Fifth of Beethoven disco version. It's funny. I was doing some spec work at a planetarium one time, and Nova was in there, and they put the system on, and I was like, wow, this is like amazing. And it's like all these satellites around there. I was like, oh, well, those are like real satellites. Like, no, they're just like programmed in there. They've been decommissioned. Most of these aren't even really satellites anymore. They're out of, not even know. So just to say that orbit's a thing. But yeah, at least we know that seems like the wind cycles will go around in a big whirligig like they do. So is it possible that hot air balloons can just or balloons of some sort can ride around, maybe around the world in 80 days or less? I don't know. It's interesting. Like that whole age of understanding that could have come and gone. We would have no fucking idea if they knew that and had some kind of hot air balloon ships fucking doing stuff way, way, way back. And it's like, I guess, like it was really. I was researching ballooning, and there's a guy who is like, I guess, done the most ballooning of anybody. I forget what his name, but he created a balloon in South America from a bunch of pieces of fabric that were then like placed over a smoking fire, and the smoke fills all the pores of the fabric. It makes it kind of like heat treated as well. And so now it's able to like hold heat and maintain it and stuff like that. And they basically could create a fabric balloon just from this process. So if you just had the ability to make cloth and a loom or something like that, you'd sort of have the ability to make a balloon. Big triangular balloons that they make. This guy, I think, got like a couple hundred miles with it. Which possibly gives some reason to believe that they were maybe using ballooning like in South America, which might make sense with the whole shit about, things that can be seen from the ground. Not to get wild on it, but just like simple shit, you know what I mean? Or maybe like submarines weren't like fucking so far like long ago, you know? like to some degree having the ability to like just be under the water and just have a propeller. If you could get your bearings and stuff like that, would be really ideal. You know, no other pirates on the water are gonna fuck with you. No, none of that. People wouldn't even see you.
Wait,
You know,
pirates do
spyglass.
fornication underwater?
I'm just saying, if you had like the ability to just be a little bit below the surface of water, it would be like a real advantage.
But why would they fornicate with you? I think they're just stealing stuff.
Oh, I didn't have anything to do with fornicating.
Oh, okay. I thought you said fornicating.
Oh no. Pirates go back a ways, man. We're spelling it wrong too.
Piraten.
We're spelling it with P-I. It's Pyra. Pirates. Like pyramid. What do you think? Tell me, Professor. Tell me, Doctor, where we're going this time. Pirates go back to Roman Empire, capture Julius Caesar. Secret Order. Secret Order of Kronos. Anyway, I'm just saying, technology like submarines would be advantageous in the past as well. Maybe not unapproachable. Plus, you don't have to deal with like wind drift and all these other bullshit things. You know, the other thing I was thinking about, definitely. Yeah, fuck it. Where's Pete Shaven?
What's going on, bro?
Whoa. Who that is? Oh, wow. Hey, Upside Down guy.
What's up? Well, I always go into the there's an English server, like it's all full of English people, and I go in there and I just troll them with the accent. They know who I am. They know I'm not really, but no matter what, I'll come in and I'll I'll say like British slang, like I'll be like "Low it, fam, low it," you get me? And I want to get the voice changer thing where it's like real deep because I want to come in and be like "Low it, fam, low it, fam."
Yeah, shit, yeah, absolutely massive, mate.
Yeah, I'm like, you get me? Are you mad, bruv? It's funny shit.
That's great, man.
Yeah. So what's this little yellow-bellied punk Ruhif doing? Still
He's fucking
spewing
off.
globe nonsense.
He was not able to answer things about water, and then had to go do dog things.
Well, that's interesting because I said something in this ADL set yesterday. I said, like, with globers, right? They're all good when it comes to fantastical ideas, you know, imaginative extrapolations. Like, if you want to talk about dinosaur soup and, you know, ice ages and asteroids, well, they're all over it. But, you know, you mentioned something simple like water, and yeah, they got a problem. They won't answer any of your questions.
Yeah, the convexity of water.
Yeah.
It's like I was just saying earlier, like it should be at least their model should be updated to where like the oceans are not like bulging the fuck out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because how's that happen?
I only heard it from Globers, right? You've heard like where they try to talk about Merriam-Webster definition of level. You know that one? Where they try and say like the definition in Merriam-Webster of level is like something about anywhere away from the surface of the curvature or whatever. But if you scroll down, it contradicts itself because it says level meaning not curved, you know, in any way. So, but that's all I've heard. And what I meant by that is I'm saying I've only heard that from like little goobers on Discord. I haven't heard that from many like scientific, you know, sort of like. Do you know what I mean? You just hear it off people off Discord, yeah.
Yeah, I think is that an updated version, Merriam-Webster's.
It's only on Merriam-Webster.
You know, like I'm an old geezer, so like you know, I remember like before the internet, you know, we just had to look shit up in dictionaries.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't recall it being measured away from a surface that is curved, nor was I ever taught that kind of geometry class. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm that antiquated where they wouldn't even have understood things like that. Anyway,
I'll try and find I'll read it for you. The Merriam-Webster one.
Is there a certain time when like, you know, just paying attention to a dictionary isn't necessarily like this most like academic thing to be doing? You know?
To a certain extent. Yeah. I never really like I didn't start making arguments like using the dictionary until like, you know, a good like 5 years into it, when I realized you know, if you want to use the English language, like unless you made up your own dictionary, then you are adhering to the definitions of words. So I know what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I know. You know, we could talk about everybody's different jargons too. You know what I mean? We should talk about what words mean in physics that they might mean differently in just like common, you know.
Oh yeah. So the only issue is like it's assumed like, so like when you talk to someone, you assume that like they understand what you mean, but like for the sake of the thing is like, yeah, you're discussing physics, so therefore like the person discussing physics with you should adhere to what you know, for example, like, you know, experiment means in physics. But because you don't establish that at the start of the conversation, you're just going to have a back and forth. People aren't, you know. That's what happens. Yeah. That's how it works when, like, if you, so, like, I don't know if you want to try this one, but, like, you ask a glober, right? Like, you say, okay, like, let's just make this easy. Like, do you believe the Earth is a globe? And when they say yes, which they all do, you say, all right, okay, so you got no proof. Thank you. Like, the argument's over. You just admitted you had no proof. And they won't understand what you mean, right? They think you're being, like, sarcastic. So you give them a second chance. You say, all right, like, I'll ask you again, do you believe the Earth is a globe? And they'll tell you yes again. And you say, oh, okay, so you got no proof. Thank you. Like, the argument's over then. Because the definition of belief is accept something is true without proof. Because I asked you, do you believe the Earth is a globe? You said yes. If you were real, if you understood language, you would have said, no, I don't believe the Earth is a globe. I know it's a globe. But they can't do that. Because then they're fucked either way. Because if they say they know, then they got to tell you how they know. But guess what they'll do? They'll tell you why they believe it. They won't tell you how they know. They don't understand. They're going to say, oh, well, because I paid attention in school. And you say, well, I didn't ask you why you believe it. I said how you know it's a globe.
Yeah.
And you know the ones who have a problem with this shit? Globers, man. They try to pretend like, I don't know what I'm talking about. But, yeah. They get shut down.
Yeah. A long time ago, they figured out that well, trying to get people to think was oftentimes resulted in bad results. So they resulted in trying to get them to just believe things and then to convince them that they thought that they understood them. So So I think it's like, a lot of the learning-based systems are really just beliefs based on pictures and narration and authoritative care of a teacher.
Yeah, so like, you know, the heliocentric model, which doesn't exist, but what they call a model, you know, like the heliocentric model, you know, that's never been taught to a single human that's ever lived, because you can't actually teach that, because to teach is to show by example. Like, you know, so it can never be taught. It can only be told. But, you know, a lot of people miss that part too. They'll be like, oh, you know, we were taught in school. It's like, no, unless you were shown by example, everything is hearsay. Like, you were told so. Like maths, you were taught maths. It's a language to communicate, but you were taught it by example, by 1 + 1 = 2. But if you go into, any subject, which is gravity and all that.
And I recall, like, in high school, like, they did say that, but it was almost like begrudgingly, only because of these Christians and only because of their intelligent design ideas do I have to even say that it's a theory, but I have to say it's a theory of evolution. Okay, so that's what we're into now in the books. You know?
Yeah.
So now you're just going to go back to books. So that's one of the guys. So, and then it's still theoretical. But it's really, I mean, wouldn't it be more interesting if we didn't have these, like, kind of closed off, like I don't know. It would just be nice if, like, it was real knowledge. That would be cool too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I understand what you're saying. I'm with you.
It's like the web of different things that are interconnected that we don't pay attention to. So because, like, and this is mainly because, like, agro farming, and, you know, it's a for-profit business, and, you know, that we don't really talk about the life web, how that all works and stuff like that, or for morphology and adaptation, and, you know, species that coexist together and, like, seem to work well, actually, you know.
Yeah. Well, like like those fish, right? How they, like, clean the shark, but that's their food, and, like, that's their safety. Like, they attach themselves to the shark, kind of thing. Like, it's something like that, because they're working together now. Like, Although they're food to the shark, like, the shark doesn't fucking just eat it. But there's all those. There's heaps of those relationships. There's heaps.
But,
it's
like,
not
the
just
shark
fish
doesn't,
on.
like,
The shark doesn't bend to the little fish and say, "I'm going to develop myself around these little fish because they're really good." But like, the little fish are like,
Yeah.
"Oh, the shark's like, I have to be this shape to like fucking fuck shit up and eat it."
Mm.
So everything's got to pay attention to like what is most important for its survival. That's kind of how these like dependencies develop, man. So even the reason being for like the toucan's beak to be that shape is like because it like only eats like from a certain type of tree, a certain type of berry, and it's like specifically evolved for that somehow. But it's like over time and concentration of diet, like there's adaptations that are happening. That's why people have like sensitivity in their diet, their blood type, their grain selections, what I mean, playing to how we metabolize our fucking shit. So, whatever. You get species of like northern and southern animals are like kind of used to certain kind of food stuff, certain kind of vegetation cycles and stuff like that. And have been bred like this for a while. They won't like really readily be able to, or they might have difficulty like mating. I mean, they become like kind of differentiated. And so the more that occurs, things fracture off, and it's just this crazy mutant soup. You know what I mean? It's like what all the life forms are.
Yeah, so like it's more like things can adapt, but as far like that as far as like species evolving into a completely different species, you think that's possible?
Like just the development of the nervous system from a snake to like bilateral symmetry is fucking interesting as shit to me. And like if you think about it, even your limbs have an intelligence to their own.
Yeah,
exactly. Just a network of nerve endings and stuff. But like over time, you develop like little muscle memory. Like
yeah, I know that from like working out, right? Like you work out, and you can have a long break, and then once you get back into it, it's not like you don't come back from the same. Like it's not as much of an uphill battle as it was, even though you've had a 4-year break because you have like a muscle memory.
Right.
Like it's a thing in working out. It's called muscle memory.
Yeah, because you got like all these like nerve endings and they're interconnected with the muscle fiber to like trigger certain things. So even though you might not be good at like working your lateral delta quadrazoids or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? After you've been doing it for a year, take some time. You still got the nerve endings for it, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, yeah. So like
just like video games and shit. Like like I could still play the shit out of some Super Mario Brothers, and I haven't like touched it in a long time. I'm a virtuoso.
No, but in like bodybuilding and shit, you emphasize like mind muscle connection because you can get more like results, faster results by constantly thinking about the muscle that you're training, and you develop like a connection with your mind and that muscle. And that's how like certain people can like when they get real jacked, like they can flex and do that sort of stuff. Like your pecs, you move your pecs, but people who have a mental connection with those pecs can actually do it like better and more like controlled and stuff.
Yeah, you want to be able to like target the muscle and then isolate it and then load it correctly.
Yeah, so when you
can really
when you train like shoulders, right? Like you should be looking in the mirror, looking at your shoulders, thinking about your shoulders. Like looking at your shoulders, you should tap your shoulders and think about them constantly, and you'll get a better result than someone who just goes there and does shoulders, and just does the kinetic movement. All right, well, I gotta head off, bro. I'll be back on later tonight. Later.
Peace out.
Yeah, I'll just drop in quickly. Yeah, I'll speak to you next time. See you, bro.
All right.
Michael Jackson's an alien.
Morning, Jazza.
Yo.
Still no sphere like me?
What's that, sorry, bro?
Do you still know it's flat, but pretending it's a sphere like I do?
Yeah, absolutely.
For the money?
Yeah.
Okay. Nope.
I'll try to, at least I don't get my check until Monday. So
Say again, sorry?
I'll try to keep pretending that it's flat until I get my check on Monday.
Well, I thought we were getting paid on the 31st. I gotta check my calendar.
Oh, do you get paid monthly? I get paid fortnightly, I thought.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess different.
You guys all get
Yeah,
paid.
you're paid by.
You guys all get paid on the 32nd. You all get
paid.
You all get paid on the 32nd.
Frank Caller. What are you talking about, Gio?
You get paid on the 32nd, I thought.
No, we get paid on the 43rd.
Along with the other fabricated realities.
Yeah. At least you didn't buy that. Seriously, save me a spot, Jazza. The next conference.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, at least you guys are in the paradigm shift. You know, you're hip. You're hip to the new paradigm, at least.
Actually, I was just looking at my bank statements. I got underpaid for at least the last 2 or 3 months. Maybe I wasn't performing.
Yeah, you're always wasted, causing problems. That's not what your guys want. Or is it?
Obviously, I'm being docked.
Thing is, you don't get away with it. You know, you don't really. It's like your impact is nil.
Yeah, at least they'll be the first ones on board when a whole paradigm shift happens. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Some of them can act like they were in it the whole time. Like, yeah, I knew the whole time I was in a flat Earth for years.
I was just trolling them, man. I was just playing around.
When's this paradigm shift gonna happen? Because it's part of our job to make it not happen. So when is
It's
it gonna
happening
happen?
day by day, piece by piece.
February 30th, Jazza.
Okay. What was that? February 30th. Oh yeah, no, I see that in the email. Sorry.
Burn all your documents before that date.
69 miles at a time. It's happening 69 miles at a time, yeah?
Yeah. Or 1 degree.
You still use miles in the country you're from? Planes and helicopters still response, right?
Chucky, did you get your Christmas bonus? I didn't.
Yeah, 666, didn't you?
Oh shit. Oh no, I'll have a look back through my statement. That should be easy to find.
666,000.
Yeah.
Boy, if they're hiring you two, the Globe is in way more trouble than anyone could have even imagined.
Oh yeah, no, I got it there. I just missed this.
If you guys are the top agents, oh boy.
Dude, a nutless monkey could do this job, though. All they need to do is cause a ruckus. Sages like that, all they need to do is cause a ruckus and, stir some shit up. Keep it a shit show. It's easy. This is easy work.
Jazza didn't get hired. Jazza hired people.
Yeah.
That's what it's
You hired Chucky to only talk when he's in his car every day, so he's always breaking up.
Yeah. Break it up is hard to do.
You know, you hire Jace to make sure he's always got this crazy background noise when he's walking through poker chips. You get the drunk Jazza. Like.
I don't think Jazz is drunk today.
No,
Right.
I'm perfect. I'm sober as a nun.
And I don't believe it.
He sounds perfectly decent as well.
Does he?
Why are you up so early, Jared?
Does he really not sound? Just talk again, Jazz. Hold on. Let's hear it again.
Why do you have to use that as a defense mechanism to say that you think I sound drunk? Because you can't handle the truth?
He might not be drunk today. This could be the first time she's not.
Yeah, I train my agents well to know when I'm not drunk. Good job, Chucky. Thank you.
10-4-42-666.
Got you there loud and clear. 66.
Thing is, you guys do this for free.
Sorry, you guys didn't hear that transmission, did you?
You guys are compelled to be their agents for free.
Oh, no, should know.
All they have to do is just indoctrinate people, then boom, they're just machines of repeating what they're told, apparently.
You should see our paychecks.
Whereas your guys do it for the money, like what's it? Jared.
I don't have any guys because I don't subscribe to a model that other men made up.
Have you look at
Or
the
that other men are pushing. Like I don't subscribe to any of that. So I don't have guys.
Geo,
made up.
With the globe by default you do, because there's a huge group that are pushing that whole thing. So
Not pushing it. Do you mean teaching it or figuring it out?
pushing it heavy.
Pushing it. Where are they pushing it? Street corners?
Pushing it harder than a crack dealer.
Harder than a football player on Viagra.
Yeah, that.
Who's pushing it?
Papa Rockefeller and the boys.
I don't even know who Rockefeller is. Who's a Rockefeller these days? Am I breaking out?
Sorry, I just got a text. I might have to go. What was the last transmission, Chucky? I missed that.
It was you have to go and hide the curvature on Sector 7.
Okay.
So if you have to go, that's because you're getting transmission from ownership.
Oh, and that'll mean, because I'm getting a transmission, that'll mean that it's flat because it can't go around the curve. Oh, fuck, I shouldn't have said that. Shit.
And did you feed the reptile overlords?
Oh, I fed them earlier. Are they playing up again?
Geo, imagine if they did a worldwide international no device day. You'd get like 99% of the people getting severe propaganda withdrawal symptoms.
So like Earth Day, would they suggest to do that? And almost nobody follows it that.
Imagine that everyone's like for one day not allowed to use your phone, not allowed to use the internet, not allowed to watch the TV just for one day. I wonder what the reaction of, just imagine what the outcome would be after. And when I say a day, I mean 24 hours, right? So it's fair because of the, the international dateline and all of that.
So do you think the internet is a better tool for pushing truth or misinformation?
It'd be pretty good just to see. And it's like, at the same time, you could have, like, in conjunction with something else, like do a favor for somebody, for a neighbor. Just do something of goodwill for somebody as well on that same day.
Did you have me turned down, Carlos?
Yeah, I heard that yesterday as well. I don't know what's going on. I've got my device turned up. I wouldn't know how to adjust the volume on my phone.
So you can hear me. You're just ignoring me.
I can hear you, but I didn't hear what you said.
I said, is the internet, do you think, a better tool for information or misinformation?
I think it's if you're looking for something, it's definitely going to be a tool for whatever you're trying to find. Is like.
So I'm not answering the question at all.
How was I not answering the question?
Well, it was an either or. It was closed ended.
It was a yes or no question, right?
No, it was information or misinformation. So closed ended. You could certainly elaborate on your answer, but that should be part of it.
It depends on the person's discernment, right?
Yes, but that's not the question. I didn't ask you about somebody's discernment.
Well, a knife can be used for cooking. It could also be used to kill somebody. It depends on the person, right?
That would be a good answer if I asked you a question about knives.
Oh, well, I don't really care if you don't like my answer. That's the answer.
That's a great answer. It wasn't really an answer, was it? So I'll translate. You can find whatever bullshit you want on the internet because there's no vetting process to get it there.
Yeah, well, if somebody goes on there and just watches porn for 6 hours a day, or someone goes on there to find some spiritual enlightenment or some information that's going to help them in their life, it really depends on the person, doesn't it?
Or if I go looking for some confirmation.
I mean, even like fact checkers, you can't trust those either.
Not 100%, but it's certainly a lot more than no fact checkers.
Yeah, but how can you verify that? You'd have to get a fact checker to check the fact checker.
So something like Snopes that points out where they got the information from is certainly a lot better than random internet or YouTube video with no citations.
Yeah, I don't even. I mean, I don't even have the need to go there. Personally, I just don't.
Is that what started your journey, though, the internet, or did you think the Earth was flat before you watched YouTube videos?
I was always skeptical about this place, and I've always been skeptical about the manipulation that we are born into.
Let me change my question because you didn't want to answer that one either. When you were skeptical about it, did you go to YouTube to confirm bias?
To be honest, I was on YouTube, and it was either late 2014 or early 2015 High Side Chats with Eric Dubay. I'd already been listening to stuff like Art Bell and a whole bunch of other shows like that, which dealt with all sorts of different conspiracies.
Art Bell's more, isn't he a UFO believer, not flat earther?
Yeah, that was one of his main topics. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, Chucky. heading to the pub. Did you want me to put an email into HR with your FEIASN serial number through? Okay.
Yeah, and then find them about Sector 7 in the open ones.
Yep. No worries. We'll do.
You know, if you mix water with your sherry, you're going to be a more accurate alcoholic.
More accurate alcohol. What does that mean?
So you'll be able to drink sherry all day long from the moment you open your eyes until you go to bed. You'll be able to drink sherry just like all day long, like breathing air. You know, just mix water with it.
How do you measure alcoholism? The accuracy. The air.
I don't get the question. Sorry.
Well, you said you can be a more accurate alcoholic, so I'm wondering how you can be a less accurate alcoholic, and how you measure alcoholism. Target.
It's called the Jazza scale.
Keep going.
It is probably quite true that there would be some type of a force of people that are employed to you know, put disinformation into the communities of people that want to find out the truth.
Actually,
not necessarily you guys, because you guys sound quite honest and just having a bit of fun.
Gio actually hit it on the head.
Chucky, you're roboting.
But if you just sit there all day asking questions, I mean, are you asking the right questions? Is that going to bring you closer to the truth? Because that's what this channel is about.
Is it? Is it a truth channel or information channel or an entertainment channel?
I don't know if you can hear that helicopter. Tell me if you can hear the helicopter. I'll put it on mute.
That's Jazza.
He doesn't have enough money for diesel.
Helicopters run on diesel.
He didn't get his 666,000 this week.
No, that was our yearly bonus. But no, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I'm going to make myself a coffee, but when I come back, I want to hear some honest questions.
Questions are always honest. It's the answer.
Well, questions aren't always honest, right? If I asked you when did you stop beating your wife?
Correct. Is my answer honest?
Just now for that question, yeah.
But so Gio hit it on the head though when he said that people will do this for free. Why would you pay people to do this? Why? That's a waste of money.
Yeah, I think there's very few paid agents here. Probably a couple. If anyone's an agent, they're probably in a position of. If anyone is an agent, they're probably in a position of like a controlled op, because you've got your just nutcases that'll fuck this up anyways naturally, but you might have a control. You might have a controlled op here or there.
Okay, so between you and Gio said we'll defend the globe for free, and you'll have nutcases that will destroy the flat Earth. Why would you pay somebody to do that?
I don't know. Why would you? I said you might pay. I said you might pay somebody. You might have to have a controlled op or something. Other than that, I don't know how many paid agents you would need.
But you said that flat Earthers flat Earth will destroy itself from within. Well, it's not
I
us.
can't hear you. Can you talk to us one time? I mean, I know I robot a lot too, so I'm one to talk, but like, could you talk to us one time when you're not like traveling in your car across country in hillbilly heaven?
Yeah, hang on.
Like, I said, you got nutcases that'll fuck this all up for free, but on whatever side, Globers and flat earthers.
No, there's not a lot we can do to fuck up the globe. Our knowledge of the globe.
You could send Jazz in to debate it.
But when he's drunk, he says some things that are wrong, but for the most part, he's right, even drunk. Am I still breaking up?
No, I hear you.
Well, you might get your wish today, Jeremy. I might be talking to you guys while I'm not traveling across the country.
Watch for your bus, kiddo. What's my wish?
Said just once you'd like me to talk to you while I'm not traveling in my car. So for like the 50th time, you'll get that wish today.
The 5th time what?
50th time, you might get that wish today, because I'll talk to you possibly while I'm at work. Depends how busy I am at work.
I mean, all right, whatever. I don't know. I mean, okay, Jackie.
You said just for once, can you talk to us not while you're driving?
Yeah. Like, just chill at home. Like, and just talk to us when there's nothing going on, nothing crazy.
Well, when I'm listening to you at home, I'm usually doing something else, and I've got kids and a wife at home, so I'm not in a position to talk.
I hear you. It's
When
tough.
I'm at work and listening to you, I've got other people in my office and people coming in and out. And
Why don't you tell people at your office about us and let them listen, and then we can get more people in on this conversation.
Well, because they're mostly engineers.
I bet you I could turn one of them
Oh,
into a
yeah.
flat earther.
What engineer do you think you'd have the most success with? Actually, we had an AV.
Someone that's reasonable, not a hardcore globe cuck.
Globe cuck. What's a globe cuck?
Somebody that just whatever the globe says, that's it.
Is that what a cuck is?
And sits here and pushes for it.
You could be like a globe simp, maybe.
Or a simp. Yeah, I don't maybe cuck. I don't
Globe
know.
simping. I don't know if that's a thing.
So what's a globe simp?
Are you watching for your bus, bud?
Yeah, it's right in front of me. Do your kids know you're a flat earther, Jeremy?
Some of them.
How many kids do you have?
5.
Oh, shit. For you. You're insane. Can I ask what the age ranges are or no?
5 to 23, I think.
There's 23 moved out?
Huh?
Is the 23-year-old moved out, or do they help out around the house?
She was in an in-law apartment.
So she helps out when needed?
Yeah.
The girls are good like that. No, I think you should always have a boy first so that they can take the heat off dad when the boys start going out.
So yeah, give me your most reasonable engineer, put him in here, and we'll talk to him.
Most of the engineers are reasonable, but I don't think you can change the mind of the least reasonable engineer.
Do you think you're reasonable?
Yes. Do you think you're reasonable?
I'm extremely reasonable. I don't think you're reasonable though.
Why? What's your evidence?
Just not reasonable sometimes. Right now, right now it sounds like you're being reasonable, but if we start arguing as well, then it will automatically turn to being not reasonable.
Okay, what is your evidence of me being not reasonable, or example of it?
I don't know, the hundreds of hours of recorded audio that we have of you not being reasonable.
But you can't provide one instance of it?
I could, I'm not going to.
That's pretty reasonable of you.
You could go back and look. You could go back and listen to it.
I could, but I don't think there's the time where I'm unreasonable. So when you get angry because somebody cuts you off, I don't think that's you being unreasonable. Do you? But others might
you're playing on your phone. All right.
Other people might say you're unreasonable when you get angry because you get cut off. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not talking about getting mad because you get cut off. Everyone gets mad when they get cut off sometimes.
So what do you talk?
I didn't hear what you said. He broke up. So what am I talking about?
What are you talking about? Yes.
Talking about when it comes to the argument. When it comes to listening to the evidence and the things we're saying. When it comes to knowing about burden of proof. When it comes to knowing about burden of proof. Logic, shit like that.
The burden of proof is on the globe, and I think we've met the burden. The flat Earth has yet to provide solid.
I don't know. I can't hear you. You're roboting.
I'm gonna drop out and come back.
Oh my god, is this what it's like talking to me, Gio? When I'm at work? This is brutal.
Yeah, we tell you you're roboting about 700 times a day, I think, lately.
I also tell you that just to fuck.
I think I might have him switch my section to art because science is just brutal with the reception.
You know what I was thinking? What about take one of those phones you have, grab a little prepaid SIM card for it for $20 a month or whatever, pop it in there, maybe get a Verizon service or something, and then just use that for Discording.
Just use a different phone, one of my cheap phones. Yeah,
just throw
that's an option. I might fix my lag. That might fix my delay in the earbuds too. Yeah.
Yeah, if you just threw like a little prepaid SIM card in one of them.
You wouldn't even need a SIM card to just run on Wi-Fi.
Dude, the school has Wi-Fi. I connect to the school's Wi-Fi. It still fucking sucks. Not only that, the school's Wi-Fi, I can't see any Discord messages. I can't server mute anyone when I'm on their Wi-Fi. Like you can't do anything in Discord when you're on the school Wi-Fi.
Is part of it because your phone is fighting for Wi-Fi and cellular coverage? So if you turn off Wi-Fi, is it better?
No, because he's not getting the data through his cell signal. That's the whole problem in the first place.
So he's got bad cell signal and bad Wi-Fi. I hear him.
Yeah, the cell service sucks. It's in like a fucking Faraday cage or something. And then the Wi-Fi sucks too. I don't know. They're not sending a strong enough signal out or something.
Well, it's probably just more controlled. Like I can't get YouTube videos on my computer at work on Wi-Fi, but I can get it on my phone on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, no, it's not only the controls they have on their Wi-Fi thing. It's that it blanks out at certain spots. Like they don't have enough coverage in their building. This is a giant building.
It's like a fortress.
The whole building is like a fucking Faraday cage.
It's like all the lead paint and asbestos.
Something.
How old's the building?
I don't know.
My kid's school was built in the 60s, I think. And apparently the pipes have lead, so they have to let them run in the morning to get the lead out.
That's Canadian.
We do have asbestos tiles. There are some of those little 8-inch tiles. Is that blocks? It don't have anything to do with cell signal and shit, does it?
But what were you saying about Canada and lead? Yeah.
So Canadians were led to believe they were on a ball.
Oh, it was a pine. Yeah, we have a pretty decent education system in Canada, much better than America. Most of the people I know that went to high school in Canada and went to university in the United States get a 4.0 GPA or better.
mean, I don't know. Do you think it's possible you've been fooled? Is it possible to fool you, Chucky? Let's start there.
Absolutely, yes.
It's possible to fool you. All right. Do you think that they could have fooled you with this globe thing? Or do you think that's impossible?
Possible, yes. Likely, very
All right. You're being super reasonable today.
I'm usually very reasonable unless I'm joking. But you've never asked me that question, to be fair.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, I don't know if you're in a camp where you think there's a possibility. Do you think it's possible water doesn't exist in our reality?
In our reality, no.
It's 100% exists. Oh, all right. So that makes me feel better then.
Well, I mean,
honestly, if heads say water doesn't exist in our reality, I don't even know if it's worth going.
Who says that?
I mean, I don't know. Moyak said it the other day. We could all be a dream in a dream or something. Like we could be on acid.
Even if this is a dream, in this dream, water exists.
I know. That's what I keep telling these solipsism guys.
You know, there are things we can know, certain realities. I exist. Right?
Oh, you broke up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm in the hillbilly hills, or whatever you call it.
Hillbilly heaven.
Hillbilly heaven. I don't think Canadians are hillbillies.
What do you guys call hillbillies up there?
I think we just call them hicks.
Hicks?
Yeah, do you call them hicks too?
Yeah, we got hicks. Yeah.
Like, what do you call somebody whose truck has like 3 lift kits on it? So you need to climb up 3 stairs. Yeah.
I don't know. It depends on what else they got going on.
Usually their car is worth more than their house. These people.
I thought in Canada they were called hee-haw.
Like, I might call someone like that hood rich.
Hood rich, that's a good one.
If your car is more in your house. If your car is more in your house.
Or if you have more cars that don't run in your driveway that do run.
In the heliocentric model, where does all the water come from?
Where did all the water come from? That is a good fucking question. I don't even think we can figure that out.
Where the fuck did all the oceans come from in the heliocentric model?
I don't think we're 100% sure, but I think we think some of it came from asteroids.
Comets and shit, yeah.
Asteroids. Yeah, just lots of buckets. Asteroids made of buckets of water.
The same buckets will be shitting in it. Huh?
Don't think there's any buckets on those asteroids.
So they were big ass asteroids.
But if there was already oxygen and hydrogen in the atmosphere, then when you had lightning, you could make more water.
So water traveling through space on asteroids, landing on a rock, formed the Earth and the oceans. How does it work?
How does water landing on Earth make more water on Earth?
Yeah, I mean there must be clearer explanation because, like, you obviously know your model, right? Because you believe it. So tell us how the oceans formed if you know your model.
No, I mean, I don't even think that. Yeah, I don't even think the main guys know.
No, that's a working theory that would work if enough water got here.
Okay, when you use the word theory, you're not talking about science, right?
Hypothesis, you're correct. Hypothesis. Although I think it would count as a theory because it has facts to back it up.
Yeah.
We have
in order to get a theory, you gotta actually test your hypothesis.
Well, as long as we get any meteors with any water on them at all, but that would bolster the theory or hypothesis, whichever you want to call it. But yes, in this instance, I'll change it to hypothesis.
You guys be having untestable hypotheses. It's annoying.
It's not untestable; it's unconfirmable. So we can't be certain it happened unless we can go far away enough from Earth and build a telescope powerful enough to look at Earth when the oceans formed, watch it form.
Time travel.
No.
That's the way you're going to test this hypothesis is time travel.
That's not time travel.
It's not. You're going to go to a place where you can see Earth in the past.
Well, we have to go faster than light, of course, right? So if we were able to travel 3 billion light years away in the blink of an eye, and we were able to look back at Earth, those 3 billion light years, we could see what happened 3 billion years ago on Earth.
So yeah, until we get time travel, this is an untestable fucking thing.
Because the blink of an eye is not going to happen. The blink of an eye is not going to happen. So we're going to actually have to wait 3 billion years for you to give me an answer.
Even if we could travel 3 billion light years in 1,000 years, we'd still be able to look at it. But it just has to be faster than light travel, which is hard to do.
Super scientific.
It's not
Heads laugh
at
me when I ask.
No way to do it.
Heads laugh at me when I ask for data. You said the way to test this hypothesis is some crazy shit, bro.
No, I said that's the only way we could confirm it. We can test it and provide evidence for it every time we get a meteor that has any amount of water on it whatsoever.
When's the last time somebody caught a meteor in a fucking butterfly net and was able to analyze it?
I think that has never happened. When do you think that has happened the last time?
When's the last time anyone caught a meteor?
I could have swore I
don't think that's ever happened. I don't think anybody's ever tried to catch a meteor.
So how are you
I
supposed
think someone actually did catch one. Didn't one go through someone's house and land on their leg or something?
No, on their pillow next to them, you mean?
I thought someone got physically hit with one.
That would suck.
Yeah, so that's what we call, blind believing. Just believing what you've been told in theories. If you really, I mean, you're supposed to, if you're believing in the heliocentric model, you should know pretty much all of the main aspects of the model. Otherwise, you're just blind believing.
Incorrect. I don't need to know how the oceans formed to know that the Earth is a sphere.
Do you know if anybody knows how the oceans were formed?
I don't think anybody does claim to know how the oceans were formed. There are lots of people who know that the Earth is a sphere. The two are...
Because it's a shitload of water. You'd have to ask the question, where did this water come from?
Oh, I'd call it even a fuck ton of water. We don't know.
It's more than
why
that.
Why do you ask the same question and expect a different answer?
Why
do you need to know
This is the
Carlos,
type of
why do you,
it's the type of honest question that we want to ask because it's something that is.
I answered it though, right?
You said nobody knows.
Right. So now you answer my question. Why do you think we need to know where the oceans came from to know the shape of the Earth? And I got to
Because
go on
it's
mute for a bit, but I'll be back later.
because it's a big fucking part of the place where we live, and it'd be interesting to know where it came from. Because it
Okay.
would
Are
tell
you
us.
able to eat? Are you able to eat dinner without knowing which farmer grew your beans?
Yeah.
Or are you allowed to eat a steak if you don't know the name of the cow? It's a
What
big
the?
part of your meal.
That's like way off topic, man.
You don't need to know how the oceans are formed to be able to see that there's fucking oceans here. Do you?
Wow. You've got a
Do
model
you?
that's you've got a model that's based on you've got a model that's based on a Big Bang. How did the oceans form?
Whether Big Bang happened or God created this place last Thursday, Earth is still a sphere. I gotta go on mute for a bit.
It doesn't matter. He said it doesn't matter how the oceans were formed. What does it matter? It's fucking just about the entire place where we live is ocean. Where did the water come from? We need someone who understands the Bible and tell us what does the Bible say?
Why would you trust that?
Because at least that theory is something that we could consider, yeah? If there's no other theory.
I wouldn't get too crazy with words men wrote.
Too true. Too true, man.
I think the Bible's a great way to live. Don't fucking kill people. Don't steal. Don't covet thy neighbor's wife. All that's fucking awesome, right? That's some dope ass shit.
What if your neighbor's wife was fucking hot?
I don't know. You gotta get your own hot wife. I don't know what to tell you, but it's just a good way to live. Don't steal. Don't kill people. You know what I mean? Like those 10 commandments are some good rules to live by.
Yeah, they set down some really good morals, that's for sure. The Christian religion, they definitely have some really good morals, and it's a good way to live your life, and it's one of the paths that you can choose, and if you're inclined in that way to your spiritual enlightenment, and maybe even just an existence which is fulfilling and meaningful. It's not the right path for everyone though, because everybody has a different path.
When it comes to the Bible, I think the audience, the followers, whomever they are very important, and their culture, because there's a lot of Christian, in quotes, countries out there and cultures that doesn't seem the Bible has done that well for them.
What a control mechanism it would be too if you could just change it a little bit and tweak it to how you wanted. You ever see that movie Eli with Denzel?
Yeah, with the Braille Bible, yeah.
Yeah. My man wanted it. He wasn't gonna do nothing good with it.
I don't know if I change anything, but I would make sure to make people aware that taking the Bible full in, maybe they should be aware that other people can exploit that. So I don't know. It's a huge question. I don't want to get involved in that type of thinking.
Sorry, I left the conversation for a minute. What's your stance on the Bible? Are you a Christian or sorry?
Yeah, I'm a Christian by inertia. Like I was born into it. I was baptized, but it doesn't vibe with me. I don't know why. Maybe I'm of the devil, I guess. But
So
I went to
you
catechism.
so you have some questions, yeah? You're questioning the teachings.
no, I know whatever tribes were before Christianity took over, they had other beliefs. And for me, Christianity has just pacified a lot of people for control. I can see the benefit from it. I benefit from Christianity every day, but it cuts both ways.
Do you think it's the long path?
I don't know what that is.
Do you think it restricts you on your thinking to be a fully fledged Christian, deep into the Bible, literalist? Do you think that having this quote unquote cult that you need to abide to every day is limiting your horizons?
No, I do believe if we could apply it en masse, if all the world, all the people would abide by it, it would be beneficial. I'm just thinking it puts people on the back foot because some people don't follow the Bible and they can take advantage on a nation scale. That's what I mean. I love Christians. Like I read the Bible, I don't know, I haven't looked too much into it. I don't think it limits anyone's thinking. And you can take whatever you want from it. You don't have to take the whole thing in. You don't have to be a zealot.
So my understanding of the Bible is it's a good book. Its intention is there, and all the intentions are good, and it's a baseline foundation for people to follow the right path. And if everybody had that understanding, the world would be a smooth holiday. But at the same time, that's also manifesting a reality in our consciousness. If everyone was a Christian, that would be the new reality and the new paradigm. Yeah, there are other paradigms to consider, though, that coincide and run linear together with this religious belief. There are benefits from all sorts of other philosophies which could enhance your understanding of where we are and where we're going and where we came from. Maybe there are shortcuts, maybe there are paths which have different scenery. And the way I see being tied down to one particular view could maybe restrict your scenery to a shorter horizon.
Maybe it does that. I don't know. I'm not an ambitious person by nature, so maybe overly ambitious people might find it restricting them because it speaks against the amassing of wealth and stuff like that.
I was watching a short video just before I came onto Discord in this channel. What was it called? I can't remember, but he was showing the first ever depiction of Jesus Christ, and it was a black man.
I guess they didn't made that claim without reason, because from our understanding of human races spreading on around the geography, that would make sense, right?
That's right.
He would be definitely, even if he was white, very tanned, very, very dark complexion.
How did you find out that the Earth is? How did you find out that they're lying to you about the shape of the Earth?
There wasn't a moment in particular, but I guess my thing was because the country I live in '89, we came from under communism, and we got bombarded because we didn't have a huge media in my country. We had limited TV, so we got bombarded with outside culture from Romania, actually. And I was at a very young age, like 6 or 7 years old, and I saw all that culture that was coming from the TV didn't match reality, and I became a skeptic. So when I went to school, history didn't vibe with me. The globe model, I always knew that's only some stories and pictures. So I love the aesthetics of it. Like I love the images of planets and stuff like that. That was very nice to my young mind. But knowing, or I think I know, I don't know, was like recently uh, by being introduced to geometry and applying logic to it. For me, living under this shitty government I have, which is a puppet, it's very easy, for example, to know or to crack a smile when I see a zealot American preaching about his politician or whatever, right?
Well, it doesn't have to be an American. It could be anybody in any country.
Yeah, I'm just using the extremes. Like I'm from a backwater colony, and it's funny to me to see the reality around me and to think they have the real thing, right? Anyone else has the real thing. Maybe there are spots in this world, governments that are honest, but
I'd say that most people in the government in America don't know what's going on, and they're just as much under the thumb as the people. They're just caught up in the system.
oh yeah, sure, they might be honest in their profession of being a politician. I guess that's possible. They might be that naive, but it doesn't
Absolutely.
make the whole show real just because the frontman think it's real.
I wonder what the difference is between naivety and ignorance.
Naivety? Well, I guess a quick look at the dictionary would tell you that naivety is, I think, uh, applying your morals or good nature or whatever your morals are and thinking that's the way the world works. That would be one definition of naivety.
I'd say that naivety stems from ignorance. So you first have to be ignorant, therefore you can be naive. You cannot be naive and then ignorant.
Yeah, I think I fucked that definition up. I'm not an English speaker, so yeah.
Fair enough. Which country are you in?
Romania. But yeah, when it comes to politics, I don't think we are taught enough. We aren't teached enough in school about how the system works. So that's ignorance and people's naivety, those who vote, I guess, stems from that.
Yeah, well, what you don't know can't harm you, right? That's ignorance is bliss. Yeah.
Well, when it comes to politics, I think it's the other way around.
Well, I have to go. Good luck in Romania, and I guess God bless.
Very enlightening conversation.
overall, I say Christianity is great because it gives a sense of belonging to something. Because otherwise, what would we have? Just geographical locations. But Christianity gives a uniformity, at least.
You can just join a sports team and belong to something. Or a club.
I guess the internet was given to us to give a community to all sorts of thoughts.
Yeah, I think you have to be pretty desperate to choose Christianity over some of the better options.
What do you mean desperate? Why do you think people only go to religion when they are in some bad shape or desperate?
They don't. They sometimes are indoctrinated into it and don't know any better.
Well, your alternative, the globe, doesn't appeal to anyone. To doesn't offer something better.
Say that again.
The alternative of shedding religion or Christianity. What would bind people? The belief of a globe. That would be it.
No. Whatever else you agree about. Could be anything. Could be that you like the color purple. Could be your favorite movie. Anything.
Yeah, but what's the benefit in that? It doesn't bind you for a long time, like the color purple or something else superficial like that. It has no morals.
No. It also doesn't have terrible morals.
For me, the only horrible moral or teaching from these religions is they all primed us to, by prophecy and whatnot, to expect a god awful war or something, and these major religions are looking forward to it. I think that's so fucked up.
Well, I agree when you say God awful. God is awful. But what else?
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that.
Oh, well, okay, you were accidentally right.